yeah, let's do it. Welcome, one and all, to another premium spirits review here at the K.O.E. Nation. We are going local today. We are taking a look at the Loup River Distillery. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
Blendmaster, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Oh, it feels good to live the good life.
yes, here in Nebraska. Now, today we are going to review, in particular, Loup River Distilling Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey.
Yes.
From our grain to your glass, 43% alcohol by volume, 86 proof. Corn. Here in Howard County, Nebraska, we pour our heart into our grain and our grain into a glass. Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey is the heart and soul that runs through everything we do at Loup River Distilling. Barreled and aged for 2 years, Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey uses only the highest quality corn grown on our land. Now, in order for it to be bourbon, it has to be at least 51% corn. I think you can have it 100% corn if you desire, but I think that's mostly what this is.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly corn. We have the whiskey. That review should be up by the time this one drops. We've also gotten into this Howard Hooch before. This is unaged corn whiskey. We did this for a toast to Andrew Jackson's birthday because this is actually pretty close to the kind of whiskey that would have been around in his day. Now, probably would have been rye, unaged rye, but we figured that was close enough.
And it's nice.
Yeah, it actually is really good.
Yeah.
It cost me like $16, and it's
Nice.
actually, it's corn forward. Who would have thunk? And then this gin. Okay, I don't like gin. This is at least better than Tanqueray. All right, I like a lot.
Sure.
By a lot. Like, yeah, that doesn't offend the nostrils like Tanqueray does. It's an assault on every sense.
Do
And
they have a vodka?
yes, they do. I just haven't stumbled upon that bottle at a price.
Once we have an entry of all of their offerings, we will do a Loup River Distillery offering review in total. But today specifically, Loup River is battling for a spot specifically in the
Bourbon Tournament, folks. The Sweet 16. We have 6 places filled already, and we are going to see if the true dark horse, the local boy, is going to be able to rise above and match wits for wits. Tony, we got some pretty big heavy hitters here thus far. Right now, the 6 slots that we have filled. We have Blanton's, Colonel E.H. Taylor. We've got Booker's. We've got Four Roses Small Batch. We've got Jim Beam Black. We've got, and this is the one that I'm really curious about how they're going to match up, TX Straight Bourbon Whiskey. So we're going to give this one a taste test and review today and
see if it meets up to
see if it makes it into the tournament of bourbon champions.
Now, I have had this one time before, just a couple of weeks ago. I had it on ice. I had it after trying the Spring Creek whiskey. I enjoyed both pretty well. Enough to pick up a bottle of this myself. And goodness, I think for only being 2 years old, the bourbon is quite nice. And I gotta say, for being in its infancy, I think there's a lot of potential for their entire lineup. So I'm excited to see what you think of the bourbon and see how it stacks up some of the other ones that we have sampled.
So, Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey from Loup River.
Oh, wow.
Oh, very caramel.
Yeah, lots.
Not getting any grain.
That is a great note. You got to get deep to get the grain. It's there.
It covers the ethanol very well.
Yes,
There's
it
no
does.
offensive ethanol.
No, it's just sweet. It's a very nice nose, but I can smell the corn. It's
Yeah,
very sweet.
it's very corn heavy. I'm going to guess the mash bill is at least 70% corn, if not almost entirely.
Say you're right. I like the nose of this. It's not intrusive. It's very appealing. Your bourbon aficionado might say this isn't quite complex enough, but
Just getting started distillery
it's
out
2 years
here
old.
in what I like about Loop River is it's not in the major metropolitans of
No.
Nebraska. Most of the Nebraska distilleries are pretty much bunched around Omaha. But this one,
Kind of in
it's
the middle of
out
nowhere.
it's out in farm country. And
Yeah.
so, that's where we are. And so we figured we're going to give it a shot. Now, Tony, I am very curious about this. We're going to give Loop River, Nebraska's own bourbon. This is made of water from the Ogallala Aquifer. So
Some of the cleanest you'll
water
find.
is the backbone of any whiskey. So we'll see how this goes.
Mm.
Small burn at the back.
It's got a heat, but it's not.
I
overwhelming.
mean this in all sincerity, and this is actually a compliment. There's a lot of this that does have certain Jack Daniels. It reminds me of Jack Daniels in certain ways.
Okay.
So within your first 2 years, you have an offering that, to me, anyways,
Mhm.
is comparable to Jack Daniels. Now, I'm not like Frank Sinatra, not a huge fan of Old Number
That's
7.
fair.
But this has a nice, soft caramel, light vanilla, not getting really much of any wood.
No.
No coloring.
No
I
smoky,
think
no wood,
this
no
exact
fruit.
casking, aged 10 years, would be amazing.
I think that's the thing that's most impressive about this is that it's only 2 years old, but that nose is so nice. And this is it's an approachable palate, but it's not a hot's not the right word, spicy's not
What's
the right
the
word.
nut that you're thinking of? To me, I want to say almonds, but it's not. There's a nut there, but I can't quite place it.
Cashew.
All right. I think you might be right there, sir. But yeah,
Yeah.
there's a slight nuttiness there that's only going to get better with age.
Yeah, I think that's the best part about this is a young distillery. This is a young bottle. And to be this good at only 2 years, it's just going to get better. I think they've got the recipe there. Time is the only thing you've got to give it.
Good grain,
Yep.
and they've got good water. And
Yeah.
water is the backbone of any whiskey. And
Yeah,
it's coming from the Ogallala.
You got a
Aquifer.
head start.
Yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, like Tony and I, we live above the Ogallala Aquifer. That's what supplies our livelihoods and keeps our lives going. Like without water, life around here would not be the same. So, this is also whiskey that was distilled and made from Nebraska water. So there does have that. There is that cleanness to it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, people probably take that for granted, but yeah, it's remarkable that you get this clean of a whiskey with only 2-year age statement, and people would just lose their minds over having a clean product like this at such young age statement.
There's a very thick candy.
There is, but
I can't think. Like I don't want to say toffee because it's not toffee, but it's toffee adjacent. It's somewhere in that very dark, deep flavor profile, which will in time become dark chocolate.
Yeah.
So this is so Tony, as we're gonna grade this on a couple of different scales here. We're going to we're gonna add an extra one even.
Okay.
We're gonna grade it on a 5-star scale. We grade everything around here on 5-star scales, in case you're wondering why. It's the same scales that they rate boxing matches, MMA matches, and some of the greatest performances in sports entertainment. So we're going 5-star scale as a bourbon whiskey.
As a bourbon, it's young, but we know that the ingredients are high quality, and that just like if this was only a 2-year-old bourbon with lower quality ingredients, this would fall incredibly short.
Yeah.
But it's got everything it needs to be a contender. It's just very young. I'm gonna give it 3.
I'm going to give it 3.25 as a bourbon. It's got all of the pieces there
Yes,
to be a great bourbon,
exactly.
and this is their first offering. So I
Yep.
got to give them a tremendous amount of credit. I wonder who was in charge of their casking. That's
I think when we go to do the lineup review,
you're worth every penny.
We might just have to go to St. Paul and say, "Hey, let's just have a sit down and talk about this."
You know, we might have to do that
Yeah.
once this whole thing settles down.
Yeah.
Now, as a whiskey,
As a whiskey, for 2 years old, this is great. I really like this.
approachable,
A
mixable.
couple weeks ago, I went into a bar. I wanted a whiskey. I tried this first. I tried this second, and I was not disappointed either time. The bartender was very generous when he poured me this one, and I love both. But for being as young as it is, I'm gonna say 3.25 on a whiskey because it's clean and it's approachable and it's not offensive to any of your senses, and it's just the potential is there.
As a whiskey, this kind of reminds me like the Redneck Riviera.
Yeah,
It's young,
exactly.
but it's approachable, and it's just good whiskey.
I was thinking that when I was thinking of this.
So I'm gonna give it 3.5 as a whiskey because I like it.
All right. That's pretty good for a 2-year-old bourbon.
Yes. Now, as a cask aged spirit, we got to be honest with ourselves.
Okay.
Here.
So obviously, it's an infant in the world of cask aged spirits. I will say 2.75 because this can only get better. Like, this has so much potential. Like, this could be a 5-star on the cask age scale.
Just give it a little more time.
More time. Give this.
And so I have
this
to agree
4
with you.
years.
2.75 is very fair. Now here's the.
I can only imagine the 4-year, the 8-year, the 12-year. Like I'm giddy in the anticipation.
Now here's the special extra category that I'm adding. As a Nebraska distillate, as something distilled here in Nebraska versus all the other Nebraska distillates you've had, how do you rate it?
Wow, that's tough.
I know, and we've had a lot more than we want to admit.
That's probably true. Are we including beer?
That's a brew.
Well,
so this is distillate.
All right.
Ooh, the anticipation, folks.
On a Nebraska scale, 3.75.
3.75.
Yeah.
As a Nebraska distillate, I'm going to give it 4 stars.
Yeah, it's almost there. And it's 2 years old. I can't say it enough.
We got some other distilleries we got to try yet. But yes, I'm going to stand firm with my review of this. A 4-star Nebraska distillate.
Yeah.
And as I've said, the place that this distillery really stands out is, imagine, you live here in Nebraska. It's the holidays. You have relatives that are coming back that used to live here and don't live here anymore. This would be a tremendously good gift to
Everything
those
in their
people.
lineup, just depending on what they like.
Yes, and it's a uniquely Nebraska thing that they can take home with them.
Yeah.
And that's where this distillery really stands out. Yeah. But yes, I'm going to stick with my rating there. Now, shelving.
It's a 2-year-old bourbon. It's going to go on the bottom.
Okay.
I'm being completely honest.
I am going to put this on my middle shelf.
Really?
Yep. And it's It just has a perfect spot next to a lot of other bourbons.
All right.
And this one is going to be competing against the TX bourbon in. I think we're going to have to put them against each other.
No,
in
this
the first round.
absolutely has to, because it's so early into its lifespan that this can actually compete with some of the other bourbons from around the country. That's an impressive feat all by itself.
Now, Loop River, I do apologize. We are kind of throwing you into the deep end of the pool here with some of the
It's
other
not fair.
bourbon. No, but we're going to see how Nebraska stacks up. And I think it's going to surprise people.
I think
It's
some
gonna-
people are going to like this more than
it's-
they would understand that they like it.
Yes, yes. So, all right. Now, $39 a bottle. Will you seek out a bottle of this for yourself?
I do have a bottle of this right
Uh-huh.
now. I'm going to drink that down first, and then I will probably seek out a bottle of this. But I'm going to keep my eye on the distillery and see if they have some other installations into the line in the meantime.
That was going to be my big thing. Was I was going to keep my eyes to see if they release a 3-year release.
There you go.
If they come out with a 3-year,
I would assume we're going to see a yearly installment.
maybe like every other.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you're going to see a 4-year release.
Yeah.
And then if they
Which-
have enough to make it to 10,
Can't wait.
yeah, we'll
And
be
if they
ready.
don't, we might just grab a barrel ourselves and pour a couple of those into it.
Oh,
Because that's got all the makings of a great bourbon.
yes, yes. It's sweet. It's caramel
It's there.
forward.
It is there.
It's got all the ingredients to be a very,
Mm.
very fine bourbon. So, folks, thank you for joining us. And Loop River, good luck to you in the bourbon tournament. So now we have 7 entries, Tony. 7 have made it. So, folks, get ready for that when we get there. Keep your eyes on this space because it's going to be some pretty intense bourbon head to head to head to head competitions. We're going to be doing it here, folks. KOE Nation, like, share, subscribe. As I'm known to say around here, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special review of the Loop River Distillery Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey. As 2 Nebraska boys here, we just felt we needed to do Nebraska proud tonight. So, folks, thank you for joining us. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
The Blend Master, Tony G. It's the good life, folks. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome, one and all, to the KOE Nation for another special Spirits review. Today, we're coming to you with a store pick. Tonight, we are knocking on heaven's door. You knew it was going to come, so we might as well just get it out of the way now. Yes, Heaven's Door, single barrel, cask strength, straight bourbon whiskey by Wine, Beer, and Spirits of Lincoln and Omaha, and now Grand Island, Nebraska. Yes, much like the KOE Nation, their kingdom grows as well. So, folks, this is Heaven's Door. If you don't know, this is Bob Dylan's distillery, basically. I mean, he is the person that's most associated with it. I'm sure there's a couple other people that are working there like, well, sheesh, Steve's a pretty good guy here too. But no, Heaven's Door, folks. But this is a special review because it doesn't just feature me, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Folks, you can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. That is KOE Nation, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. But I'm joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. The Blend Master is here, and I am super duper uber ready to try this beautiful, exciting, enticing, and tantalizing store pick.
And we're also joined from across the Missouri River, all the way over in Iowa. So, yes, folks, this is a true Missouri River interstate compact right here. I mean, forget any of that other stuff about water rights and stuff you've heard about. This is the one that really matters. Joined all the way from Iowa at the chicken coop, the one, the only.
Jesse the dad bod, chicken, online political bully. I got many titles at this point, but yeah, glad to be here.
Many titles, folks. And me, I'm a lord of the Scottish Highland. I'm a conqueror of the ethereal. I'm a prince and potentate of the political parlance. And this evening we are going to review this marvelous whiskey. Now, gentlemen, start your engines. Start pulling your plastics.
Yes.
This one, the reason I got into this one is the folks at Wine, Beer, and Spirits all said this is a caramel bomb. Well, challenge accepted. So, let me know when you're ready to pop your cork.
I'm good.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Nice.
Not bad.
Oh, it smells delish.
It does.
Oh my God, it does. Oh.
Yes.
I do like Dylan. On the back of if you look through the back side of the bottle, you can see Bob Dylan's signature through there.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Now this one has our annual single barrel bourbon limited allocation is comprised both of our own distilled barrels and sourced from partnering whiskey makers. Well, everybody does that. Let's not pretend otherwise. The mash bill, they have it here. It's 75% corn, 21% rye, 4% malted barley. You need that to get the natural enzymes. Distilled in Indiana, probably MGP. Like, I don't know why people always, poo-poo that, because they obviously know what they're doing. I had to get a sniff before I continued.
The legs on this are really interesting too. You give her a little swirl, it leaves a defined line all the way around, but it doesn't come down like a normal bourbon does.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Like silk stockings on a stripper.
Yeah.
God, they tell you the Rick level, the cooperage, the char, and the toast. Like, they get like, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. What Heaven's Door does right here needs to be an industry standard.
I agree.
Like, everybody needs to do this. Like, this
presents so nicely. I enjoy the gimmick, as you can see behind us on the screen. It's an old church converted into a distillery, hence the name Heaven's Door. But yeah, this tells you everything you need to know. It presents beautifully in a unique looking bottle. It's got the gimmick, the celebrity nostalgia, and plus the store picks with a caramel bomb mythos to it. Like, this is amazing. And like you said, it's got the mash bill, where it was distilled, the warehouse, the everything you could possibly want. But most importantly, for a proof snob such as myself, of course this lets you know this is 123.36 proof for a 61.68 ABV.
It doesn't smell like it does not smell like that on the nose.
Yeah, I would agree. No, you can tell it's strong. I don't know that I would have guessed that this was 120 plus proof, maybe 101 or bottled in bond, but no, this is a delightful nose.
Interesting stuff. So, folks, we'll all have to the camera give a little cling, cling, cling. See how it hits the palate.
Mm. Mm. Woo!
Yep.
But you can tell it's 120 plus proof. Woo!
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mommy.
Tell me to turn yourself down a little.
Woo!
Oh Lord. Yeah, that one is
that's intense.
It's warm.
Oh man, that is
a cold weather drink.
Baby. That
we got a
warm
negative 9-degree temps coming up here this weekend. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. Oh baby. That is special.
Yeah,
Wow.
That is
blown away here. Ultimately, right out of the gate, I took a healthy drink there, so I'm still coming down the peak of that roller coaster, if you will. But wow, I
I
can
get the
see.
caramel.
Oh, 100%. Like I was
But
having a hard time
there's
getting past that.
Yeah, there's like a charred oak with it too, though. Like the char mainly. Like there's always oak there, but that char taste. It's not like a peat. It's like a burnt chocolate caramel.
Yeah, this is. I get a feeling that if you were to proof this down a little bit, like bring it closer to 80, this would just be straight caramel in a glass. It would just be chicken's like, well, I challenge accepted, sir.
I will drop just a few drops in there. See what it does.
Yeah, I see what you mean with the
second drink,
like a
is
baker's
not
chocolate.
nearly as intense as the first.
No,
Right.
This is also my first drink of the day, so that first one.
Oh
Was,
man,
woo.
even the nose changes a ton with just a few drops.
okay. Well,
Almost get like a vanilla now.
Interesting. So
let's give that a go. Oh yeah. No, that definitely opens it up. Yeah, you're right. Vanilla, like an extract.
Oats.
Yeah, this is one. And full disclosure, I think it's been well established. I really, really like a high proof whiskey. But
no.
yeah, it is. This I would not begrudge at all for anybody adding a little bit of water or throwing some ice in. I would probably just do water. For bourbon specifically, I like to keep it more of a room temperature myself. So I would probably go to water before I went with an ice ball. But this one I think would go well with like an ice ball or a cube.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I agree.
I was about to say
Diluting it just a little bit, I think that is the ticket. I mean, you've got a lot of wiggle room here.
Yeah.
A lot.
123. You can afford to do it a little bit. This one is. I see what they mean by caramel bomb, but like Chicken said, there's all this other, like there's so much toast there.
There's a lot going on.
There's cinnamon there, vanilla heavy.
Wow.
I'm glad that I was steered this direction. So Heaven's Door is one I'm gonna have to keep my eyes on going forward.
Wow.
Now
I
is.
I was going to say there's several like high proof bourbons and whiskeys that I've tried to add water to, and some of them open up a little bit and you get a little bit. This one, like when you hear people say that, this is the one that does it the most for me. This completely changed the profile, like, or maybe not the profile of it, but like when you hear something opens up, this one, wow, it opened up.
Yeah, I agree. Like this, again, the wiggle room is
now
there. This is beautiful. Like I think maybe that's why you come in so strong with such a high proof with a store pick like this. Obviously, this is going to be something that's scarce in quantity. You're not going to have availability to this very long. So having a high proof does allow you to dilute it to your liking, thus preserving it as long as you really want to in terms of how quickly you drink down the bottle. So that's kind of a nice little way to give back to people who seek out your store picks or are brand loyal, because you are allowed to enjoy the drink kind of to the proof of your liking. And for me, if you took this down to a 105, I think it would be just perfect. I might have went a little too heavy with the water. I'm probably sitting about 95, but yeah, I think 105 would be just perfect.
Ooh, God, you guys are right. Like that cut a lot of that spice out at the end there.
Yep.
And then you're left with all the sweet still there and a little light toast.
There's a glaze at the end that hangs with me, kind of like a donut glaze.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. I think this is one that'd go great on the rocks. I think I would.
I'll be trying it on the rocks, I think.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a future stream sometime in the next week or two where like, hey, everybody, I'm here at the Mill of Extreme drinking this on the rocks tonight. Give me your questions. That might actually happen, folks. So that's interesting. So this one does open up. And like you said, one of the things that's good about a high proof whiskey is you can add water to a whiskey. You can't take it out.
Exactly.
So
It's nice to be able to enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it, from hard hitting harsh to mellowed down to an enjoyable sipper. So yeah, you get anything in between.
As all whiskey should be, enjoyed how you
Exactly.
prefer it.
Now,
Exactly.
guys, we've tried it neat right out the bottle. We've tried it with a few drops of water. Now we get to the difficult part of our evening, and that is the grading. Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you need to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. Now we're going to grade this on a couple of different scales. We're going to grade it as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and then for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, folks, Tony, Chicken, as a bourbon, how would you rate this on a 5-star scale?
Go ahead.
I'll probably be generous on this. I actually really enjoyed this. For a bourbon, there's a lot going on here. I'm gonna go 4.
Dang, I have to agree with him. That was exactly what I was thinking before he even said 4. It's damn fine stuff. It's much better than the average stuff you're going to find on any store shelf. Like, we've only had a handful of bourbons that are better. So I'm going to have to go with 4. Tony?
As a bourbon, I'm not going to be quite as generous. I'm going to go 3.5. And I'm going to say that because it is very, very sweet, which I know we enjoy thoroughly. It's the proof is so high. You've got to adjust a little bit to really appreciate the full flavor profile. Nothing wrong with that. I enjoy that immensely, but just for solo bourbon grading purposes, I think it's going to hurt it just a tad in that area. So I'm going to go 3.5.
And that's why I gave it a 4. Was that type of complexity. This is where you sit down across the bar from somebody that, you know, is a mild or a newer bourbon lover, and you say, hey, try this one. They're like, oh, that's too hot, that's too spicy. Be like, okay, let's do the couple drops of water. And you just turned into a magician, and you showed
that's
them
the reason
complexity of a drink.
What you just said is the reason why on a whiskey scale I'm going to go the other way, and I am going to give it a 4, because you can do so much with this. You can enjoy it neat, you can do the rocks, you can splash some water. Hell, you could honestly, like this, I hate to do it with a store pick, but you could mix this.
I was about to say, think about that. I always talk about one of my favorite cocktails that I don't make nearly enough is a whiskey fix.
Yeah, this is good whiskey.
2 parts bourbon, 1 part lemon juice, 1 part simple syrup served over crushed ice.
This would be amazing.
Yeah, this I'm trying to think, like, old fashioned this would be good for, but I think really something with just, it's got to be served over ice and with a sweetener, and then with a small dash of, like I said, a fruit juice of some kind to really express it properly. And I think you got something special here.
Yeah, I actually think I undersold it as a whiskey. I'm going to go 4.25 as a whiskey because the proof is there. The flavor profile is sweet and delicious, but you can get it to where you want it, and you can do almost anything with this. So yeah, as a whiskey, 4.25.
The proof is in the pudding for Tony G. Chicken, what do you give it as a whiskey?
I'm gonna agree with Tony on the whiskey. I love this as a whiskey. I'm gonna go 4.25 as well.
I'm gonna disagree with you two, but only just, and give it 4 stars as a whiskey. I think it's good. This could be a good Old Faithful. If this is all you could find, you'd be overserved, actually.
Yes.
But whiskey's a wide world of sports now, isn't it? There's a lot of whiskey in the world, but I'm putting this one in swinging distance of pretty much any of them. So well done, Bob Dylan. Then we move on to cask aged spirit. This is putting it up against all the rums, Armagnacs, cognacs, reposado tequilas, añejo tequilas, all the things in the world of cask aging. Tony G, what would you put this as?
We don't have an official age statement on this, so
the one thing that's missing on all the information here.
Yeah, that for everything that's there. I mean, the mash bill, the proof, and everything in the store, and the barrel number. There's no implication on how old this is, so I have a feeling it's fairly young. I'll be honest, because you can kind of
probably around 6 years.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that there's probably room for maturity here. So proof alone, yes, that obviously helps in this category, but just on taste profile alone, I'm guessing it's a little young, so that's going to hurt it. And I'm going to say 3.5, 3.75, somewhere in there.
Which one for official posterity? Are you going to split the difference? 3.6.
I'm going to split the difference and say 3.63.5.
Oh wow! All right, we're getting very exact,
Yes.
Dave.
Well, I mean, Jesus, the proof and the ABV have a point, so I can use a point. Come on,
Sir.
that's a new rule at the KOE Nation. If the
Sir.
proof is 123.36, you can break the star scale and use points.
Okay, that's fair. If the proof has to be measured in decibels, you can
Yes.
start breaking it up. I think that's a
All
new
right.
one. Me, as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Extreme, I will accept this. So,
Okay.
chicken as a cask age, what do you give it?
3.75. This is very good. And it stacks up against a lot of other age cast strength age. Goddamn age strengths.
Yes.
Yes. Now, me, I'm gonna disagree with you, but only just. To me, this is excellence in casking and cooperage. Even though they don't give us an age statement, everything that you're tasting here is coming from the cask and its Rick selection. So, as cask aged, I am going to maintain 4 stars. And the reason being is because this distillery is from Tennessee. Now, this particular distillate's from Indiana, but this is actual bourbon from Tennessee.
Because they don't ruin it.
Yes, exactly. With charcoal for some reason. So, yes, chicken's like, oh, not here. Guys,
we're
not
going
here.
there.
Yep. Me and Tony are basically on opposite sides. We're Jedi and Sith when it comes to is Jack Daniel's bourbon. Like, it's just
It is.
nary in the middle shall we ever meet. It's not a bourbon and never will be. So,
It
anyways,
is a bourbon. They just
Tennessee whiskey is not a bourbon and never will be.
with a
All right.
charcoal filtration process.
It is not a bourbon. All right,
It
anyways,
is a bourbon.
so
Mom, Dad, stop.
I'm going to turn this
It's just
chart right
shitty
around.
bourbon.
All right, so let us know in the comments where you fall on is Jack Daniel's bourbon debate. We'd love to know. So we now move on to shelving. Where is this going to sit on your shelves? This is tough because it's not quite a top and it's not quite a middle, is it? Am I right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like it looks cool enough. It's a high proof. It's a store
Chicken's
pick,
like
so availability is tough.
You might be like up all night wondering that because, like you said, because this is the last bottle of this we'll ever own. It is a top shelf, but I have just the perfect amount of room for it in my middle shelf. So that's probably where it's going to sit next to all my Maker's Mark, which, if you know me, I'm a mark for Maker's Mark. I fucking love some Maker's Mark. So that is...
well, be amongst good company either way.
Yes. So I'm going to have to say it's my middle shelf.
All right. I will agree. Although it would look just fine on top as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to go on my top shelf of like my standard must drink this if you come visit. It's going to go on my top shelf of shareables for people to come visit. This is shit you have to try if you don't know what you're doing and you're getting into this. Because I really, for somebody who's enthusiastic about bourbon but hasn't dipped their foot in the pool, I think that's a great experience for them. And this is a beautiful looking bottle to sit up there next to some of those other pretty ones that I have up there. That's where it's going, which is equivalent to middle/top shelf of my regular stuff.
Nice. So basically it's like, like an intercontinental title holder that's getting ready to go to the world title scene next. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Nice. So Heaven's Door in our first few sips has impressed thoroughly. So we're all pretty much and Tony,
we do have some more Heaven's Door to sample because we've spoiled ourselves a little bit by starting out our foray, all three of us for the first time experiencing Heaven's Door at 123 plus proof with a store pick. So, yes, we do have the sampler pack, including the straight bourbon whiskey, the double barrel whiskey, and the straight rye whiskey.
You guys,
Those reviews are coming soon. And, folks, I think we're going to have to get to those pretty quickly because if it all pans out and, things don't get canceled along the way, in just a few short weeks, yours truly will be knocking on Heaven's Door Distillery in Tennessee itself. So I'm actually pretty excited to dip into this sampler just because I can't go there blind and not having tried their pinnacle line. Come on.
I was about to say, now, Tony, you realize when you go there, you kind of have to go to the church front door and knock on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
record it.
But it's like, God, you guys got the Heaven's Door 3-pack. Go. I can't imagine. It's not like I have any better bottles than that. Shucks. But
we'll feel you could just come over and sample this with
I think I'm going to have to.
As we all review.
Yes, I think I'm going to have to. But we aren't quite done with the review of this amazing store pick quite yet.
Okay.
So the question is now, gentlemen, the secret fifth question is, do you guys remember what you paid for this bottle? Was it like $60?
Yeah, I would say about 60 something.
Yeah, something like that.
So when this bottle runs empty, will you seek another one is the secret fifth question. And that's kind of tough because there are no more of this particular bottle. But what I do like about wine, beer, and spirits is they have annual store picks from the same distilleries.
Yes.
So don't worry, folks. You will be able to pick one up like this very soon. But also, this is kind of a preview of what you can expect from any wine, or not wine, beer, and spirit, but any Heaven's Door single barrel pick, folks. It's going to be an interesting, to be frank, spicy, but also slightly over-sweetened experience. And I like sweet whiskeys, and a lot of people seem to run away from that. I don't know why. I love overly sweetened whiskeys. And that's what Tony would probably call it, overly sweetened. Like the Dalmore and that kind of stuff. Now that's a Scotch, but that's something that I generate too. This has it. You have to water it down just a frit to get to that sweet because, the spice you'll get right on top of you.
I think if I was going to be looking for a unicorn from Heaven's Door specifically, I'm probably going to be most curious to acquire the Heaven's Door Redbreast cask finish. Because I'm a huge fan of Redbreast Irish whiskey, and that just sounds marvelous.
I was about to say that doesn't sound like that's going to be too bad.
No, I think that'll be just fine.
So good luck with that one in your travels when you go to Tennessee to one of the few places that makes Tennessee bourbon. Actually, very few places that makes actual.
No, it's not one of the only places that makes Tennessee bourbon. They just don't ruin it
and make it not bourbon anymore.
Oh, God damn it.
It's still kind of bourbon.
Chicken's like, all right, you two, I'm going to turn this car right around So we will get into that later.
And Tony,
we need to have a
purchase
roundtable discussion.
Anything Heaven's Hill, as long as that 3-pack.
Not Heaven's Hill.
God damn it! Oh,
no.
Heaven's Door! Oh, Jesus! Oh,
yeah.
Melting.
I think I had acid reflux from you saying
Heaven's Hill. Like Heaven Hill is not as appreciated on the K.O.E Nation.
Yeah, it's not a personal favorite. No,
we're gonna give it one more shot in the upcoming bourbon tournament because I got some heavy hitters for it. Elijah Craig 18.
That's true.
And I got their 12-year. So we're gonna see how those, if they can make it. We'll see, folks. But we're talking about Heaven's Door and how this is a great distillery that's got a great backer. They've got an angel investor. So there's not going to be a case where they're going to put out bunk stuff because they've got an angel investor and Bob Dylan who's put his name on it. So they know it has to have some level of quality to it. So that's, usually when you get a celebrity whiskey, you got one of two things that happens. You either get a Conor McGregor proper number 12, which is just cashing in on his name, and everybody wants to try it because it's got Conor McGregor's name on it. Or you get something like Heaven's Door here, where the celebrities actually invested into the idea behind it, and it actually seems to really pan out. So
I think a better example would be The Rock's Terramana Tequila or Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull Vodka.
There you go.
Yes, folks. And now, if we missed any celebrity spirits in all of this, be sure
Ryan
to let
Reynolds
us know.
Gin Aviation.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think he just sold that actually.
Did
So yes, now, Tony, Chicken, anything you'd like to say
Go
to the
for
people?
it, sir.
No, this is
As I'm
beautiful.
known to
Love
say
it.
around, yes, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special review of Heaven's Door Cast Strength Straight Bourbon Whiskey from Wine, Beer, and Spirits, Lincoln and Omaha, folks. I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, and K.O.E Nation on TikTok, folks. K.O.E Nation, that's K as in King, O as in oh my God. You can find K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, and E is an extremely happy to know that you can find K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, folks. Yes, K.O.E Nation. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us on this very special edition where we were knocking on heaven's door. I. Knocking on heaven's door. Oh, wait.
That's enough.
the actual road.
Yeah, that's enough.
Sorry, Bob. We're children of the 80s and 90s. What can I say? So thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope to find all of you back here at the K.O.E Nation, happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
As always, appreciate you. Love you. Cheers, folks.
Cheers indeed.
Here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for a very special Spirits Review here at Compound G. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch, joined by the one and only, my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
Oh boy, this is one that we've been searching far and wide, high and low for.
Yes.
And this particular gentleman here finally did come across Four Roses Small Batch Select. So we have four of the Four Roses now.
This was a journey. Finally happened to find this bad boy. It took a video call all the way down to Texas to do it, and just happened to see it out of the corner of my eye during said conference call. Bottle was acquired and brought. Yes,
The
please.
time has come.
The time has come indeed. The 6 recipes of Four Roses. Oh.
Nice.
I'll take that. The 6 recipes of Four Roses Small Batch Select. Ooh. I don't want to read all this yet. This gives a lot of the profile away. This is the little taggy that comes on the top of the bottle. Four Roses Small Batch Select is yet another fine example of why our distillery is so unique. For this new bourbon, I selected 3 of our proprietary yeast strains, B, K, and F, and used both mash bills. Small Batch Select is a mingling of 6 and 7-year-old bourbons. It's non-chill filtered to give a more straight-from-the-barrel flavor while remaining mellow and smooth at 104 proof. The bourbon retains the richness and depth of 6 of our 10 bourbon recipes, exhibiting a complexity and character greater than the sum of its parts. This mellow spirit is defined by a unique candied fruit flavor balanced by spice for a refreshing nuanced taste that fades into a long finish that is characteristic of Four Roses family of bourbon. Small Batch Select is an exciting addition to our portfolio of premium bourbons and proud achievement, thank you, for our distillery. Please savor and enjoy. Cheers to the master distiller. I believe that's Brant Elliott, I think.
Mm,
I'm going to go with that.
give this a nose, too.
I've been waiting. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, is it ever?
Oh. Oh, that is lovely.
Is it ever?
Yeah.
It's like a candied Blanton's to me.
Yeah, I was, that's kind of where my head went, was Blanton's. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that, maybe a little bit of vanilla. Yeah, like the dried
There's
fruit.
like what's at the back of my nose is sort of a vanilla-ish. But
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, like the dried fruit, a little bit of vanilla. But yeah, Blanton's, honestly, is pretty close here. At least the bottle I have. Wow.
Well.
Yeah, let's just, dive right in. Spicy.
mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Whoo!
Oh, marvelous.
Spicy meatball.
Man alive. It is. Even for 100 and proof, that's a spicy one. Wow. I'm digging it though.
52, so 104 proof.
Yeah. Ooh.
I'm getting some spice on the front, candy cane on the back. Not a lot of that sweet comes through on the palate.
Yeah, a lot of the dried fruit really on the front. I would like a banana. More vanilla to me there.
Yeah.
The finish is very spicy, which doesn't bother me a bit. Now I will read the 6 recipes of Four Roses Small Batch Select. Delicate fruit, pear and apricot, spicy and creamy. Rich in spiciness, full body. Mint, fruity, spicy, full body.
Candy cane.
Delicate fruit, fresh, creamy. Spicy, full body. And finally, mint, fruity, full body. So yeah, definitely getting a lot of the fruit there. I can see that for sure. And you're right. Yeah, candy cane is pretty spot on.
Yeah.
But yeah, pear and apricot make a lot of sense
cooling
too.
the back of my throat while, kind of heating up my esophagus on the way down.
Right in my wheelhouse.
So this is, this is a Christmas bourbon as far as I'm concerned. Like this is
Oh, I like it.
not Christmas Eve, Christmas evening.
Yeah.
Okay, like the snow's falling, the holidays are kind of past, and you're finally on the
fire log is crackling.
You're on the tail end of the holidays.
Wow.
And you're finally sitting down to relax. This is
wow. Oh, I'm liking this a lot. This is beautiful. This is right in my alley.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. This is what Willet buyers think they're buying.
That's probably fair.
Yeah. So, wow, excellent stuff. Oh,
yeah.
I'm getting just heavy mints, heavy pep. So this right up your alley.
Yeah,
this is
love it.
Now, Tony, we move on to the hard part.
Okay.
The grading.
Yes.
Now, for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you must have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 stars meaning leave it behind. Not a big deal. So we're going to grade this as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit. It's shelving. And then for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, as a bourbon, Tony, how would you grade this on a 5-star scale?
I think it's great. The proof is just perfect for me, and even as the 104 proof, it still surprises you a little bit with how spicy, minty it actually is. So I think it it really is nice, and they do a good job, like they said. Putting 6 different together in this blend is really, really nice. I like it a lot. I'm going 4. I really like it.
As a bourbon, I'm going to give it 3.75 because it's not taking you on a typical bourbon ride.
No,
This is
that's fair.
Very minty, very like your tongue is very active when you're drinking this. Like that's
Yeah.
the best way to put it. Like you are just like all over the place.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair.
yeah, I'm gonna give this 3.75 because some bourbon purists might be a little turned off by it, but others will be right into it. So
You know what? You know what? You're right. 3.75. As a bourbon, it's perfect for me. But yeah, I can see why some people are very hit
on
and
a
miss.
Tony scale, it's a 4.75.
Yeah, that's just it. But yeah, you're right. Like, there's a lot of reviews that I've seen of this that aren't kind, and they much prefer the standard small batch or the single barrel. But I can see why this
I can
wouldn't
see where
be.
the spice comes because remember how spicy our single barrel was?
Yeah.
Apparently, that was one of them that got mixed in here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But this is it's a little more niche in terms of bourbon palate. So yeah, I will concede 3.75.
Okay, as a whiskey,
As a whiskey, I'm sticking with 4 because I think this is a great, great whiskey. I love the palate here. I think if you're gonna do something stupid like mix with this would work. I wouldn't. Root beer would be acceptable, but this is really nice. Actually, this would be a great one with ice.
I would actually water this down to 101.
Yeah, it wouldn't take much.
A few drops of water, open it up.
It's beautiful.
Man, my tongue is alive right now.
Yeah, this is a 4-star whiskey for me.
I'm gonna stick with 3.75.
You're off by a quarter. That's fine.
Well, hey, we can't always be right all the time, T. Someday you'll be able to get to extremeness, but hey.
I already did. I gave it 4.
Oh, well, folks. Now we move on to cask-aged spirit. This includes rums, cognacs, brandies of all kinds.
Well, they said this is a mingling of 6 and 7-year-old bourbons. So
there
for a
is cask
6
aging.
to 7 year blend of bourbons, how would you rate this?
I'm gonna stick with 3.75. It's good, but it's not next level great to me. Gotta remember, I love cognac. Though,
I wanna-
So my scale is always skewed a little bit.
Sure. I wanted to go for, but there's
I agree, buddy.
out of 4 like different spots of this, like that first initial taste, the next washing of your tongue, and then that next stage before the finish. I want just a little bit more, so I am going to go 3.75.
Hey, now for me, it's 3.75 through and through. It's a damn good whiskey, but it's just not quite to that 4-star level for
Great
me.
legs.
Now, shelving, T.
If you're going to put a 4 Roses on your top shelf, this is the one. This is the one to do. It's special enough. It's unique enough, and especially around here, it's hard enough to come by. I think this is a top shelf whiskey.
Okay. My 4 Roses single batch or small batch, single batch. There you go. There's a new idea. 4 Roses. My 4 Roses small batch is sitting on my middle shelf.
Yep.
This would sit next to it.
Okay. That's
on
fair.
my middle shelf. So it's definitively middle shelf for me. It's not quite to that next level. And honestly, because it wasn't so spicy, I did enjoy their standard small batch just a little more.
It's
honestly,
good stuff.
it's not as spicy. It's more rounded. The caramel and the sweetness comes through because 4 Roses, when they do sweet, they do it right. They just don't seem to embrace it all that much.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But I'm going to stick with middle shelf. Now, the secret 5th question. Now, Tony, what did this bottle cost you USD?
I've seen it go for very, very ridiculous prices, closer to $100 a bottle. I was lucky enough to snag it at its correct price of $55.
So, when this bottle runs empty, Silly question. Will you seek another one?
Yeah, I like it. I would definitely keep one of these on hand. I like my spicy bourbon. I like to know I'm drinking bourbon, and this is right in that wheelhouse in terms of strength and flavor, and it's different enough from a lot of the other heavier bourbons that I have on my shelf that this would definitely have a place on my shelf. I think I can justify it. And yeah, like you said, I don't need a bottle of Willet when I have a bottle of this.
Very true. To me, I would say no, because like I just said, I would be much more partial to their Four Roses small batch, just standard. And also a lot of our favorite whiskeys that we don't even know are usually sourced from Four Roses. So, there's a anyways, so yeah, there's a lot of different ways to enjoy Four Roses than just from Four Roses. So yes, I'm gonna stick with no because I like their standard small batch. Now, T, is there anything you'd like to say to the people?
No, this is marvelous. I wish it was more readily available, but I'll probably be babying this bottle for a while.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special, long time coming review of Four Roses Small Batch Select. And Tony, dare I say, a potential entrant into next year's bourbon tournament. Oh, yes, I know. It's the best season of the year. So, folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I can't wait to see every last one of you back here at the K.O.E. Nation. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, and the Baron of Bourbon himself. Signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Thanks for coming in.
See if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a long time coming bourbon review. I am your K.O. Extreme Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation here on YouTube and Twitch. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
So this
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Did that double.
Been holstering that one for a while there.
It just came to me in the moment, Phil. And why did I do it double?
Because today we are reviewing Jim Beam Double Oak, twice barreled, expertly aged, and then matured in a second oak barrel. None genuine without my signature. Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in oak, twice barreled. Quality genuine beam bourbon, twice barreled in the heart.
Ooh, right in the heart
of Kentucky Jim Beam Double Oak is made for those who take their whiskey seriously.
That's us.
Legacy, Jim Beam, not John Beam,
No.
not Jake Beam.
Not
Jim
Jack.
Beam. Definitely not Jack. Double Oak is a whiskey to rival any other. It is first aged in charred American white oak barrels. Then we pour it into another freshly charred barrel to mature for a second time. The added interaction with the oak wood results in a liquid intense in flavor and smooth in taste.
Intense, you say?
Yes. Let's see how intense that is.
Let's see how intense the cork pop is.
So,
Phooey.
Just get that poured.
Damn it, Jim. Okay, you would have less of a stigma if you used real corks.
But hang on, there's got to be some more stuff to read on here. Let's see. 43% alcohol by volume, 86 proof, 750 milliliters. It says twice barreled there. We've already read that. Government warning. This is too fun.
Thank you. Really? 43% ABV, 86 proof.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised by that. I thought this would be at least 90 proof. Huh.
Very oaky. In fact,
Really?
double the normal oak you would expect.
Really?
I know.
Well, I'm glad you all came here to the K.O.E. Nation
For this high level.
in-depth, high-quality, top-shelf reviewing.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say? Oh, cheesecake. Like, no, it's not an IPA.
I wish. Cheesecake. I would almost go, actually, chocolate cake. If I'm being completely honest, there's a chocolate in us there.
Yeah, there's no caramel.
But
I can't really find that.
No caramel, but a flowery, chocolatey, not a candy bar, but like a baked chocolate.
With, dare I say?
Don't say oak.
Some oak.
Not a bad nose.
No.
It's light, obviously, 43% ABV. I'm surprised this isn't higher.
Well, if they had it any higher, Tony, I have a feeling you might pick up a little more oak.
I almost don't want to drink it now. Thought I had the shitty joke.
I don't know how I was able to get Tony not even want to drink anymore.
I thought I had the shitty jokes. No, it's not a bad nose. A little chocolatey, but honestly, it's very bourbon heavy on the nose. Just a familiar bourbon smell.
With what?
With fucking oak, Phil.
I just need.
Is that what you wanted me to say?
Yes. He's like trying to. There's got to be something else here. But
it's fucking oak, okay? There's oak, but a little bit of chocolate. There you go.
All right, see?
Yes, drink. Oh. Oak!
That.
Almost like a citrus fruit on the finish.
Like a toasted chocolate.
Yeah.
Like, you know how our other favorite double oak was like the toasted marshmallow in a s'more? Like, this is like that kind of toasted, like, chocolate that's melted. So, yeah, it's like toasted, melted Hershey's chocolate.
Yeah.
Particularly.
No, I agree. And as you mentioned,
great mainstream palate there.
The main reason I was really excited to get a hold of this was because of Woodford Double Oak, which won the Bourbon Tournament.
Yeah, so double oaking did kind of interest us, so we needed to know. So this is
It definitely comes across as stronger than it is, but that citrus is really front heavy for me, and then that chocolate kind of wraps around, almost like you took. I've used this before, but like a chocolate orange that you would get at like Christmas time.
Okay,
but if you chart it,
I'm getting like the only part of the citrus I'm getting is like the mouthfeel. Okay, like just kind of that slight how it absorbs into your cheeks.
I just can't ignore the tanginess on the nose now, and then on the palate. This is really nice.
Yeah, this is
surprisingly
and
smooth.
this cost you $24.99 according to this price tag. Not bad. So, Tony, now we move on to the hard part.
Okay.
The grading. We're going to grade this, for those who don't know, on a 5-star scale.
Yes.
5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by the K.O.E Nation, Phil K.O.E, Tony G. We've advised you well. So, we're going to grade this as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and then, for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, Tony, as a bourbon on a 5-star scale, how would you grade this bourbon? Jim Beam Double Oak, sir.
As a bourbon, I'm going to go 3. It needs to be a little higher in proof. It does. But great flavor here. Really, really great flavor. It's got a fruitiness to it, a citrus fruitiness that I really like, and that chocolatiness, that toasted chocolate. That's a great compliment, especially from us from on a bourbon scale, because we really seek that type of thing out. But I feel like it's just missing just a little bit of a punch as a bourbon, and just something missing that I really need to really put this over the top for me.
So you give it 3.
Yes.
I'm going to disagree with you and give it 3.5 as a bourbon.
That's what I expected.
It's excellent stuff, but like you said, if you were a bourbon purist and a bourbon snob, this would throw you off.
Yes.
Now, good stuff.
Very.
Now, like I said, great mainstream palate, and that will reflect later. Now, as a whiskey, Tony G, what do you give this as a whiskey?
As a whiskey, I'm going to be much more generous, and I'm going to say 3.75. Great flavor profile. You know what? The brand should not scare you off. This is interesting enough that even a whiskey snob should give this a go, because it's soft, it's subtle, it's sweet, and it's just the right ABV for a daily sipper.
What can I say? I got to agree with this guy, but I'm going to disagree with you, and only just.
Of course.
And I'm going to give it 4 stars as a whiskey.
Wow. 4.
Because I think it's...
4.
It can do anything and everything any whiskey can do. If you need it to be in any cocktail, name it, it'll work. If you need it to be in any kind of ice situation, it'll work. If you need it for any kind of kitchen situation, it'll work. If you want to drink it just the way that we're doing it now, it'll work. You can introduce it to people. Shoe fly. You can introduce people to it. You can.
This would be an excellent introductory.
This would be a great campfire whiskey.
Yep. Jim Beam's shockingly good at those.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
This would be one that if you were to leave in the freezer, it would be great.
Yeah, you could do that. And again, this.
I normally don't recommend doing it, but yeah, this one would be a good one to keep cold.
Yep. This one tastes much better. I have a feeling chilled slightly, as this is.
So yeah, I'm going to stick with 4.
Okay, fair enough.
Cask aged spirit, Tony G.
This is double oaked,
and
but it's Jim Beam, which doesn't hurt it, but doesn't help it. So I don't know why I even mentioned that.
It's kind of like hurting it. Doesn't hurt it, doesn't help it, but it doesn't hurt it. Like,
I feel like I had to mention it.
Like if you're in a job interview, you don't want to hear that. This doesn't hurt you, but it doesn't help you. Like, oh, good.
No, I'm curious though. Like, is this specifically standard Jim Beam, just double oaked, or is this slightly modified? Because I have a hard time believing this is standard Jim Beam, just double oaked, because this has so much more interesting stuff going on than standard Jim Beam that, let's be frank, kind of tastes like clay. But
maybe that's the second barrel.
Maybe it is.
Kept all the clay in the oak.
Yeah. But again, this needs to be a little bit higher in proof. I don't know how long they aged it. Did you see that on there? Did it say?
Nothing about age.
Maybe just a little bit more aging. Maybe just a little high, at least get to 45 ABV, 90 proof, and yeah, maybe a year or two more age, and you'd really have something special here. So I'm going to go 3.25.
As cask aging, I'm going to give it 3.5. I think it's excellent stuff, and it's unique technology. Now, Tony, Let's be frank. I don't think that's what this is, what we have in front of us. But you and I both know the first batch of Jim Beam Double Barrel was, this one didn't go right. Let's put it in another barrel, see if that fixes it.
Yeah.
You and I both have run mills before. We know, run it through again, see if there's something we can do for it. So that's probably what happened. That's also my theory for Gentleman Jack. That's my theory for a lot of let's try something, try and fix this. So that was probably the first, I'm guessing, 50 barrels of this was an inner distillery experiment. And then they're like, this would probably work really well for stuff that ends up doing XYZ within the process that we're not exactly crazy about. And so, I think this is probably a solution to a problem that we are completely unaware of within their process.
As Bob Ross would say, happy little accident.
Yes. So now we move on to shelving.
It's not a bottom.
Not a top.
I'm gonna go middle. Because I can't justify putting it on the bottom.
I would put this in the middle, right next to Jim Beam Black.
That's my thinking.
Yep. Now, speaking of which, T, you've got a little sample over there.
Yeah, I do, because I wanted to see just how well this stacks up against one we do enjoy so very, very much.
Jim Beam Black.
Jim Beam Black.
Made it to the Final Four of the Bourbon Tournament, by the way, so I just want to take a nose. Okay, this is a lot more heavy on the nose.
Yeah.
But this is just basically, at this point now, just caramel on the glass to me.
Yeah, this is very heavy caramel. So, where that's Mick,
You just as well.
Yeah,
I mean.
No, I already have that one.
Yep.
Got to get the blend right, folks.
Oh, the blend master must blend. Oh. But wait. All right. So before we move on.
Yep.
Secret fifth question. When this bottle runs empty, will you seek another one?
I think I will. For $25, this isn't bad at all. Again, I wish it was a little higher, but I don't care. It's a great sipper, and Jim Beam's slowly winning me over. Yeah, I'd grab another one of these.
My answer, I'm glad you got this here, because the answer is no, because nothing has yet to dethrone Jim Beam as the beam of extreme within my household and within my general circle. Jim Beam Black is the bourbon. If we hadn't tried this first, I'd be a way huger fan of this. But this will spoil you for bourbon, and you're not going to break the bank getting it. So, to me, excellent stuff, but I'm always going to favor Jim Beam Black first. So, T, we got to know how this blend.
Wow. So what either are missing, they complement each other fantastically. Oh, wow. Wow.
With that, I kind of.
There's almost no nose on this. They almost cancel each other out on the nose. Like, you can almost smell nothing on the nose. Yeah, that is strange. Maybe it's because I'm in an open glass. No, there's almost no nose there.
But the flavor is just caramel and chocolate.
The caramel mixes with the chocolate, and this is a great blend.
Yeah, this is an A+ blend.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, I'm not gonna influence the blend master here.
I'm gonna go A-. But maybe I didn't get the portions right. This could definitely be an A+.
We'll have to try that sometime.
This is good stuff. Jim Beam really does actually know what they're doing. If you just forget about their base offering.
Yeah. I find us saying that a lot about Kentucky bourbon companies, because
looking at you, makers.
And turkey and
86 proof too.
Yeah,
what are you even doing?
Keep going.
What are you even doing? Get you 101.
I know, but folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, Thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch for this review of Jim Beam Double Oaked Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, and also a run-in guest appearance by Jim Beam Black, the perennial favorite around here. I am your King of Extreme Phil, K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the emperor of Big Buckin' Empire, signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
The Blend Master, Tony freaking G. Thanks for swinging in.
See if it just smooths itself out.
get back. Tell you what I'll do. If I ever get back, I promise to refabricate you. Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another 5 Bourbons You Need video here at the K.O.E Nation. I am your King of Extreme Phil, K.O.E, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, and also the Baron of Bourbon himself, here to give you another 5 Bourbons video. But I know what a lot of you are thinking. But Phil, you have already graced and blessed YouTube with a 5 Bourbons video. How could you possibly do this again? Well, it's quite simple. You see, I am going to hand it over to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, Tony G, and he is going to give his 5 Bourbons You Need, folks. And this is post Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. So there is going to be quite the list. So, folks, while I am your Baron of Bourbon, I figured I would hand it over to the one, the only, Tony G, for his 5 bourbons. And without further ado, let's get right on over to Tony G. T, take it away.
Hey there, this is Tony G, and these are my 5 bourbons you need. First up, you got to have your cheap mixer. For me, this is a no-brainer. This is affordable at about $20 a bottle. And honest to goodness, Jim Beam Black tastes amazing neat. You can put this on the rocks, you can drink it straight. But most importantly, you're not going to offend anybody by pouring this in a glass and mixing it with your favorite soda. Does not matter. You can put pop in there, you can put ginger ale, you can put orange juice. Granted, it doesn't matter. This is going to go good with anything. This is a versatile, affordable, cheap bourbon. It's an honest brand, and frankly, it goes good with anything. You can cook with this stuff. This is a great example of a good mixer. Sure, you could go with a regular white label Jim Beam, but let's be frank. This blows it out of the park 100 times out of 100. This just tastes better. It is better. And next time you're in the store thinking, hey, I'm going to grab a bottle of Jim Beam white label, do yourself a favor. Pick the black label instead. This is the cheap mixer that you need. You're never going to get a bad pour out of it, and it's just going to be happy to drink. Next up, you need a daily drinker, something that you can rely on no matter what the occasion. That's what I've got in my glass right now. Wild Turkey 101. This is a severely underrated bourbon. This came into fruition around the time that college kids wanted something cheap to drink in terms of whiskey. And for better or worse, Wild Turkey kind of became just that bourbon. But it's not just a cheap, get you drunk bourbon. This is a high-class bourbon disguised in a very affordable bottle. This might not be the most top shelf name brand out there, but at $20 to $30 a bottle, this is one of the better bourbons you're going to get your hands on. And at 101 proof, you don't need to mix this. You don't need to do anything with this. You can throw an ice ball in there, sure, but you don't need to. This is right where it needs to be in terms of proof. And the flavor is there. It's strong, it gets the point across, but really it's just so delightful to sip on. You don't need a reason to drink this other than the fact that you appreciate a good tasting bourbon. And that's exactly what Wild Turkey 101 is. A really nice, really affordable, smooth, easy drinking bourbon that represents bourbon in the best way possible. Now you need your Friday night pour, something that you can look forward to after a long work week. Come home, pour yourself a nice dram, light up a stogie if that's your thing. What might that one be for me? Old Forester the Statesman. This is so good to drink. I can't describe to you how impressed I was with this one. We put this one right next to the entire line, the 1910, the 1920, the 1897, and the 1870. And for me, this one just kind of embodies the entire line. This one's just so good through and through. The proof is only 95. If you like yours a little bit higher, I understand if this might not be your first choice after a long work week, but you're going to get everything and more in the flavor profile with this one, folks. This one is top shelf. I love this one. This is something you can actually look forward to. I know this is a great one to gift to someone who enjoys bourbon. This might not be the first one they think of, and maybe they've never tried it. This one really kind of shines on its own, aside from the rest of the Old Forester line. So this is one that I really appreciate in terms of a deep profile. This one has characteristics of the 1920 offering, but it's just a little bit smoother. It's just a little bit lighter on ABV, and this is always going to be a very, very nice pour. So after a nice long work week, you don't just need to have something to feel different. You might want a little bit of a reward in terms of what you're drinking, and that's what this packs in its punch. A great flavor profile, an honest brand, and just a great bourbon. How about your impress your guests bourbon? You knew it was coming. It doesn't matter if they respect Blanton's, like Blanton's. Everybody knows Blanton's. And even if they don't like Blanton's, they're lying. They do. If you've got a bottle of Blanton's on your shelf, they're going to take you seriously as a good whiskey drinker. You know your stuff. They see that. They're going to respect it, regardless of what they say. Blanton's is just good. It doesn't matter what you think about their marketing tactics, the beautiful bottle, the little horsey. Doesn't matter what you think about the price point or the secondary market. Blanton's is it's just a stellar bourbon through and through. This is great stuff. This isn't something that you want to burn through an entire bottle one weekend on. This is something you kind of save back once in a while. Not an everyday drinker, not a Friday night drinker for me, but something that you might break out when you have a guest over. Somebody who actually appreciates a good whiskey, wants to drink something neat, wants something with a bit of a top shelf feel. This is it for me. Blanton's, it hits it out of the park. It's got a good flavor. It's got a good nose. There's really not much I can say in terms of bad about Blanton's other than the fact that people exploit the demand for bourbon right now. So it is harder to come across year in and year out, depending on what time of the year it is. But if you can get your hands on a bottle of this, do the right thing, grab a bottle of it, and make sure to share it with somebody who appreciates good whiskey. Last, but absolutely not least, your special occasion bourbon. There is literally not enough time for me to explain to you how much I love Woodford Reserve Double Oak. Specifically this guy right here. Wine, Beer, and Spirits store pick from Lincoln, Nebraska. This thing is just delectable. This is like a bourbon dessert. There's nothing that compares to this. In fact, this won our bourbon tournament. Hands down. It wasn't even close. Once this thing entered the ring, everybody else may have well just jumped out over the top rope and eliminated themselves because the battle royal was no longer a battle royal. It was a one trick show. And this trick right here, there's no magic. This is just great bourbon.
The flavor profile is transcendent. There's peanut brittle notes, there's chocolate notes, there's a woodsy oakness, obviously. The double oak says it right there. Unfortunately, this was a very limited run, and this is probably one of the last bottles around. So you can tell I'm not really going to drink this down very quickly. So I'm not going to share this either. That's not something that I want to do because, I'm going to be a little bit selfish with this one. If the time is right, I have reason to celebrate. Some big milestone has come along my way, and I need a reason to pour myself a dram of that. I'm going to do it. But I'm going to do it for me because I love this bourbon so much. I can't wait to see what their next store pick is like. And if you can only get your hands on a bottle of Double Oak Woodford Reserve, there's nothing wrong with that either. But there's just a little something extra special in this one. And that's why this is the perfect special occasion bourbon. And with that, I thank you.
And there you have it, folks. 5 amazing bourbons that I really can't argue with too many of those picks. 3 of those picks, right on. The Jim Beam Black as a cheap mixer, it's kind of the king of value bourbon as far as I'm concerned. The Impress Your Guests with Blanton's, I really cannot object to that. It's an excellent, excellent idea whenever you got to impress those guests. The Special Occasion Woodford Reserve Wine, Beer, and Spirits store pick, I have no objection to that, Tony. That is A+, spot on. The only ones that I would object to is, well, first of all, your Friday night pour, while Old Forester Statesman is incredible, I'm generally going to go for Loop River Distilling Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey, but that's just me. And also for your daily drinker, you went with Wild Turkey 101. Your proof was correct, but I would simply recommend, yep, you knew it was going to show up, Maker's Mark 101 as an excellent daily drinker. But other than that, Tony's list is spot on post-bourbon tournament. So, folks, that was Tony's 5 bourbons you need. But, folks, thank you for being here and joining us. But, folks, you have no doubt seen my 5 bourbons you need, the 5 scotches you need, the 5 scotches ADHD whiskey edition. I've also got the 5 ryes you need, the 5 grain whiskeys you need. And there is another 5 whiskeys coming down the pike, folks. You know it's the right thing. You know we need to do it. So keep your eyes right here on this space. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here on the 5 Bourbons You Need Tony G edition. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope to see every last one of you back here, happy, healthy, much the wiser. I pray for it, folks, and I hope you do too. God bless. Godspeed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Join us on K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You can find Tony over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify, and you can find him at Tony the Rod on TikTok, folks. But, folks, thank you for being here. And with all that being said, the video's so nice, I had to outro it twice. I'll catch you on the flip side. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation. It is finally upon us, the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, the enjoying a small little sip of bourbon before we get into this particular festivities.
Tony G, like, share, subscribe. Thanks for joining us. And yes, it's finally here after a few delays, but nonetheless, we have arrived. The brackets have been decided. We know the contenders. We know where they're going to be. We just don't know who's going to win it all yet.
So, folks, let's get right into it. We've put 16 bourbons into 4 brackets.
We started at, 40, and here we are at 16.
Yep, the final Sweet 16. So, first, we're going to start off with the non-Kentucky batch.
Ah, yes.
We're going to start off with folks from Colorado will know and love Breckenridge Bourbon. It's a great, well-known Colorado bourbon from Snowmelt from the Rockies. That's a great tagline.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant marketing.
It will also be going up against TX Bourbon.
Yes, this
from
is
Firestone and Robertson Distillery, the makers of TX blended whiskey, one of the finest whiskeys on all God's creation.
known and beloved brand, TX of Texas.
And we're also putting in homegrown local boy, Loop River Distillery, Nebraska straight bourbon whiskey. Now, these are 3 non-Kentucky competitors. But
Right.
1 bourbon is going to be from Kentucky. And, you know,
You got to have a good representative. It's
Yes.
representing all of Kentucky when going up against 3 other states.
and I know the distillers of these particular spirits are not going to like who I'm putting them up against, but I'm putting them up against an excellent type, Colonel E.H. Taylor. Yes. So that will be 1 bracket, 3 non-Kentucky bourbons versus one of the very prototypical Kentucky bourbons. So we will see. Can the local boy rise up? Can Colorado match up? And also, we've got a couple of old college football rivalries right here in Bourbon that
Indeed.
will be settled. So, folks, that is one of I call it the Kentucky Outsiders bracket, but with 1 Kentucky local that has a chance. So we will move those over here for now, folks, and that is 1 bracket. The Kentucky and the Outsiders. So we move on to another bracket. This one is going to be, well, I'm going to save that one.
Oh.
Tony calls this the budget.
This is more of, the budget bracket.
The cult following Evan Williams, White Label 100. I'm not a part of the cult.
No, this was easily the winner out of the 4 Evan Williams that we tried. We gave Evan
We
Williams
gave him 7.
more than a fair shot because Evan Hill didn't impress us the first time, so we dove deep into the Evan Williams, and this was the winner.
Mitcher's Bourbon. Excellent
It's a
stuff.
smooth bourbon. They make an amazing rye, so this gets it in.
Then 2 more entries into the unexpensive line. 2 that are going to impress quite a bit.
Yeah.
This is one that Tony thinks is the dark horse of the tournament. Wild Turkey 101.
I spent a lot of time with Mr. Turkey 101 just last night.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're just feeling hip and just chipper because
Let's go with that.
And the other one, the one that I think is going to be the dark horse, Jim Beam Black. I am actually very surprised.
It handily won the Jim Beam line qualifier, but at the same time, we didn't get to test it against any single barrels or double oaked. They've got more offerings, but this was by far out of this, the Devil's Cut and the standard white label, that blew it away.
Yes. So this will be I suppose you could call it the budget bracket of whiskeys that are not going to break the bank, but are readily available. And we will see which one of them rises to the final 4. So that is the budget bracket, folks. So now we move on to an interesting bracket, one that I'm really looking forward to. We've got a couple of specialties and store picks in this particular
This
bracket.
is going to be a very, very contested
Now,
bracket.
the most easily found in this bracket will be Bullet Bourbon 10-year. This is one of my personal favorites. I just
Very
really
nice.
enjoy it. It's a great mixer. It can be sipped on. Very versatile stuff.
It
But
has
the-
a much higher quality than the standard orange flavor.
Yes. Make sure the folks can see that beautiful label there. The next entry going to be a little bit harder to find, but I'm sure not impossible. A private select Maker's Mark store pick. This one happens to be the Still in Lincoln, Nebraska, but really, most of these are going to be just top notch. These private selects, and it's also going to be going up against another wine, beer, and spirits of Lincoln, Nebraska, Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, one of Tony's
Oh,
personal
that one,
favorites.
That one surprised me so much. I immediately had to get out and get myself a bottle because I didn't want to miss the opportunity.
Yes, it's some ascendant stuff,
Yeah.
folks. I can't.
Like this, I'm expecting to. This is my favorite, but it's going up against 3 other fantastic choices. So I love it. I'm worried for it because there's really not a bad answer here.
And last but certainly not least, Knob Creek 15. So this is going to be a very, very contested bracket,
Yes.
but not nearly as. Move just back and kind of that awesome staggering that I do so well. Not nearly as contested as our next bracket is going to be. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
The next bracket, for sure. Very controversial. Let's just say it.
Well, it's going to have some heavy hitters in it, too. And yes, they're all underneath your particular cabinet this time. So first, we've got fairly easy to find small batch Four Roses, but it gets a little more from there. Also, another cult following bottle, Old Forester Prohibition Style 1920. We had to get it in there. Then you can't have one of these tournaments without Booker's. I mean, really, I don't think that's possible. Spicy meatball, but necessary. And then, yes, last but certainly not least, Oh Sacred Horse makes it in to the bourbon tournament, and that will be this particular bracket. Four Roses, Old Forester 1920, Booker's, and Blanton's. This is going to be a very hotly contested bracket, and I am looking forward to all of this. So, folks, this is the bracket for the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. For each, let's take this one. Let's take this one as an example, the budget bracket. The judges, we will test each of these bourbons. We will taste them. We will nose them. We will give all of our thoughts on them. And then we will decide which bourbon is worth 4 points, which bourbon is worth 3 points, which bourbon is worth 2 points, and which bourbon is worth 1 point. And with all of the judges' scores combined, whichever bourbon has the highest score moves on to the final 4 of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. And if we have ties, we will figure them out as we go. We'll probably just eliminate the others, and everyone will have to go to a sudden death round.
Yep.
But any bourbon that finds yourself in that level, keep in mind, all of these bourbons had to prove themselves.
Exactly. They all earned their spots.
Yes.
There was only, maybe not even a handful that got their way in, especially Evan Williams. It really had to try hard to get in.
I was about to say, the only bourbons that got a bye was, I put Blanton's in there because you all want to know how all of these bourbons compare to Blanton's.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong in that.
No.
The other one was Booker's. For the same reason, you want to know how these all compare against Booker's as well. And so that they're in the same bracket up against each other.
Mitcher's got an in because we like the rye so much.
Yeah, the rye, their single barrel rye is so amazing that we gave their bourbon a shot, and we couldn't get our hands on the 10-year, and we weren't going to pay secondary for it.
Nah.
Also, the non-locals, Nebraska, got to buy because this is the only bourbon from Loup River. Breckenridge, because this is the only straight bourbon. They've got a lot of good
Standard,
finished
yes.
bourbons, but that's not what this is about. And TX Bourbon. They do have some marvelous finished bourbons, but we
Yes.
got to put their straight bourbon in. So those are the only ones that got to buy. Every last one of them otherwise had to really, really prove their worth to be here. Maker's Mark, Old Forester,
Yeah, Makers
Jim
and
Beam.
Forrester specifically really had to fight their way.
Yep.
Evan Williams, even, my goodness, that took an
So,
extra step.
folks, this is the bracket for the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. Tony? Ooh.
This is a lot. I mean,
Yep.
we knew it was going to be.
And that's why we're going to bring some outside help, some
Yeah.
extra judges to make sure that we actually can get the best possible analysis so that you folks at home, when you're going out shopping and you say, what should be the one bourbon that I keep on my shelves? Do not worry. We here at the K.O.E. Nation, we have already done the scientific research for you. So it's all going to be done here. And
Probably not Heaven Hill Distillery.
Ouch. So, folks, be ready for it. Please like, share, subscribe so that you can see all that's going to be coming down the pike. And, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us and prepare for the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. Later, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for the final of the opening bracket of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament here at the K.O.E. Nation on Twitch and YouTube. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the Baron of Bourbon, and we are here for the Kentucky Outsider bracket, and I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partners.
The style and profiling king of the nation, Chicken.
And
The non-copper friendly Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
yes, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the KOE Nation, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. And we are going to find out which one will be the final four of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, folks. So we are here and we are going to decide which one will be the final one to make it to the final four. Now, in this particular bracket, we're going a little different. We've got some non-Kentucky boys.
Yeah.
Now, we've got one fairly good representation of Kentucky in Colonel E.H. Taylor. But I thought, let's reach out, branch out. And some of this almost looks like some football rivalries from the past. We've got Colorado with Breckenridge Bourbon, an excellent, excellent bourbon. We've got TX Bourbon from Firestone and Robertson Distillery. Their TX whiskey is basically my favorite whiskey. But yes, this is their Texas straight bourbon whiskey. And because we are Nebraska born raised, we had to go with Loup River Distilling Nebraska straight bourbon whiskey from our grain to your glass. So, folks,
Throwing these three in the deep end with the Colonel.
Yep, we got Colonel E.H. Taylor, which is a very, very robust bourbon. And we've got some outside of Kentucky contenders. We will see if one of these outsiders can surpass Kentucky and make it to the final four of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. Now, for those who don't know, we have a 4-point, 3-point, 2-point, and 1-point must system. One bourbon must be given 1 point, one bourbon must be given 2 points, one bourbon must be given 3 points, and one bourbon must be given 4 points. And then we will add our scores up, and the winner will move on to the final four. So, with all that being said,
Let's jump right in.
yes,
Hey,
A.
Subtle nose, but honestly, I really like the. You get a bit of the wood,
oh, definitely.
but it's not overpowering at all. Very, very, very smooth, very
A
light.
little hint of sweet.
Agreed. There's a. If you want to say woodsy, I'm thinking of like a fruit tree woodsy.
Not the good kind of fruit. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. It was I need to have.
You want a
another
little
sip there.
more
It's better now.
Oh.
Like I had a moment there where I was just like,
on
what
the
is that?
very tail end.
Yeah.
Honey.
Maybe.
Very, very tail end. Like you think it's going to evaporate completely, and then honey.
I feel like I'm chewing a wheat stalk.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
So, alrighty.
No, that's very appropriate.
All right,
Oh,
now we
B.
move on to B.
B's got a little bit more. There's something else there, but it's about the same strength in terms of nose.
I was about to say there's a lot more robustness here,
But it's still
not
very light.
grainy. It's not
Kind of like.
caramels here. I like it.
Yep, there's a caramel.
There's some heat in the mouth.
Yeah, a little bit of heat.
but
there.
then
Not much.
It goes away really fast. It's really nice. That heat, like it hits, and it's gone.
Yeah, it doesn't linger like some bourbon.
it's not a butteriness; it's almost a chalkiness that lingers on your palate.
Interesting.
Not bad.
Now we move on to C.
Butter.
Yep, that's butterness.
Ooh, love that nose.
Oh, butter and it's a sweetness, but it's not caramel.
It's like sweet corn.
Smooth.
Yeah, there you go. Sweet corn. Yeah, you're 100% right. Sweet corn.
Yeah, that's good
Yeah,
stuff. C.
that is.
And
like
I
that.
can't remember what any of them are now. Sorry,
Say it's been a while since we had these poured, so good.
but I got my cheat sheet right here, folks. I pulled out. It's blank. Ah, crap.
Whiskey D is very, 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 very light on the nose. Ooh,
I'm getting
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
there's like nothing. there.
can-
almost
a
nothing there.
small candy, but
It's
not much.
sweet, but there's nothing. Like I would not expect this to be
Okay,
bourbon.
now get really deep in it. You smell corn.
Well, wonder why, but I mean, you.
I mean,
gotta-
all bourbon has to be at least 51%.
Yeah, you
corn,
gotta
and usually
dig.
they're about 70.
you got to dig for this.
Okay, well,
Oh,
Mm.
that the flavor profile is just
It's-
leaps and bounds
It's really
better than the aroma.
That is very unexpected. You're right from the aroma.
Yeah, I literally have
Give it a
no-
nose, and you're like, this is gonna be boring.
I'm
but
honestly just kind of. I'm in no man's land in terms of my rating right now.
All right,
I'm going
I
back
know where I'm
through.
going.
I have to
I already know what I'm doing.
compare between.
All right, I've already scored mine. So we shall see what the ultimate result shall be. Chickens, looks like he's deciding between two at the moment. Tony is trying to figure them all out. Yes, this has been an evening of bourbon, folks. It's been really fun.
I'm going with my gut here, and I'm not going to overthink it.
Yep, just go with your gut, whatever you
I'm
think.
going to do it one more time in reverse.
Chicken's done,
Pencils
pencils down. You're just having fun drinking bourbon.
That's kind of what I was doing.
Nope,
earlier.
I'm sticking with it.
All right. Pencils down?
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, are you ready for the reveals? All right.
This one's going to shock me because I honestly, I think something crazy is going to happen here with this. I
Me
really
too.
do.
I'm afraid something crazy is gonna happen.
I'm shocked
how well Colonel E.H. Taylor went along with these other three. This was a perfect bracket.
Okay. First of all, which one do you think was Colonel E.H. Taylor?
C or D?
C or D.
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna look at this again. Yep. Okay.
Uh-oh.
this. Wow.
A is TX Bourbon.
Okay. That makes sense.
B is Colonel E.H. Taylor.
Wow.
Oh no.
C is Loop River Distillery Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey.
Wow.
And D is Breckenridge Bourbon.
Really?
I'm shocked.
Really?
I am shocked.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Okay.
am I. So
Wow.
yeah.
I have some thoughts on this. So okay, let's get into it.
So all right, gentlemen.
How did we score?
So A, TX Bourbon. What did you give it?
1.
What'd you give it, T?
2.
I gave it 1. So it made 4 whole points.
Wait. 2.
I gave it a 1.
1.
1.
Oh, I thought okay.
Yep.
Wow, 4.
Yep. So
Ouch.
Colonel E.H. Taylor, what did you give it?
I gave it a 2.
2. Tony, what'd you give it?
1.
I gave it a 2.
Wow.
So 5.
I'm sorry, Colonel. That's
Wow.
I went back to it immediately when you said that. I'm blown away.
I'll come back to my question after.
Oh,
Good.
that's one I've really enjoyed.
So C, Nebraska Bourbon.
C is
I gave it a
Nebraska.
3.
I also gave it a 3.
I gave it a 4. So
Wow.
Holy hell.
and honestly, I thought that was the Colonel E.H. Taylor. I had forgotten.
I did too.
Yeah. What the?
I've
what the
never
flip?
had any of these.
Okay,
Oh my God.
This to me was completely
Yeah,
blind.
this is about to happen.
Uh,
Now Breckenridge. What did you give it, chicken?
4.
4. What'd you give it, T?
4.
I gave it 3.
Breckenridge takes out
I'm-
Colonel. Ooh.
I'm honestly shocked.
Wow.
I honest to God thought that Breckenridge was going to get the lowest score across the board.
Now there was one thing that didn't shock me. And that
No.
was this. This did not
No.
surprise me.
That was not very good.
No, I specifically asked some relation in Texas because we had this bottle, and I said we really like the TX blended. How's the bourbon? We haven't cracked into it yet. And they said it's a little disappointing. But then we tried it. I'm like, no, this is really nice. But in this bracket, no, this is easily. Yeah, I can understand completely why that's gone. I'm sorry.
TX.
Your blended is incredible. Your sherry and your port, amazing, but your bourbon needs some work.
Then the one that got 5 points,
I'm just.
Colonel E.H. Taylor.
I thought this was going to walk away with it with 3s and 4s across the board.
Yeah, so did I.
I love
But-
this stuff.
Unfortunately, now don't get me wrong, I'll be enjoying this bottle,
Yeah.
but I don't
I-
know what to make of that, folks.
That's why we do these blind.
And
Oh my God.
so it came down to within 1 point, Nebraska's straight bourbon whiskey, which is the one I was more impressed by.
This is the youngest.
It's actually really good.
This is the youngest bourbon that we have on this. Probably the entire tournament, is it not? Like, there's nothing here in terms of history.
I would
This is a
suspect
young
these two are
distillery.
the youngest. Both of
Yeah,
them.
both of them.
And my brother who loves the Buffs will love to see
Wow.
Breckenridge Bourbon took it. Nebraska, I was really
I'm
hoping
shocked.
you'd pull through.
It was close.
You were close, and I am. So, folks,
just like the last 2 football seasons.
I'm sorry, but Nebraska's straight bourbon whiskey defeated Colonel E.H. Taylor
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's-
handily.
It's impressive.
Like, not even close. And
I'm-
I don't know what to make of this.
I'm
Yeah.
flabbergasted.
Now, again, water is the backbone of any whiskey. Both of these have unique water.
Yeah.
This
there you
one
go.
comes from the Ogallala Aquifer. This is from snowmelt from the Rocky Mountains. Water being the backbone of any whiskey, the fact that they had
Yeah.
superior water, I think probably really helped them. So, chicken, it really pains me to. Oh, and
Age your whiskey with solid water, and you're going to have a great product. And I think Loop River, you have got a potential heavyweight on your hands if you do it right.
Yeah, guys, this one is the shocker of the tournament.
Yeah.
Breckenridge Bourbon.
Kind of, yeah.
So,
I didn't expect this.
guys, all right. Chicken, is there anything you'd like to say to the people?
I saw a bottle of this at a liquor store near my house last week. Now I'm pissed I didn't pick it up. This does not break the bank. This is not super expensive. It's not as hard to find as the Colonel. Like, if you see this, get it. This is well worth it. This is fantastic, and it won't break the bank.
It's been a while since I've dipped into this bottle. This is my bottle. I've had this bottle for over a year. We've reviewed it a few times. I wasn't a massive fan of it, but now that I'm coming back to it, after having a much better appreciation for bourbon, and I'm tasting it again now knowing what it is, and I'm still just really, really shocked that it did as well as it has done here tonight. Just blown away.
Yeah, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this particular video has shocked and amazed me, folks. I did not foresee this particular result. And yet here we are. Here we are, Breckenridge Bourbon and Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey handily defeating Colonel E.H. Taylor. I didn't think I would live to see the day, but Midwestern Distilleries, take a bow. We apparently got some pretty good whiskeys out here. So, folks, hey, maybe now might be a time to look outside Kentucky just a little bit, but Breckenridge is still got a couple of big Kentucky natives it's got to go up against if it wants to be considered the bourbon of extreme. It's going to have to go up against Jim Beam Black. It's going to have to go up against Blanton's. It's going to have to go up against Woodford Reserve Double Oak Store Pick.
Do we bring the other three in?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Well, actually, you know what? They're right
It's
over
the
there.
perfect time.
They're in that little
Let's
cabinet.
reveal the final four.
Yep. The final four is upon us, folks. I might as well. Yep. And
I did not see this coming.
that's why you do it blind.
There's one.
If we would have done it with knowing what they were, we would have all voted.
There's
Colonel
two
Lee.
shockers for me. There's one that I kind of expected but didn't, and then one that I'm not even the least bit surprised at.
Yep. So these are the final four
That is
of the
not.
Sweet 16 bird. This is not at all
No.
what I thought it would be. The only one that I saw making it was maybe Blanton's.
Maybe.
And so
I
Yeah.
saw the Woodford myself.
this is the final four of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, folks. Keep your eyes on this space and be ready. The final four is coming, and you will know what is the Bourbon of Extreme that the next time you see it, definitely pick it up. You can pass the other ones on by. So, folks, I am your King of Extreme, the Baron of Bourbon himself, signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners.
As always, appreciate you. Love you back.
Still flabbergasted. Tony G, thanks for watching.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another one of the brilliant brackets of the Bourbon Tournament. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the Baron of Bourbon himself, and we are diving deeper into the Bourbon Tournament, folks. I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partners.
Styling, profiling, soon to be inebriated chicken.
And
Tony G, like, share, subscribe.
right here at the K.O.E. Nation. And so, Tony, I can tell this is one that you've been looking forward to for a long time.
This is that bracket that I don't even care who wins because I'm just going to enjoy this so much because there's not an option here that's bad. Like these are all stellar bourbons. And unfortunately, a couple of them are going to be almost impossible to get your hands on. Actually, I'm just going to say it. Yeah. Unless you have this on your shelf right now, good luck and no way.
And good
Or
luck.
you got to come here to Castle K.O.E. and really butter up the King of Extreme.
You know,
And it's worth it. And good Lord, I'm sorry to see your bottle get that low. But
I
luckily,
know.
I have one at home as well.
I know. You thank the Lord.
Yeah.
So, without further ado, for the folks who don't know, this is a scoring where it's a 4, 3, 2, and 1 point must system. One bourbon must be given 1 point. One bourbon must be given 2 points. One bourbon must be given 3 points, and one bourbon must be given 4 points. Then we add all of our scores together, and the winner will go on to the final 4 of the bourbon tournament. So far, we've had 2 heavy hitters ascend. In the budget bracket, Jim Beam Black walked away with it. Wasn't even close.
Shocked me.
Blanton's in the higher up tournament walked away by the hair of its chinny chin chin. The horse just barely by a nose made over the finish line. And now we've got some other pretty heavy hitters. Woodford Reserve Double Oak Store Pick from Beer, Wine, and Spirits in Lincoln, Nebraska. Bullet Bourbon 10-year aged. Excellent stuff. One of my personal favorites. Yeah. And another one of my personal favorites, Maker's Mark Private Select Store Pick from the Still in Lincoln, Nebraska. And I have one more bottle of this exact same batch.
Now they have a new batch at the Still. Which batch is this one specifically?
This one is, I think, the 2018, 2019.
Okay.
So good luck finding that one. But if this one moves on, I've got another bottle to make sure. And then last, but certainly not least, Knob Creek 15 year. So that one was not easy to find, and I paid retail for it. Actually, I paid retail for all these. Yep. So, pat on the back to me. So,
like this could have been the final 4 had we done the brackets differently.
Possibly, but we are going to put them all head to head right here at the KOE Nation. So, with no further ado, gentlemen, Class A, let's consider the whiskey.
As we're getting ready to nose these, what is the average price range on these folks at home?
This was the store pick here for the Woodford. That was, I believe, around 50. The Bullet 10 years,
$37.
Yeah, as I say, just under 40.
70.
Yeah,
and 90.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So all of them under $100, which is hard to believe here in the current bourbon craze.
Oh my God.
This is good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Contain yourself, T.
I'm pretty sure I know which one this is.
Oh wow.
Oh God.
Toasted marshmallows.
Oh my God.
Oak.
Definitely.
But in the good way.
Yeah.
Not the bad way, because there is a good and a bad oak.
It's almost like it wants to turn sweet, but it doesn't.
Oh.
It's not overly sweet. So if you were to cocktail it, the sweeteners would actually work and it wouldn't overpower.
Mm-hmm.
God, oh, that's so good.
That's marvelous. Now, Tony, try and contain yourself.
That is really good.
Oh.
Be prepared to hear that a lot.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Yeah,
wow, that's amazing. All right, now we move on to B.
A little sharper.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much an oak. You almost get that cutting, that pine scent.
Minty, piney.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's right up your alley.
It cuts.
Oh yeah, the nose opens up the sinuses.
Definitely, yeah.
A lot hotter on the initial, but then it mellows, and
it's also buttery.
Yeah, it's very buttery. It mellows and it lingers on the palate.
It's the heat from it's almost like a minty.
Yeah,
it's a different heat.
Peppery mint.
Yeah.
Yes. Different heat, but I like it. I like the buttery melt in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, the consistency is very, very nice.
This is tough. All right.
This is going to be a rough one.
So we move on to Whiskey C.
Very crisp. There's almost no nose here after the first 2.
I was about to say
you got to get deep to get the nose here. And then
You
it's
are correct.
fairly standard in
Yeah.
terms of bourbon. Nothing to write
Caramel,
home.
vanilla.
Yeah.
Nothing to write
Yeah.
home about, but well, let's see what it does in the
Not
palate.
unpleasant by any means.
Very much reflective of the nose. Very
Yeah.
smooth, very easy.
It expands a little bit on the back.
Lightest sweetness you could imagine.
Yeah, very a peppery sweetness. A very light
that's what
pepper.
I was gonna say.
It's a bourbon flavor, and the flavor profile is there, but it's so light, and it just kind of dances on your tongue there at the end. You have to pick it apart. It's very drinkable. That's an easy sipper right there.
All right, now we move on to Whiskey B. I do remember which one this one is. It's deep.
Oh wow, like a cherry wood. But a lot more
Wow.
oaky with a fruit profile.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that fruit bowl.
Mhm.
Oh man, this is gonna be really hard.
This is gonna be really hard.
It's gonna be very hard, guys.
Yeah, this is tough. God, these are all so good for different reasons. Like unique, so sippable, and just outstanding. Oh, wow.
Okay. I got one.
Okay, I know that.
And I just want everybody to know at home, if one of these does score low, it is not because it is a bad whiskey.
No,
These have all had to prove themselves. Every one of these has had to prove themselves against other whiskeys from its own distillery,
Damn.
which is why I'm glad I put these in a bracket.
Yeah.
Because none of these got an automatic buy.
I
They
am
all had to prove themselves.
I am so torn right now on a couple of these, being the 2 and the 3. I've got my 1 and 4. It's the 2
I
and
agree.
3.
Yeah, finding that middle
Yeah, that
ground's kinda
middle
hard.
is tough. And oh god, this is gonna be a really
Oh
tough
man. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's, I mean, this is for science. These are the sacrifices we make for you, KOE Nation, as we dive deeper. So let's give A maybe one more quick consideration.
Let's see if this changes my.
And we'll give B another quick consideration.
Okay. All right.
C, I'm going to give another consideration.
I've got it.
Life is short.
Mm.
You got yours?
Yeah, I don't.
You got yours?
It's going to be offensive no matter what.
Yeah.
I definitely
These
do.
could all be 4s. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Now, before I pull out, Tony, what do you think A is?
A is the Woodford.
Let's see.
Oh God.
A is the Woodford
Yeah.
Reserve store pick.
It's a toasted marshmallow peanut brittle. Oh, just the specific profile
It's
there.
pretty good.
It's ridiculously
It's
good.
pretty good.
I was in the store.
It's awful good.
I was in this store specifically just a few days ago, and one of the retail sellers there was visiting with me, and I'm really glad I got a bottle of that when I did. He's like, we do still have one over at the bar. Probably won't last very long. Like, understandable. I'm like, is the standard double oak nearly as good as this? He's like, it's comparable. It's not nearly as good. It just
Dang.
at least it's comparable. So that way, when that is empty, we do have something that's close.
Yep. Or we can just hope for them to get them.
Yeah, we can hope.
So that didn't shock you at all.
No, I knew.
Now, Chicken, what do you think of A? Just before we get into our scores, just did you enjoy it?
Oh, I loved it. Like, I was looking for the words, and then when you're like marshmallow campfire, I'm like, oh,
Yep.
yeah.
It's
yeah.
a
I was
toasted
like,
peanut brittle was like we were just blown away. We expected it to be okay when we did the review of this, and just we were blown away.
I never
by
would
that.
have thought of Woodford being so good.
Exactly. Like Woodford, like Phil likes
I love
standard
Woodford.
Woodford.
Yeah,
Bad.
everything I've had from Woodford
I've had some
has
of the
been
cheaper,
pretty good.
and they're pretty good, but yeah, I never would have thought of
Now,
that.
B, Whiskey B, gentlemen, was one of my personal favorites.
That is,
Maker's Mark Private
yeah,
Select.
that's what I expected, and
It's the hottest one. It's got the highest proof of anything here.
yeah, it's so drinkable
Yeah, it's good.
with a high proof.
Boy, howdy. This is going to be a tough
Mm.
one. So, that was Whiskey B. Whiskey C. was
The 10-year. The bullet?
Knob Creek 15.
Really? C is 3. Okay.
Yep. Knob Creek 15 was C.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's oh wow.
Oaky.
Yeah, it's got an oak, but it's not like a. When you think of oak, you think wood, and this is just a sweet. It's got the oak on the back, the sweet, the profile, the flavors come through first, and then you're reminded it's oaky.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. And then last
D is the 10-year bullet.
D is
Okay.
10-year bullet, which one that I truly do enjoy. Now,
Yeah.
gentlemen, let's go through our scores here. Let's go with A last. D, how many points did you give that?
4.
You gave that 4.
That was my favorite.
Tony, what
D, you gave 4.
Mm-hmm.
1.
5, and then I gave it 2. So
7.
7 points for that.
I'm known
Okay.
to be a bullet.
C, the Knob Creek 15. What did you give that?
I give it a 1.
Gave it 1, Tony.
It almost got 2, but at the very last second, I swapped it around and I gave it a 3.
So you gave it a 3.
Yes.
I also gave it a 1. So that gets 5 points. I got a feeling one of these two is about to get a lot of points.
Yeah.
Makers or Woodford's going to get a lot of points. Makers Mark Private Select. Whiskey B. Chicken, what did you give it?
Gave it a 2.
Gave it 2. Tony, what'd you give it?
It was going to get 3, and then I changed my mind at the last minute. It could have gotten a 3, but it also got a 2.
Got a 2. I gave it a 3. So that's got 7 points as well. So
Well, I wonder who wins this one.
So I gave a 4.
4.
I gave a 3.
So
Yeah, that's the runaway right
11
there.
Points.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
it's amazing.
Woodford store pick. So, all right, we will go through the points here. Knob Creek 15 was the lowest scoring.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Now, it was up against some really
Yeah, it was.
heavy hitters.
Tough competition.
Yeah.
Now, this is not a bad whiskey.
No.
We were talking about how smooth and easy and light drinking it is. For a second, I thought it was the Bullet 10 year.
Yeah, I
but-
did as well.
But no, I specifically remember pouring the Bullet last into all 4 of these glasses. So, Knob Creek 15, we hardly knew you. But look forward to the solo
Excellent.
review of that.
Excellent.
Coming
bourbon. Worth it.
Then we had an interesting tie between Maker's Mark and Bullet Bourbon 10 year at 7 points apiece. Now, just let's consider
C
D.
is bullet.
D is bullet.
B and D.
B is the makers.
Yep, B and D. We got to do a tiebreaker here just so we know who actually came in second place here. My vote's going to go to Makers.
Yeah, same makers.
And
And I really like the bullet 10.
they're all good.
Yeah. I still stick with bullet, but I'm outvoted.
Okay, well, there you go. Bullet, you make an excellent product.
Oh, yeah.
Makers, you make an excellent product. Oh,
I love that 10
we're
year.
getting a little loosened up here.
But this, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
Woodford 10-year walked away.
When we-
Woodford Double Oak, I mean.
The
say.
double oak store pick, like when we first had this, I'm like, this is so specific and so unique and just such a delightful flavor profile that this is going to be hard to beat because we know it's getting to the final.
This was really close to all 4 of us putting a 4 on here. I debated.
Yeah, you almost put, and this
It's
one
so
is
good.
going to be, this might be the whiskey to beat in the Sweet 16 bourbon tournament.
I think
which-
this is the heavy favorite, honestly, for me right now.
Well, yeah, for Tony, it's the heavy favorite. If he's in the
Like this
finals,
is a bourbon that
It's-
we reviewed, and I immediately said I am got to get my hands on a bottle
Now-
of this before it's gone, and I did.
Tony, do you know how painful it is for me, as much as I love Maker's Mark? You know what I've been sipping on over here the whole time? The Woodford.
yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not mixing that into my mix glass because no,
No,
that's
should
gonna
you.
stay by itself.
Yep. So, Chicken, any last things you'd like to say to the people?
Oh, if somehow, some way you run across this,
Any
It-
Woodford
it-
store
it
pick,
would
I
be-
imagine, is gonna be-
it would be a shame.
Yeah,
It would be you'd have to feel bad walking out of that liquor store without grabbing
Yep. Now
I think at least just getting yourself a bottle of the double oak, or if you go to a major liquor store in your area and you get the store pick double oak,
Ask them.
do it.
I've heard that there's quite a few stores that get these store picks, and this is why I always maintain and say that store picks are the best values in whiskey.
Absolutely.
You get amazing whiskey for a really good retail price.
You're paying about half the price of what they could potentially charge if they offered it on a large scale market. This is one that I can see being a heavy hitter someday.
Yeah, I mean,
if they do it on a large scale.
Even the standard Woodford, I consider the ultimate cocktail in whiskey. So, Woodford, you're impressing me. And you might walk away with this whole thing, but we have 3 whiskeys decided. We have 1 more to go for the final 4. And we've got some Kentucky outsiders.
Regional bracket coming up.
Yes. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this heavy hitter bracket in the bourbon tournament. I am your King of Extreme and the Baron of Bourbon himself. Signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, K.O.E Nation, YouTube, and Twitch.
Love you. Bye.
Not surprised, Tony G. Thank you much.
Catch you later.
Better smack twice.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for the Bourbon Tournament, folks. We are moving onward and upward, and we have 4 amazing bourbons. I am your King of Extreme, the Baron of Bourbon himself, joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
Styling, profiling, chicken.
and
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Here we go.
yes, the invasion of Castle K.O.E continues, and we are moving onward and upward for another bracket in the Bourbon Tournament. And we have 4 amazing competitors here. We've got 4 Roses, small batch. We've got Old Forester 1920 Prohibition style. Booker's, it's getting tragically low. And also, the one you're all here to see, Blanton's. And it's also getting a little low, but fear not, I have another bottle of this exact same barrel. So we are safe. And this is, even if this one don't win, I still have another bottle of this same barrel. So hooray. So for those who do not know at home, this is a 4-3-2 1-point must system. 1 bourbon has to be given 1 point. 1 bourbon has to be given 2 points. 1 has to be given 3 points. 1 has to be given 4 points. And whichever bourbon has the most points at the end will be the one that moves on in the final 4. We've already had 1 move up, and we're going to see which one challenges Jim Beam Black from the budget bracket in the final 4. Now, from here on out, there's not a lot of budget bourbons. These are the heavy hitters of Kentucky. And a few outsiders, but that's to come, folks. So, we are about to get into this. We are going to give each of these whiskeys a nose and a taste, and by the time it's done, we will give each one a grade. I have the cheat sheet for what they are right here, and I assure you, gentlemen, I have done my best job at forgetting.
Shouldn't be hard. Nope.
Yeah, and they do not doubt that at all.
No,
they know
never.
It's probably the most honest thing I've said today.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's start off with A, which I actually don't remember which one.
Well, fantastic. I really like that.
That is nice.
Very wood.
Yeah. Rich. Yeah. Love the nose here.
Well, like I said in the last video, can't really figure out by talking about it.
Oh, that's really nice. Oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hot, but so good.
That's really nice. Really nice.
Got a little heat.
So smooth for being that hot.
Wood and heat.
Wow. Oh, that's really good. That's gonna be hard not to write down 4 already.
Well,
Mm.
I think we've got somebody who's a fan. Now we move on to B.
Compared to that one, it's boring.
I was saying it's comparable, but it's lighter.
Almost.
Well. Mm. Mm. Ooh.
Yeah, it gets hot on the mouth.
Yeah.
It gradually gets a little more and more and more intense, but it kind of hits a wall.
Clears up the sinus.
Little-
Yeah, it does.
a little
Oh.
warm.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow.
Mm.
It's
Yeah, that's
good.
like
It's
that's
really
like
good.
cayenne pepper.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, no, that's good. That's really good. I think that one was a little bit sweeter, maybe.
A little, maybe. C.
This is even lighter on the nose.
Well, we've got some pretty high and low proofs here.
Yeah.
So
Super light. Super smooth.
Very, very, very smooth. Very light.
Mhm.
Almost a tang, a woody tang.
sweet.
Definitely sweet on the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of a tart, but yeah, this is really sweet and nice and very mellow compared to the first two.
Oh, that
Very
was close.
very drinkable.
Ninja-like skills saved it. So,
Mm.
all right, now move on to D.
A little more woodsy on the nose here, but still fairly light.
Oh,
Wow, clean.
very.
Yep.
It's got it's a sweetness, but it's like a caramel.
Already know how I'm grading it.
Not over.
I kind of have an idea how I'm going to do it too, but I'm going to go through one more time just in case.
I already know.
I gotta jump back and forth between those two.
Mm.
Oh,
These are all great bourbons, but I already know which one's going to be my numero uno.
okay.
Select A after my.
Okay. Now I know. Okay. Yep. That's just how it has to be.
Changing one thing. All right, I'm gonna let you guys get your
Mm.
last few moments. Tony, are you done?
Mm-hmm.
All right, pencil down. Chicken's
Not
still deciding here. He is not,
Mm.
which is totally understandable. These are great bourbons.
These all worked so well together. It was just a smooth transition from each to the next. The order was about perfect.
I'd say from B to C was the most stark.
Yeah, definitely. Like this was tough here. Like these were very comparable, A and B, and then C and D were very comparable. So yeah, the transition from B to C was significant, but it worked. Very nice
Another
line.
sip of A.
Very, very nice flight.
Well, these are some heavyweights
Mm,
of the bourbon world.
indeed.
All right, pencil down, chicken.
Yeah.
Just
A lot
to
of
make
great
sure.
steps
He,
here.
yeah, that is fair. This
A lot
is
of research
science. This is science
These
for
are
you,
really,
folks.
really good. All four of them. Are really
Yeah,
good.
there's not a bad
This is
option
hard.
there.
Mhm.
Okay. Well,
I did change mine just a little
pencils down.
bit. Okay.
Pencils
All right,
down.
all right. Yeah.
Okay. The reveal time, folks.
I'm excited for this one.
Okay.
I have an idea how this worked out, but I'm eager to see.
Keep it. A. It's Old Forester 1920.
That I'm not shocked by. I expected
Okay.
that.
And curious. We'll get to the reveals and we'll do the points.
Okay.
B was Booker's. That was the spicy meatball.
Mhm.
That
Yep.
makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. Yep.
C was Blanton's. And D was Four Roses. Now, gentlemen,
That's exactly what I expected, and
let's
you're going to be
start.
very surprised, I think, by my grading.
Alrighty. Now, Chicken, how many points did you give Old Forester Whiskey A?
I gave it
2. Tony, what'd you give it?
3.
I also gave it 3, so that gives it a total of 8. So not bad. All right.
Not bad.
Bookers. Chicken, what'd you give Whiskey B, which would be Bookers? 1. Tony, what'd you give it? You gave it
4.
4. I also gave it 1. So 4, 5, 6 points. It's unfortunate. Like, wow. It's like now Tony likes them spicy. He likes them minty. He's got a different palate than we do.
for sure.
But all right, now C, the Blantons. What did you give it, Chicken?
4.
I also gave it 4. Tony, what'd you give it?
1. Believe it or not.
Oh wow,
Believe it or not.
So 9 points.
this
one's-
is gonna be a tight one.
Yeah.
Okay, now Four Roses. I gave 2 points. Chicken, what'd you give it?
3.
3, 5.
2.
So 5, 6, 7 points.
Wow, that is a
This was-
tight race.
This was a tight race. The point scores were 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, there was no runaway with this. But all right, we'll start with the one that got the least amount of points. Bookers, which
my 4-point pick.
yeah, and that was what really made this so close. And yeah, so this is something. If you're really into a spicy bourbon, if you like
Yeah.
a spicy meatball, this is the one for you. Now, Tony, when you're at the end of a day and you've got a moment to have a dram, I suspect you want a little bit of packing that punch.
Well, that's why I usually go for like a turkey 101. I want some high proof, but yeah, if I've had a really rough day, my specific bottle is the pigskin batch at home, and it's even more intense than this one.
This is the last of my kitchen table batch from 2018, which is just it'll be a shame to see you go. But I'm sorry, Bookers, you were not able to defeat Blanton's tonight. Chicken off to the island of misfit toys.
I'm disappointed.
I kind of am too, but it was fitting. The next lowest scoring at 7 points is Four Roses small batch. Now, considering how close the scores were here, no whiskey should really walk away feeling shame
No.
here.
No, not at all.
This is a very smooth, very easy drinking bourbon. This is a great daily drinker. If you don't want to
Yes.
cough up smoke drinking your bourbon, this is a excellent option. This is a very nice bottle, very smooth.
Yep, I think this one was just a little more woody and a little hotter versus Blanton was just so sweet.
Yeah.
So Four Roses, we love you, but you did not make it today. Now, Four Roses might have another shot with a bullet tenure, but that's another. Now, the last two, 8 and 9 points. It was 1 point difference. Old Forester 1920 almost made it to the finals of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. That close. But I think it's 115 heat was what lost out to this beautiful, marvelous sweet. Now, this is really close, and either one of them could have made it, and a good chunk of the fans would be happy. But I'm sorry, Old Forester, 1920, you're amazing stuff, but you did not advance in the bourbon tournament. And now, folks, folks, it's not just hype. This is actually really good whiskey.
Mhm.
It is.
Two guys in a blind, and me, I kind of like when I sipped it, like, yeah, that's the Blantons. Excuse me. So Blanton's is the one that moves on to the final four. We've got half of them already decided, and we've still got the other half to go, folks. So don't you dare take your eyes off this space because there's plenty more to come. Now, before we let the folks go, Tony, is there anything you'd like to say?
I think there's going to be a lot of people that see the 1920 not win and going to be very upset about that. But those same people are probably going to be pretty happy that Blanton's at least did get a 1 because of all the hate that it gets online.
Yep. So we showed you in a blind. It actually made it. Chicken, anything you'd like to say to the folks?
No, the unicorn is worth getting if you do happen to run into a bottle. So it's not all just a hype train. It is a very, very fine bourbon.
It is.
Yes. Well, folks, the sacred horse moved on. So, as I'm known to say around here, guys, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this next bracket round of the bourbon tournament. Blanton's, the original single barrel, has moved on. We've got plenty more to go, folks. So be sure to like, share, subscribe here at the K.O.E. Nation. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the Baron of Bourbon himself, signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners.
Tony G.
Chicken.
Later. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. Folks, it is finally upon us, the first opening round of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and I am here with a couple of indomitable broadcast partners. There has been an invasion of Castle K.O.E. I am joined by
The one and only Style and Profile and Chicken.
and
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Well, let's do this.
yes, we are going to do the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and we're going to be going on a point scale. Allow me to explain it to both my judges here and you, the fans at home. These 4 bourbons have been poured into these glasses. As you can see, they have a letter on the bottom. These 2 gentlemen do not know what are in each glass. I labeled them as I went, and I did as hard as I could to just forget them. And I think you can both agree. I probably
Yeah, that's not going to be an issue whatsoever.
So yeah,
No.
but I've got the cheat sheet right here, and once we're done, we're going to figure out who won. Now, each bourbon, we're going to be going on a 4-point scale: 4, 3, 2, 1. One bourbon must be given 1 point. One must be given 2. One must be given 3. The best must be given. Your personal favorite must be given 4 points. And then when we add up our scores, whichever bourbon wins moves on to the final 4. So, our contenders, this is the budget bourbon bracket. So, if anybody ever asks me what's a good budget bourbon, this is going to be the video I'm going to point them to. We've got a couple of heavy hitters. We got Mitchers, which is a favorite of this guy over here. Wild Turkey 101, which is, just well known. It's got a reputation the world over. The cult following, Evan Williams, White Label. I'm not a member of the cult.
One of them had to win.
Yeah, we gave 7 different whiskeys a shot for the Heaven Hill Distillery, and this is what won. And then Jim Beam Black, which is my personal favorite of all of the ones here.
Wow.
But, full disclosure. So, without further ado, gentlemen, let's take whiskey A, which...
It's fairly light on the nose, but it does have that sharp bourbon cut.
I was about to say, it kind of opened my nasal cavity a little bit, kind of opened my sinuses.
You know this is bourbon.
Oh,
Yep,
definitely,
well,
I can tell.
Gentlemen, we ain't going to find out which one's better by talking about them.
Sweet. Got the sting.
Yep. Now,
Mhm.
this is also my first drink today.
Yeah,
Yep,
same.
So it's got kind of that metallic copper back.
Yeah.
Like you can definitely...
Not a ton of flavor there, though. I mean, in terms of tasting notes.
So I'm going to do a quick palate cleanse. And then I'm going to move on to Bourbon B. Definitely more muted nose.
Mhm. Yeah, a lot more delicate. little more bold, a little lighter on the booze.
Yeah,
Almost.
that one's a lot easier on the palate.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very smooth.
Yeah, that one sweet.
Yeah.
It's not overbearing and too much oak, too much caramel, too much vanilla. It's got it all there, but it's muted.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Cleansing of the palate. Yes.
Very, very light.
C.
Like a sharp.
I'm getting grain.
I
I'm
was
getting
saying,
a lot of grain on the nose.
Yeah. Yeah, sharp grain note.
Yeah, super. Wow.
That one bites really nice. Lingers.
That one's got almost like a cola quality. to
Yeah,
it.
at the very end,
really
finish.
Soft. Yeah, really soft. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Yep, get one more palate cleanser. And then final whiskey D. Bourbon D.
Subtle, but
Not much there.
no.
No.
Not, yeah.
Kind of a boring.
Yeah, very boring nose, honestly.
Bit more of a subtle honey flavor on the palate, but
Sweet.
not much else.
Yeah, a lot sweeter, but
Oh,
sticks around a little bit.
It does. It does kind of dissipate slowly, but yeah, that cola for sure. I
now
agree.
before
100%.
I start putting my grades down, gonna have to go back on a few here.
Oh yeah, I'm going back through again.
All right. So going back to A.
Come.
Tony's doing them just straight back to back, which can be helpful in this.
I'm giving A a 1. That's my least favorite.
Giving A a 1.
Trying to get
Okay, actually, I think I've got my grading down. Honestly, there's not a bad one there, especially considering this is your budget bracket. You're spending anywhere from $20 to $45 a bottle here. I believe the Michter's is going to be your most expensive bottle, typically going to be $40-45 a pop. Your Evan Williams and your Jim Beam Black are mostly going to run about $20 to $23. Kind of same for the Wild Turkey, unfortunately. It doesn't get enough respect because it's a really great daily sipper.
All righty. Now, do we add up our scores or should we do the reveal?
I think let's do the reveal and then we'll do the
All right. So everybody's got their
Yep,
scores.
got my scores.
Pencils down. All right. Biases are now out of the way. Okay. Whiskey A was Mitcher's. Mitcher's bourbon was Whiskey A.
Okay.
Whiskey B was Jim Beam Black.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Whiskey C, Evan Williams, white label. And Whiskey D, Wild Turkey 101.
That is insanely surprising.
Yeah, now let's go over Chicken. What'd you give A?
So I gave Mitcher's a 1.
A 1.
Wow.
Tony, what'd you give it?
I gave it 3.
You gave it 3. I gave it 2. So thus far, Mitcher's between 1
3.
and 2. So thus far, it's got 6 points. Okay. B, Jim Beam Black. What did you give it,
I
Chicken?
give it a 3.
Gave it 3, Tony?
I can't believe I gave it a 4.
Nice.
So did I.
Wow.
So Jim Beam Black is 11 points.
Wow.
which is going to be really tough.
I'll give you that, Phil. You kind of predicted Jim Beam Black was the surprise here, and so far, it's looking like
it's
you're
just
right.
so sticky sweet, and it's so easy, and it's $17, by the way.
Yeah, I fought with that one and 4-point pick back and forth. Quite a
Yeah,
We'll
bit.
get there.
it is surprising.
Now, C, Evan Williams, White Label. What did you give C?
I gave it a 2.
2, Tony?
2.
2, and I gave it 1. So Evan Williams White Label gets 5 points. Wild Turkey 101 for D. Chicken, what did you give it?
I gave it 4 points.
4 points. Tony, what did you give it?
I thought this was going to be a 4-point for me. I'm honestly embarrassed because this is one of my favorite daily drinker bourbons. It got a 1 from me on a blind.
Wow. Now,
I'm-
that's why we do these blinds. So I gave it 3. So you gave it 4.
So a
So
total
it
8.
got 8 points. And so, folks, the final tabulation scores. The eliminations are as thus. The lowest score, Evan Williams, White Label. Now, Tony, it is fair to say we gave Heaven Hill every opportunity.
More than a fair
Yes.
shot.
So, Chicken, will you put that off into the island of misfit bourbons?
Yeah.
All right, with a total of 5 points. The next lowest scoring, kind of shocking, Mitcher's Bourbon. But,
I did not expect that to win.
I think it's coppery metallic palate kind of. That and it was our first drink of the day. Might have
Yeah.
put it at a little bit of a disadvantage. But nonetheless, excellent stuff, but did not make it. Then it was actually fairly close, but not as close as I thought it was going to be. 8 points for Wild Turkey 101. An amazing bourbon, but it did not win the day. It lost 11 points to Jim Beam Black. So, folks, this one is moving on to the final 4 of the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament, and this is the dark horse of the whole tournament. This
I'm
one,
surprised. I do like it. I'm just a little shocked here that I didn't get a higher score for 101 because I'll tell you honestly, right now, with both of those on my shelf, I'm still going to reach for the Turkey 101 more often than I reach for this, but this is shocking to me.
Now, what's funny is you two were so vastly different. While this was Chicken's favorite, and it was the lowest score for you. Now, Tony, do you think it might have to do with the fact that maybe like a week and a half ago you had maybe a little too much Turkey 101?
No, well, I did a couple weekends ago basically drink a bar out of Turkey 101, so there's probably a little palate fatigue there, but I think part of it was the fact that it was at the end of the line. So that last one, I'm trying to score it fairly in my head, and I went back through, and I'm like, I don't know. But by then, you've got the proof so coated on your tongue. So I think placement in the line did factor in here, but I mean, Jim Beam Black did just win this fairly.
Yeah, and so Jim Beam Black, the
Wow.
shocker. Like when we did the Jim Beam line, I was just like, why are we even bothering with this? And I was, don't judge a book by its cover. Aged 8 years, good stuff. And again, $17.
Yeah.
You really can't beat that kind of
No,
price.
that's a
So,
solid
cheapest of
bourbon.
the 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be.
yeah, by
Well, and actually, yeah,
Couple of
because you
bucks
got
in
that for me in like a gift pack,
yeah.
and it came with a couple
Christmas
of glasses, so I think it was $20. So normally, yeah, you're looking about $17. You're gonna find that in most
Nice.
like Walmarts or
Yep.
even general stores, the gas stations.
So, folks, we have decided which one is moving on in the final 4, but we are not even close to done yet. Keep your eyes on this space. There's plenty more to come at the Bourbon Tournament. Now, Chicken, anything you'd like to tell the people?
Appreciate you guys having me. This is fantastic, especially if you're saying under $20.
Yeah.
This is, go get yourself a bottle. It ain't going to hurt you. This
Yeah.
is good stuff.
Yeah. Tony?
I'm still shocked, and I'm a little disappointed in myself, but it was a fair chance, and it is what it is. Jim Beam Black, I applaud you.
Well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for the opening round, the opening battle of the Bourbon Tournament, and there is one left standing in the budget bracket. Jim Beam Black moves on to the final 4. I am your King of Extreme and the Baron of Bourbon himself, Phil K.O.E., signing off, handing it off. Catch us around, folks. Chicken, Tony. There you go. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for the Bourbon Tournament Final Four. We are here, and we are going to do this, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the Baron of Bourbon and Baldness himself, and we are here joined by a cast of characters that have come to invade Castle K.O.E. for this momentous occasion. I am joined by...
Styling, profiling, chicken.
Yank from the Yanked Up Podcast.
Tony G, like, share, subscribe, non-cuppa friendly. Here we are, Bourbon Sweet 16 Final effing Four.
Super excited.
Holy,
Holy shit.
We
crap.
did not think it was going to go this way, and we also didn't even know we were going to get an extra judge for the evening from the Yanked Up Podcast. Definitely check him out. But folks,
This
yes,
alone, this is shocking. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Right here, you're looking at the final four in the Bourbon Sweet 16. This is unexpected. Jim,
not for me.
Beam, Black. Bill thought this was
Three
a dark
of these
horse.
4 are not surprising to me.
This one shocks me. This one shocks me.
Breckenridge is the most shocking.
This one shocked me because I thought Turkey 101 was going to walk away with that bracket, but here it is. Woodford Reserve.
We all,
Store pick.
you
this-
and I knew this was going to win the minute we
this
tasted
was
it.
going to be in the final four. Doesn't matter. We knew this.
Yeah.
Blanton's, it was a little closer than Phil thought it would be, but it
By
still
the hair of
did
its
make
chinny
it.
chin chin.
And another dark horse, Jim Beam Black. It's
Or
here.
Breckenridge.
Breckenridge.
Well, fuck me.
Yeah, but hey, Breckenridge Bourbon. Well, Tony, I think that one just overloaded your brain so much that you're like, why is it here? How is
happy about that win?
No, it does. I am No, I'm still looking at it on the screen backwards. But no, the Breckenridge is honestly one that did surprise me because I honestly expected that one to finish very, very low. That had the Nebraska, Colorado, Texas, and Kentucky bracket. Breckenridge somehow stepped up and won, even against a heavy favorite like Colonel E.H. Taylor.
Yes.
And also the other thing, like as some Nebraska boys, it did break my heart that the Nebraska Bourbon lost by 1
On 1
point.
point.
1
That
point.
close.
That was now I do think if the Nebraska Bourbon would have won, people would have accused us of being biased.
That's true.
So I'm
The
glad
fact that
that
it
you
finished
can
second,
actually
pretty
trust
good.
our science. But folks, as you can see, it's been quite a journey to get here, and it's been twists, turns, unexpected outcomes, and we have arrived at the final four. Tony's broken them down. Justin, you are honored to be a part of this momentous occasion.
Let's talk price real quick for anybody who's missed
Price
the first
and the
four
rules of the judging.
rounds. Yes.
Okay.
Give us the rules.
All right, the rules are just like the previous 4 videos that you have no doubt seen. It is a 4, 3, 2, and 1 point must system where we will try all 4 bourbons. 1 bourbon must be given 4 points as your favorite. 1 must be given 3, 2, and 1, and then we will add all the points up. All of our points and all of our scores will add up, and the one with the most points wins, folks. And so you're going to find out. I mean, Blanton's made it all the way to the finals.
This is it?
Is it really worth it to go to that secondary, or are there other options out there, folks? You're going to find out here. This is the sacrifices we make for you, KOE Nation. These are the sacrifices we make for science.
What we have here, the final four. This is it. What you have in front of us right now. You've got the standard Blanton's
This is the one. This is the unicorn. If you can find it, you love it, you like it, you want it, you gotta have it. Blanton's. Here it is in all its glory. You've got the bargain buy under $20 bottle. Jim Beam Black.
$17.
Under 20 bucks. How can you go wrong?
Yeah. Definitely the best value on this
Yes.
list.
You've got the non-Kentucky winner, Breckenridge, from the
Shocker.
true shocker of the tournament. Let's be completely frank. From the melting ice mountains of Colorado, Breckenridge bourbon. Here it is. And you've got the specific, the store pick, the one that we fanboyed out over. Woodford Reserve, Double Oaked, store pick, wine, beer, spirits, Lincoln, Nebraska. Here it is. 4 bourbons from the Sweet 16.
And we are here to see which one is the best. Now, gentlemen, we can keep talking about it, but I think it's time to consider the whiskeys. So take the one, Justin, the one that says A underneath it. You should be able to see it on the other side, but take the one that says A, give it a nose, and then take a couple of light sips
Smells a little
and see what you get as a general idea.
Smell a little sweet.
For me, this is a wide open glass. I don't know if this is going to have any effect on my rating, but
The fact that it has the tulips on the outside still catches the ethanol vapors and still allows you to consider the whiskey.
okay. I really like the nose. This is very presentable. This is very inviting. Nothing about this says there's no red flags here. This is a
Minimal heat.
yeah.
A little bit of heat, but very clean.
Some of the brackets that we did,
We had some high heat. in a
there
few
were
of
some
those.
high heat, and there were some that you had to dig down deep to get into the nose.
Yeah.
And also note, none of the heavy proofs made it.
No.
Like that's
That's
just something to
true.
keep in mind, folks. Like, and there was sometimes I think the proof
Shocker.
even like Old Forester, for example, was one that if we would have probably had a lower proof, we would have gone with the 90 or
Old
95.
Forester,
If we would have
Booker,
gone with the
Turkey
Statesman,
101.
I wonder how different that would have been. So I know.
That's A.
Wash us in your judgment. That'll be for next year's bourbon tournament, folks. But so yes, that's A. Now
A.
we move on to B. After Tony's taken his consideration.
Oh. this one's-
Oh, good God. Oh, good God.
Tony's still on A. We gotta wait just a second. We gotta wait for one to catch up.
I think I know which one that is.
Are you
No
on A?
spoilers.
Nope, no spoilers. I'm really honestly just enjoying that one. It's really, that's a great sipper. That's a great any day drinker. That's the scent, the taste, the aroma, all of it. That's just good all around. I really
Alrighty.
enjoy it.
Now, moving on to B.
All right.
Took us a
B.
minute, but we got there. All right.
B to me smells way better. The nose, there's so much more there.
Very sweet.
There
Very
is.
sweet. Very sweet.
I smell more orange peel with A.
Caramel
More,
and vanilla.
yeah. Caramel, vanilla, potpourri type scents on B.
Very similar on the heat.
The heat's there,
Not as
but
not as heavy.
The candy,
I think it comes later, but it's
right.
Yeah.
The candied sweetness, white, it lacks compared to A.
Interesting. So, moving on to C.
Massively.
Oh, I know what this one is.
I think I do too, but massively different.
Yep.
This
Also sweet, but different.
not just different, but it depends on your palate.
I'm finally getting just the tiniest bit of toffee on the
Yeah.
nose.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I think the three of us, other than Justin, all know what this is. But
yeah,
Justin, what's your thoughts on the nose on C here?
It's there. It's a lot more prominent.
Yep. Now,
it stands out a little bit.
Yes.
let's have it hit the palate, gentlemen.
Gladly.
Just amazing.
Okay.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin's like, I think I need to go in for a second sip.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will move on from that one. But
Okay.
yeah, that one tastes amazing.
D.
Yeah,
Okay,
toasted
hang on,
marshmallows and
hang on.
oak, and yes.
There's not a bad option amongst this.
No.
We're trying to be
These
completely
are
100%
the best
fair.
bourbon.
This is
That
the
made
final
it.
4.
So,
A, B, and C are all fantastic.
and now we got to hit D
Let's
as well.
get into D. Justin, why don't you start us off with D?
Not as much prominent
On the nose, really?
in my mind.
I'm going to say, honestly, it could just be the glass shape. I've got 4 different ones. B has a little bit stronger. A is really mild. But D's a little stronger for me, and it's got a sharper nose. Let's be the judge on the palate. And somehow, actually, D for me is a little lighter on the palate.
I could see that.
I mean,
it is for me. There's not nearly the
yeah.
sweets and all that, and it's pretty grain forward. But all right, gentlemen. So
Final.
Justin, do you understand? You
A-
got the scoring system? Got
Yep.
it. All right. So you're all righty. Do you got him, Tony?
No.
Okay.
I got to go back through.
And then Justin, once you're done grading, pencil down, and that's how I know, because Tony's gonna have to go back through. Chicken, how about you down there at the end?
I am almost pencils down.
Okay,
I'm going to go in a different order just to be 110%.
that can always be handy. And then once all pencils are down, Justin, you got yours. Chicken, how about you?
Pencil down. Good to go.
Waiting on Tony G, because let's be frank, Tony is the swing state here. It's very possible. Like, he could swing this entire tournament one way or the other.
Yet, we don't know Justin's palate either.
We do not. So this could, and that's why
Bill
he's
and
a
I
wild
have
card.
a similar palate. Sometimes we throw off on some smokiness, but for the most part, same palate. Tony loves the burn, loves
The mint.
spice, mint.
I like it to hurt. Hurt. Choke me, Daddy.
Hurts so good. Oh my Lord. Well,
Don't tempt me.
tell us how you. It's a den of debauchery here at Castle K.O.E. this evening, but all
It's
righty.
been a long night, folks.
Yep.
Came at the end. Great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there's a
you
lot
you
to
missed out
come.
on a.
There's a lot to come.
Oh yeah.
We're just getting started. Anyway,
Oh Lord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Folks, this has been an amazing tournament that's covered. Tony and I did the math. It was originally 43 bourbons to arrive at the Sweet
Wow.
16. And so this has been a lot of science, a lot of palates, a lot of data, and
Damn.
so Justin, you really got to come in at the culmination.
Yeah,
Of this.
I hope that's the right one.
Yeah.
Our
Yeah.
livers are
we
gonna
already did
wake up
16.
in
You
the
got to
morning
come
like,
for the final four.
Oh, good.
Our honorary judge for that.
Oh my
Line
god.
up 4 with
Okay.
4.
tough, ain't it?
Is this a C?
Yeah, that's the C.
Okay. Thank you.
He's being as
This is-
careful as I was earlier. No judging here because I understand. Like when you get to the point where they're all so good.
Now what's funny is this one almost didn't make it in. We were just gonna give
No.
regular Woodford a buy, because we didn't have anything to compare it. And then I stumbled on this literally days before I recorded the Woodford Reserve video.
Very.
Yeah. So you never know when you're a bottle hunter, you never know what you're going to find. All right, T, come on.
Considering what I've seen on all the videos lately,
It's getting to be time,
every
Tony.
choice
You
and
can't
everything
cast
that's
your
going
ballot
on,
after the election. So
turn around
right.
and I
You're
come
right.
here and this bad boy's still in it.
I can't believe that one's still in.
That is crazy.
That's the one that shocked me. It wasn't a shocker to them. I absolutely do not like Jim Beam, but that stuff was so good.
yeah, I'm not a fan of Jim Beam either, but Jim
I think
Beam
I gave
Black
that one a rating of 3.
is really good.
in the tournament.
I
was surprised. It's good.
I rate it
good.
as my ultimate. Like it is now my ultimate value. Was all right.
Done.
Pencils down. All right, gentlemen. I've got the cheat sheet right here.
Let's
I'm done.
see
I'm
what
done.
they are. What
I'm
is
done.
a?
This is
Phil?
it. This is it. I'm not
All
gonna
right.
think of it. I'm not gonna overthink it. I could because
We're not gonna say.
All
it.
right. All right.
once again, surprisingly, this was a shocker Final Four, and I could definitely overthink this, and I could make the ratings completely different. But I feel good about these. I feel really good about
all right.
these.
All right. Let's
do
get
it.
to the reveal.
Let's do
Get
it.
to the reveal. All
Let's
right.
do it.
All right.
Reveal
All right,
the liquor.
brace
Alright.
yourselves, guys.
Let's reveal the liquors and then
Speaking
tell,
in run-on sentences.
and then
But
tell
all
our
right.
score.
All right. A, whiskey A, Breckenridge bourbon.
Really?
Yep.
A.
A was Breckenridge.
Really?
B, whiskey B, was Blanton's.
Really?
Blanton's Kentucky Straight Bourbon. Yep, we'll get there.
I am not surprised at
Whiskey
all.
C, I don't think is going to be a surprise to anyone, was Woodford Double Oak Store Pick.
I got it. Perfect.
Yep.
So did I like, well, now granted, I poured it.
It's
So,
over here.
now whiskey D,
That's Jim Beam Black.
Jim Beam Black.
Yeah.
So, all right, gentlemen, let's go over chicken. How many points did you give Breckenridge Whiskey A?
1.
Justin, how many did you give it?
I gave it a 2.
2. Tony?
Shockingly, after its initial round, I thought it was going to go much, much higher, but I also gave it 1.
As did I. So Breckenridge
Wow.
Bourbon gets 5 points. So
Honestly, I'm
that
shocked.
is not as shocking as the last result, but because
Exactly.
it's going up against some
Exactly.
heavy hitters.
No,
Yeah.
Breckenridge
It
nailed it
was
out of the
worth.
park.
All right, now we're
Maybe.
All
it
right.
wasn't.
No,
guys.
Breckenridge
Now I'm
was
gonna.
totally Taylor.
I know, but
And it's
all right,
a 1.
Tony, we got to get through this. We will get through this
Ugh.
sometime in this fiscal year. All right, so, all right, Blanton's was B. Chicken, how many points did
Whoa,
you give it?
whoa. Lions was B.
Yep,
I give it a 4.
4. Justin, what'd you give B?
I gave it a 1.
You gave it a 1. Tony, what'd you give it?
2.
We're at 7, and I gave it a 4. So
Wow.
we got 8, 9, 10,
Hey,
11.
Let's double check. What'd you say?
4.
4,
1.
5. 2 is 6.
5, 6, 7. We'll get there. So
Really?
we're at 11
Got
points
an
for
11
Blanton's.
points for Blanton.
I'm shocked.
Okay, now
I'm shocked.
C, the Woodford chicken. What'd you give it?
3.
3. Justin, what'd you give that?
I gave that one a 4.
That's 4. So we're at
7.
7.
Very good.
4,
So
8, 9, 10, 11.
and I gave it 3. So that's 14.
14.
That's probably gonna be it. But
I
for
think-
completionist's sake, what was for D? What did you have?
2.
2. Justin. 3.
5.
5.
I also gave it 3. That's 8.
8. And I gave it 2, which is 10. So this one was pretty close. So we're going to go through it.
Let's go from the bottom up.
Yep. Breckenridge. Pick that bad boy up. Send it over here for a moment. Breckenridge Bourbon. Only 5 points in the final 4. But the fact that a Colorado whiskey from the Rocky Mountains was able to make it all this way.
Was it worthy?
Breckenridge Bourbon smoked the competition in its bracket. The fact that you even made it to the final four, I'm shocked. You didn't impress me the first couple times, but you really did make me a believer in your own bracket.
Chicken. It was good, but it didn't make it.
It didn't make
We
it.
shall yeet.
Yep.
We
Off
shall yeet.
to the island of misfit toys.
Yeet?
Now.
Wait. Yeet?
I'm not actually gonna throw it.
No. Now, what came in third place with 10 points, doubling the previous score,
Should just do that.
Jim Beam Black. Like I maintain, it is an amazing value whiskey. Like you can't do better. Like from everything that's here, for the price, if you're price conscious, this is it. Like this is the whiskey.
This is a solid bourbon for under $20. Jim Beam Black, folks.
Gonna be good in the bar.
This is going to be a solid bourbon if you want to sip an everyday drinker, if you want to soak your meat, if you want something to surprise people with. Jim Beam Black, honest to God, you made a believer out of us in the tournament.
Very well done.
Now, what's fascinating, again, Justin, I wonder how different this election would have gone if you weren't in it, because you gave a 1 to Blanton's and a 4, and that did really, like...
This changed things a lot, but not so much.
I think it would have actually,
I
without
thought it was
Justin...
going to come down to these two. no matter
Actually,
what.
weirdly enough, without Justin, from the math I think I'm doing, we would have arrived at a tie between Blanton's and Woodford Reserve. So Justin served as our tiebreaker. So Blanton's did not appeal to him. This Woodford here, so Blanton's, now we sacrificed a bottle to bring you this data, folks. We sacrificed a whole bottle of Sacred Horse to let you know what was going on and
There's
what
one
bourbon you should.
last horse.
Oh yeah. Now don't get me wrong. I have an entire other bottle of this exact barrel.
Yep.
And so, yeah. Barrel 450, Rick 51, 310, 20 was when this was bottled. And yes, I got one more bottle of it, and it will serve me well. But chicken, it did not make it.
This one I can't.
Oh, God, no.
At least save
Jesus
the cork.
Christ, no.
Now, ladies, gentlemen, all ye of the K.O.E. nation, let it be proclaimed that from on high Lord Phil has stated that Woodford Reserve Double Oak Store Pick has won the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament and has now been named the Bourbon of Extreme. You were here to see it, folks. You were here to participate. And if you have a chance to pick up a Woodford Reserve Store Pick, you do it. It will be well worth your time, well worth your effort.
Let's give this one a little bit of attention before we sign off. This is not your standard Woodford Reserve Double Oaked. This is a specific store pick, and as Phil has mentioned, really doesn't matter what store you will wander into. If you have the chance to pick up a Woodford Reserve Double Oaked store pick, just
do it.
Just
Yeah.
do it. It's going to be slightly different, but this specific one,
It's also going to be more than slightly good.
no, it's going to be slightly more than fucking fantastic, and this is transcendent.
Let's be frank, Tony. From the minute you and I took a sip of this, we knew what was going to happen. And
Yeah.
here we arrived. Like, I thought Maker's Mark Private Select was going to take it until this showed up.
You and I fangirled out over the Maker's Mark store pick, and we kind of accepted Colonel H. Taylor to be a heavy favorite. And yeah, here we are. Woodford Reserve store pick, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Walks away.
Well, found out also store picks are worth buying.
Oh, yeah.
And
God,
seeing
yes.
Yeah, that's what I just discovered through all this is store picks truly are the best value in whiskey.
I've always been suspect. I've never
Do
like
it.
I would
Jump
I would
on 'em
see
now.
'em, I would be like,
Even if a store pick doesn't
really like speak to you, it's worth getting it just for the experience. Because sometimes, yeah, it's not so great, but
Now
you're not gonna happen across that again.
when you do find a store pick that you do like, frequent that store more, because as they get more store picks, they're chosen by people that sample them. And so if you have that you kind of have the same palate, you're gonna like a lot of the other things that come in. So yeah, folks, this now to be frank,
blown away.
Buffalo Trace's Blanton's bourbon made it all the way to, if we didn't have our special guest referee here, it would have been a tie, and I don't know how we would have actually. So Justin, you actually helped solve this, but let's be frank, Tony, as much as I am a fan of Blanton's, as much as I love this particular batch, this
is it.
I find myself between the Blanton's and the Woodford again, sipping on the Woodford.
I'm going to finish both of them.
Here's the thing. You can sit here, you can have a glass of both. You can have a Glencairn of both. And you're going to sit here and you're going to do this. For dramatic effect. Oh. Ooh. And then, yeah, Woodford store pick.
Yep. So, folks, this was a journey, a culmination, and we got through this, gentlemen. Chicken,
So chocolatey.
is there anything you'd like to say to the people?
This was actually a fantastic experience. Coming into this, starting at the Sweet 16, I had not tried hardly any of these.
Yeah.
It's a way to get yourself acquainted real quick, ain't it?
This was an experience altogether. I've gone through Scotch reviews with both of you several times. This bourbon line. Now, it's not as
You know.
there's not as much to look into as there is with Scotch, but bourbon, like, you have to be.
There's some bourbon distillers that would really take issue with that, sir. But
Some. Bring them on. I would love to try your product. But
oh lordy, but yeah,
no. For those that are like hesitant to like try a bourbon just straight out, what you saw in the string of videos and especially in the final four were some excellent picks. No matter what you've seen, all of them were fantastic.
yeah.
The entire 16 line that we had, start to finish, fantastic. And these final four, you had from under $20 to up to a unicorn that's
exactly.
up to $120 I've seen online in some weird places.
Yeah, Blanton's has gone for insane prices, and so it was one of those. Is it worth it? Yes, but there are also other things to explore in the amazing world of bourbon.
If I can't find my Woodford and I can't find this unicorn horse running around pasture, then I can go get some Jim Beam Black.
Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Justin, out of the four that you've got presented to us in the final four, what would you grab based on the price, based on the taste, based on the story?
It'd have to be the Jim Beam.
Yeah, I mean, he is a price-minded consumer, and that is a very valid thing. Now, I think that's not just because it's a great whiskey, but like you found it to be a great cooking chef whiskey, and you get a lot deeper into that than a lot of people. So if you are a chef, Jim Beam Black might be the one for you. Justin, before we let the people go, any last things you'd like to say?
Pretty much, Jim Beam Black. I will be actually featuring it hopefully in 2 weeks.
Oh,
Podcast.
nice
A recipe.
The grill master over here. If you're into grilling, check him out. Tony, anything you'd like to say?
Primarily out of the four that made it to the final four, store pick, the Woodford. I was
So good.
Yeah, it's so freaking good.
Ridiculously blown away by it.
I gave it a 3, and I'm still sitting here sipping on it. Going, why didn't I give this a 4?
Exactly. It's
because Blanton's is also pretty good.
Yeah, I finished that one already.
Here's the thing. That's the one thing I'm reflecting on this entire thing. Blanton's is ridiculously good, but at the same time, I did rate it me personally, I rated it really low. But
You
it's
did.
still stupid good. Still
Yeah, I think
stupid
both
good.
times you rated it really low, actually. But
Which is weird. But Jim Beam Black, under $20, really good value buy. And of course, I'm still Breckenridge was the surprising winner of the first round, and I didn't love it.
you know, it is what it is, folks. These results shocked us, and
In the final, anyway.
the Sacred Horse lost. Woodford Reserve, take a bow. Like, this is some amazing stuff.
You
The fact
made it past Old Forester.
Now, Tony?
Yeah.
Oh God! If you could put give me this against 1910 or 1920 of Old Forester, and it's going to be a much harder pressed victory, because this was, for me, this was never even in question. When I first tasted this, I'm just like, this is what bourbon should be. This is amazing. This is a store pick. This is perfect proof. I love this from start to finish, and I can't get past it. And when my bottle runs dry, I'm probably gonna cry.
You'll cry tears into it to hopefully extract the few last drops out of it so that you can drink
yeah,
that.
yes,
But now,
exactly,
folks, we have arrived. We have a bourbon of extreme. And as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. This has been an experience, folks. This has been a journey, and you have arrived at the end with us to the shining hills of Woodford. We have found the true winner. And folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Raise a glass to yourself of hopefully Woodford Double Oak store pick somewhere. Gentlemen, yep, all of them. Thank you for joining us. This has been really fun. And Chicken, Justin, Tony, thanks for helping make this possible. And to all of you at the K.O.E Nation, thanks for making this possible. On behalf of your King of Extreme, Tony G, Justin, and Chicken. Catch you later, y'all. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another premium spirits review and the last entry into the bourbon tournament. Folks, we are here to get the last entry round to see who will make it into the Sweet 16 and who will represent Woodford Reserve in the bourbon tournament. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
the Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
So, Woodford.
Give me the whiskey.
Okay, we'll get there. All right. Well.
Thirsty.
Boy, howdy. All right. Well, folks, Woodford Reserve is one of my personal favorites. It's my favorite mixing whiskey, if you will. Like, I've just found this to be the perfect mix of sweet and spicy, and it goes great with, like, my personal favorite. This mixed with Barks root beer with 2 ice balls.
And what's a bottle of this run?
This 375 cost me $17. So normally about $30, give or take.
For a 750.
Yeah, and it's usually worth it, and I can really, really vouch for this stuff. It's amazing stuff. Now, what I have never tried before is Woodford Reserve Double Oak. Now, on top of that, this is a store pick for wine, beer, and spirits here in Nebraska.
Okay.
So I imagine it's for the same for the Lincoln and Omaha location.
Okay.
So this is a first time I've ever had a store pick of Woodford. First time I've ever had Woodford Double Oak. I've heard nothing but good. But we shall see, because I would not be a bit surprised if regular old Woodford takes this, just because it's kind of my old faithful when it comes to a
That's
good
fair.
mixer. Like if you check out my 5 bourbons you need video, that is my mixer whiskey, just because it gets the job done. Hang on. Oh,
That was nice.
well
Okay, that wins. There you go.
done.
Don't need to smell it or taste it, just on cork alone.
That's interesting. Immediately got a coffee chocolate smell.
Okay, now it's definitely.
So,
Love all that.
but let's start off with Woodford Reserve standard offering, the first offering.
Peanuts.
You know, I can see that. I really could. Kind of peanutty, but I get a lot of chocolate.
Like a chocolate peanut.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I get a lot of caramel too,
Oh, yeah. That's definitely laced through there.
which is why I love to mix it, because it's got that caramel
makes sense.
sweetness. It works with the cola caramels. So,
No, this works.
well,
This is a really
I
nice
already
nose.
took a little sip because this is just such a good one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Thick, but not too spicy.
I'm gonna stick with the same nose. I get the peanuts there, a little bit of chocolate, but then there's a almost like a peppery spice, not a baking spice, like a peppery spice for me.
Yes. It's 90.4 proof, so not incredibly
Okay.
high, but it works.
Not like a habanero by any means, but like just like a green or a red pepper.
And so it's 45.2. Same ABV.
Hmm.
So,
No,
as,
yeah, that works.
as a bourbon,
Oh,
what
I
would
can
you
see
rate
why
this?
this works so well with Barks,
Yeah,
because that has so much bite to begin with. Okay.
yeah, and so they just
That's-
complement each other
okay,
so
yeah.
perfectly.
No, that
Like
makes
I've done it with
perfect sense.
Coca-Cola, and yes, it's good, but Barks root beer.
Okay.
And I tried with other root beers. It's not as good.
Okay.
If you do this and Barks, folks, you're gonna drink enough of them to the point where you might actually start getting tired of them. Like like I had to back off for a little while. So, oh lordy. So as a bourbon, what would you grade this?
I'm gonna say a solid 3.5.
3.5 stars as
No,
a
yeah,
bourbon.
that works. It's invitable enough as a bourbon. It stands alone as a bourbon, like this is bourbon. But this does take a different approach in the flavor profile. Just enough of a different approach that this does make it stand out a bit from a lot of the other ones we've had.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little more generous, but only just, and give it 3.75. I think it's excellent stuff, and like you said, it's my premier mixing.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I totally get you.
Now, we soon move on to something I've been more than a little curious about.
Looks good.
Water's always necessary, folks. So, Woodford Reserve, Double Oak, store pick. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but I've heard that Woodford Reserve store picks are about as rare as like Maker's Mark 101.
Yeah.
Like
So pretty
everybody's got a store pick.
One store pick's the store pick. The store
I don't
pick.
know if that's necessarily the case, but I'm not sure how that works.
Small discrepancies, perhaps.
Wow.
Peanut
Really?
butter. Peanut brittle, maybe.
No, you're right. I was gonna say at first chocolate, but
Just peanut brittle, that candied.
yeah, my grandma used to make really good peanut brittle. That was her.
So good.
That was kind of her go-to.
I've had that forever.
Yeah,
Now I've got a hankering. No, this is a nice nose.
I'm getting some slight coffee.
This is the same ABV?
Yeah, same ABV.
Yeah, there's definitely a mocha.
Yeah, there's just
Mocha
so much
influence.
more richness to this. Like it's
Yeah.
just a very good like.
Wow.
Well, I think
I
we
really
need
like
to
this.
see how this one
This is a marvelous
goes
nose.
down, good sir.
Tangy on the front. Oh my god, there's that peanut brittle flavor.
I was about to say that's on the middle
Wow.
of my tongue. with the coffee
And
on
the
the
coffee
back
is
and
the
the
back.
front.
Wow.
A little bit on the front
Oh my
tip
God.
too. It's like, imagine this
Wow.
is your tongue. The peanut brittle is on the middle, and the coffee is just kind of ringing the rest of my tongue. That's how I
Wow.
describe it.
That's
ascendant.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that's
Oh
a
my
4-star bourbon.
Yeah, I agree 100%. 4 stars.
Yeah, this is Now, normally, Tony,
Peanut brittle mocha. My God. I mean,
there's
that's a marvelous combination.
Normally, there's a whole lot
Wow.
of controversy and a lot of back and forth, but is there really any dispute which one's moving on in the bourbon tournament?
Honestly, I would push this one forward because I wouldn't share that with anyone. That's fucking good.
Yeah, this is good.
You got this in Lincoln?
Yeah, Lincoln.
Okay. Guess I'm going to have to buy a bottle of this.
Yeah, and this
That's
is only
amazing.
I don't even think it was $40.
Wow.
So this is.
Oh my God, I'm loving this.
Yeah, this is just all of these rich flavors
this
aren't normally found in bourbon.
I was ready to push this forward. I thought this was going to be extra woodsy, extra smoky, and not quite up to my palate. But oh my God,
well,
peanut
it's
brittle
basically
mocha.
If you like this,
Wow.
If you like Spinal Tap, but this goes up to 11.
That's
the best way to describe it. It's the same ABV.
That shocked me.
So you're not going to get any further bite. But yeah, I'm sorry, T. Like, I love this stuff. This is one of my favorite go-to mixers, and it will continue to be. I will always have Woodford Reserve in stock.
Would you mix that? The answer is no.
I was about to say my initial response is no, but I was trying to think of what I would use it for, and I know you might disagree, but hear me out here. Whiskey fix. You put the 2 ounces of whiskey, 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1 ounce of simple syrup, served over crushed ice. Right. That would actually, I think this would work in a whiskey fix. It had to be something like that. It couldn't, don't mix this with cola. Mm. No, you're disrespecting the whiskey far too much.
With a splash, just for mixing purposes. Blending purposes. No, that's what this is. I finished the good stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just need
Tony needs
a
to
little
blend.
Splash of that guy. Yep, that's good.
I was like, no, I need the
I need the good one. I finished it. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. No, that surprised the hell out of me. Honestly, that's probably the most surprising result so far in the tournament.
I think this is going to be one of the big dark horses.
I think so. That's amazing.
We're going to have to be careful which bracket we put this one in, because this is, folks, definitely keep your eyes on this space, because now we have finalized the bourbon tournament. There's still a little bit of controversy with Wild Turkey, but I think we're just going to proceed with 101.
A.
You're giving that an A as a blend. Well done. Well done. I think it's, So this Woodford Double Oak, I've heard nothing but good about the regular Double Oak, but I think the store pick really kind of kicks it up a notch. And I've heard it many times. Store picks are the best value in whiskey.
Yeah.
You get such amazingly good products.
It's the barrel of whiskey that they want to release to a wide market that they have high hopes for, but they're not confident enough in to release at a high price on a wide scale market.
Yeah.
So you're getting an amazing complex whiskey for probably half the price it would normally be.
Well, it's kind of a win-win for both distilleries, the distillery and the distributor, because the distillery, they see we've got a product that's just a little bit better than what we normally put out there. We could blend it off, or there's plenty of stores out there that would like to put their name on it. And this is good stuff, folks. Like, if you're in the Lincoln area or Omaha area and you can get this stuff, and I kind of suspect that if you can get a Woodford store pick anywhere you're at, it's going to be quite comparable to this. The palate might be slightly different, but very complex. So, Tony, is there anything you'd like to say to the people on this Woodford Reserve review?
Mocha flavored peanut brittle in a glass. My God, that's amazing.
That is going to be
Wow.
interesting. I think
Wow.
we might put this one in the Blanton's bracket
Yeah.
because that one's caramel in a glass.
We got some things to figure
Yeah,
out
we
now that the tournament is finalized.
Yes, folks. We will. Yes. All right, folks. As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, thank you for joining us, and we are now kicking off the Bourbon Tournament. Woodford Reserve Store Pick Double Oak will be representing Woodford in the Bourbon Tournament. Folks, keep your eye on this space because it's going to happen, and we will do it right here at the K.O.E. Nation. But as I'm known to... Hang on, wait a minute. Yeah, that's worth it. As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, this has been the prelims for the Bourbon Tournament, and now we get in to the actual tournament, folks. Like, share, subscribe so you can be here for March Madness, the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. You will be here. We will find out what is the Bourbon of Extreme. Be here, folks. I'm Phil, and we're like rising like a motherfucker. We're not gonna save all of this in the bloopers, are we?
Most of it.
Oh, God. Welcome, one and all, to another Premium Spirits Review as we move onward and upward with the Bourbon Tournament. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
the Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
So, folks, as the song goes, don't be sad because 3 out of 4 ain't bad. We have 3 of the 4 roses. The small batch select we could not find because that's one of the unicorn bottles that everybody's looking for nowadays.
I don't know how unicorn it is, but you do have to go to a very large metropolitan area to find it readily
I was about
available.
to say, here in the state of Nebraska, it must be because you're more likely to find Bigfoot than a bottle of 4 Roses Select small batch.
We have looked pretty much at all the major ones in the larger areas of the state, and nowhere to be found. It's unfortunate, but to be fair, the reviews on that have been pretty hit and miss. So maybe it's a big loss, maybe not.
We decided to proceed.
Anywho.
So we have 4 Roses Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. So
yeah, this is, I assume, what they would consider their baseline bourbon. This is the most readily affordable bottle, and I've heard good things. So honestly, it's an affordable price. You're looking 20 to 30, depending on where you are.
I would think 30 is probably a little overspending on this.
Well, we have yet to try it, so let's.
Yes, but I'm just
judge.
I can just tell what folks in the comments would be saying.
That's
and
good.
This one, this is awesome. It's got one of those little pull tabs, so you ain't got to really go deep. You don't have to go deep at it with this now. The review of the Cold Steel Spartan that's coming soon, folks. But
I love the bottle on the single barrel. It's very eye catching.
Oh yeah,
and it looks very durable. I love the cork on it as well.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I lied. We are going with the knife.
Fair.
It's already been invented, Jerry. It's called a knife.
2 points if you get the reference.
Oh, at least. Maybe you can give yourself 3. So, all right. Got all the plastic Single barrel Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, distilled and aged by 4 Roses Distilling, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. This is 50% alcohol by
Wow.
volume.
This is
So
40.
this
That's
is
50.
this is 100 proof.
Okay.
So, but this isn't bottled in bond. So this wasn't stored in a government bonded warehouse, but doesn't really matter. You know, it's gonna be good stuff. Bottled in bond was kind of a holdover from a previous bygone era where some distillers were kind of held over from the Prohibition era and weren't exactly all that scrupulous. Nowadays, distillers, they live in fear of like reviews like this going bad. So yeah, they're going to make sure that they get the best product they can at every bottle now.
I feel like we're going to be pleasantly surprised.
This one I think is going to be, in my opinion, the runaway because small batch bourbon is really hard to top. Single barrel is nice.
I've got a feeling I'm going to be partial to this. We'll see if that prediction holds true, but I don't know. Something about this one really appeals to me. That was so much easier.
Yeah, it just came apart.
Yeah. All right. What's the ABV on this guy?
45.
Oh, so
90,
right in between of the two.
90
All right.
proof.
All right.
Ooh, a little heavy there.
Darn.
Yeah, I'll live.
Okay.
So, 4 roses. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. So let's start off with their base offering.
All right.
I hate to say orchard fruit. Am I wrong?
I was thinking like a golden delicious.
Yes.
Specifically. It's a sweet, crispy, but very mellow.
It hits the back of your nose like almost like a toothpaste.
Yeah.
Like it's not that smell, but it just the way it washes back across your sinuses.
Oh, and there's another sweetness there. I can't quite
It's just almost like sugar.
pinpoint. Yeah, like a sugar cane, sugar root.
God, that's marvelous. Yeah, this is really good.
Smooth. There's the bite.
It's like a brown sugar. It's not cinnamon. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
brown sugar.
Like a light brown sugar, not a dark brown. It's very. The sweetness kind of sits in front of the other flavor.
Yeah, it's brown sugar and like
Mm.
kind of a very thick vanilla that sits on my tongue.
Yeah.
Not getting a lot of caramel,
Mm.
which is one thing I always expect out of a bourbon is a bit of caramel, but I'm not getting that at all. But boy, this is good stuff.
That's very nice.
So,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, it's
Now, do we want to try?
not overly complex.
Do we want to try all 3 of them and then grade?
I
or do
think we
want-
grade them individually as we go.
All
Yeah.
right. So, as a bourbon, 4 Roses, Kentucky straight whiskey, bourbon. What do you give it as a bourbon on a 5-star scale?
It's got a very nice sweetness. It's got some interesting flavors there. They're very subtle in most regards to a bourbon. The spiciness isn't over the top. I really like it. It's very smooth. This is an easy sipper 100% of the way. I'm going to say 3.25.
3.25. I'm going to disagree and give it 3.5 as
Okay.
a bourbon.
All
It's a
right.
great bourbon. You
All
could
right.
do a lot worse.
Oh
in
yeah,
bourbon.
you could definitely do worse. But this is absolutely their entry level product. You can tell that like it's missing something specific. You know that there's only
But that's a good
room
thing
for
with its
improvement. Yeah,
entry level. There's
absolutely.
nothing that offends you.
no.
It's just you feel like they could shift gears.
Like
a
you
little
said though,
more.
that orchard fruit nose,
Don't go away.
and I don't get a lot of fruit on the palate though. So
No, almost none.
yeah, almost none.
Uh,
if
as
there was a
a-
little fruit on the tongue, maybe.
Oh yeah, it would score a lot.
Yeah.
higher. As a whiskey,
As a whiskey, I would go 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah, that you could cocktail, cook, you could do anything with this. This is very familiar. You could introduce someone to bourbon with this. Yeah, really nice.
I hate to agree. but I'm gonna have to agree
That's fine.
because yeah, it's a 3.5-star whiskey.
Yeah.
Excellent whiskey, and like you said, it's a good introductory, however you want to go with it. All right. As a cask aged spirit,
I'll go back to 3.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay at 3.5
Okay.
because some of these aromas and some of these flavors, I mean, it's some expert casking here. So the folks at Four Roses, with just your baseline offering, you
Yeah.
know what you're doing.
This is very nice.
Now shelving,
Mm.
is it gonna go in your middle or your bottom? That's a very tough question.
I said bottom shelf for Buffalo Trace, and I think this would be a great neighbor for it. Not that there's anything wrong with it specifically, but this is a very universal bourbon, universal whiskey, and it would do great sitting next to the likes of like a Buffalo Trace. It's not bad, but I could definitely put this on a middle shelf, but it's going to be on a bottom.
That's fair, and yes, it would depend on what's got more room, but
Yeah.
this would probably be on my
Yep.
bottom as well. And now we move on. Oh wait, when this bottle's empty, will you seek out another one?
I got that at a steal at $20, and
Ooh, at that price, that's tough.
at that price, yeah, I definitely.
If
would.
I found one at that price, yes. At 30, probably not. I would probably.
It would depend how much I needed bourbon.
Yes, yes. So we move on to single barrel. Oh wow, that's vibrant
Oh my goodness.
banana. Am I wrong?
No.
Wow, that's amazingly
That
good.
hit the nose in a totally different way. I was not expecting that. Actually, I kind of want to watch back our reaction to
Yeah,
that. Interesting. Not just I smelled the banana, but
There's something else I can't.
there
I
is.
can't place it.
It sits in your nose, not like smoke, but like heat. Tobacco?
I don't know. Well, let's get a palate of it and see how it goes.
Fair enough.
Heat comes through in the mouth. Ooh!
Oh wow.
That is hot.
That does open up at the end. Wow.
That is spice.
Mm.
Where do I get off this ride?
Not like a sweet spice, but man, hot spice.
That one lingers like the Macallan.
Uh-huh.
Like that one was like, whoo!
I love
How do I
Dutch
get off
Coke.
this ride? Like I think you I think you're gonna like that one a little too much.
Yeah,
wow,
there's an interesting fruitiness there at the get-go, but then it just crashes into the wall with heat and spiciness.
Oh
Wow.
yeah, this is a hot whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I always say, talking about adding some chili vodka
Yeah.
you don't need a drop of that
No.
for this. This has all the spice and all the kick, and
I really like that.
this one is a flavor exploration.
Yeah, and like you said, this is the highest ABV, highest proof of the three. That fruit tone on the front is perfect, and then you just get sucker punched with heat and spice.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I've had higher ABV bourbons that the spice and the kick don't last that long.
No. This
So
lingers.
that's well done. So, okay, as a bourbon.
As a bourbon, I am gonna go 3.75.
3.75.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it 4. I don't want to give it 3.75. So I'm going to break my scale and give it a 3.85.
Wow. All right.
I really like this as a bourbon. It's just barely not 4-star.
Okay.
Because I know I'm being really picky, but you would expect a few more, like caramel, vanilla, a couple other things. So, but yeah, amazing stuff here, and this is a flavor exploration if there ever was one.
Yeah, this is
As a
This hit way different.
as a whiskey.
Oh, it's a whiskey. Let's go. I'm going to stick with 3.75, actually. Yeah.
I'm gonna go 3.5
Okay.
because this could work. You could do a lot with it, but you're limited in how many cocktails you can do with it.
I think you are, but for my specific palate, I think this would be a great
I wonder if
whiskey
this
soda.
on the rocks would dampen the heat, or what? I wonder how it would. We'll have to do another.
Yeah, that's going to be a one-on-one tasting there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one does on the rocks sometime. Keep your eyes on the
Mm.
space, folks.
I don't know.
Marvelous.
That could go either way on the rocks.
Like I said, so
Cask aged.
you're gonna think I'm kind of crazy here. 4 stars.
Really? Okay.
The casking comes through in a way that's very hard to replicate in spirit.
Yeah.
It's even if it's not a flavor that you personally enjoy, it's just so overwhelming to your senses that it needs to
Yeah.
be explored at least once.
I was actually going to go 4 as well. I think that's unique enough. It's strong enough. It's got a kick. I think you're right. That's a solid job in craftsmanship. 4 stars.
Shelving.
Middle.
Nice.
Definitely middle.
Yep, I'm gonna agree. Definitely a middle.
Yep.
It could make it to the top if I had a lot of room, but I do not.
There you go.
So I got more room on my middle. Now we move on to small batch.
Okay.
4 roses.
Okay.
So this
Whew.
Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Oh, it doesn't have the. I thought it had the batch information on it somewhere. Ah, well, not a big deal.
Hmm.
Because, or no, it's on the single barrel here. It's where
Yeah,
they got the batch
yeah.
information. Never mind, folks. Never mind. But all right,
Handcrafted. It's interesting that that's 45.90 where the
much
single
more
is higher.
muted, almost like stewed orchard fruit.
Yeah. Not baked, but
But yeah,
yeah.
it's there, but it's kind of
It's like
muted.
the steam of
Yeah.
the fruit. Yeah.
That's really all I'm getting right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Vanilla.
Hmm.
Let me go back in.
It's almost more ethanol for me.
It's a sweet vanilla-y ethanol. Yeah, it's very boozy on the nose. But it's not a vanilla extract. It's a specific vanilla, like a French vanilla ice cream.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that's the specific nose I'm getting.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. Wow. Oh,
Yeah, when the oxygen hits your mouth, it's
yeah. I was gonna say, I'm not getting a lot of the spice, and then I breathe. Whew. It was almost like I was breathing out fire there when it finally.
honestly.
Oh, wow.
This small batch to me seems like the single barrel with the edges round off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really.
Yeah.
So the question is,
It's definitely got more sweetness to me, but you're right. It's rounded off, but it's still in the same wheelhouse. Wow.
so that is a really tough one.
I'm.
Now, this one is an excellent day drinker.
Oh yeah.
It's marvelous, but all right, before we get into that, let's grade.
Yeah. Let's grade.
As a bourbon,
I think this has got the best nose of the 3. I really like. I cannot not smell the French vanilla ice cream flavor.
now that you mention it, yes,
It's there.
that with a more muted, rounded banana,
Yeah.
and that kind of like stewed apple.
Mm-hmm. It's so crisp, so light, but then
There's
you
a
breathe.
honeyness to the front.
Yeah, you breathe and it explodes with that spicy, lingering effect, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give this 4 stars as a bourbon.
I'm trying to find a reason not to, but
To thine own self be true, folks.
yeah, I'm gonna go with 4.
Yep, 4 stars as a bourbon. Now, as a whiskey, good.
3.25.
Why is that?
Because I feel like this one appeals to my specific palate a lot differently to bourbon aficionado. And I think that it might be a little off-putting in certain areas for someone else who might really, really enjoy bourbon.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. These are a Scotch drinker's bourbon. Am I off?
Yeah. Oh, no. If you like Scotch and you want to hit up some bourbon, this is a good way to go about it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
It'll be as intense as some scotches you're used to.
For sure.
As a cask-aged spirit.
I'm going to go back to 4.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to 4. I think the sweetness...
As a whiskey, I'm going to give it 3.5. I forgot. But
I think the sweetness is specific enough with this that they did something maybe just a little extra special, casking this one and capturing just the right amount of spice when it hits your mouth, when you breathe. And like you said, it's a little more rounded off than this one. So yeah, I'm going to go with 4. I really, really like this. If the reserve is half that good, I still want to try it.
Boy, as a cask aged, yeah, I'm gonna have to go 3.75.
Okay, that's fair.
Because this is amazing, but this is almost all casking. So I have to give it 4.
All right, yeah, that's fine. I can understand that.
Shelby,
that's a middle, definitely a middle.
I'm gonna agree. It's a middle. I was thinking this one might make it, but it's definitely a middle.
Yep.
It's a darn good whiskey.
Yes.
Now, when this bottle is empty, would you seek one?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What did this one run?
I mean it 100% when I say that was an absolute steal at $20. Typically, I think it's going to be at least double that.
Okay. All right. Well done, sir. Well done. Now, we get to a very hard part of this particular, the eliminations.
Yeah.
To see who moves on in the bourbon tournament. Right?
I think it's fair. We understand the day drinker is not going to proceed.
Yes. So we all knew it was going to come down to these two.
Yeah.
The single barrel or the small batch. This one's a tough one because they're both.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to tell you which one I think after you go.
I gotta go with the small batch.
Oh! I was going to go with single barrel.
Really? That's kind of flip-flop with what we expected going in.
This is smoother, but this one's so much more intense. But because this one will be a little more approachable, I'm going to go with you on this one.
I think that's what tips the scale. Like, I love how spicy this is.
Yeah, now single barrel, note that you almost made it. Like, this was a split decision.
Yeah.
And it was a hard decision. But it was one we had to make. And let's be frank, the folks at Four Roses like, yeah, put our small batch up against the heavy hitters. Because as of right now, there are 3... there's more than 3 competitors. We've got Blanton's, Colonel E.H. Taylor. We've got Four Roses Small Batch and Booker's right now in the contention out of the 16 bourbon tournament. So we are well along our way.
Sweet 16 is a quarter filled up.
Yes. And we've got so much more whiskeys to go to fill in. So, folks, these are the sacrifices we make for you. But Four Roses, thank you for distilling and blending this amazing batch, for putting forward all of these amazing whiskeys. And Tony, thank you for being the judge as we move onward and upward with the bourbon.
Before we go.
Oh, of course.
Sorry.
Blend Master Tony here.
This just had to happen. I would recommend, trying this yourself just a little bit. because I feel like this is gonna be good.
I'm all set.
Oh, yeah, ice cream sweetness, man. It's there. It's there. It's there. See, oh man, I knew this one was gonna be good. It's gonna be. Oh, the nose is good. Oh, the nose is good.
Let me get it mixed up.
Yep, the nose is nice. Oh,
I hate you sometimes.
oh, so gosh dang good.
It's actually not too bad.
Oh, that's nice.
It's actually pretty good.
It takes
Rounds off all the edges.
It takes, oh, this is a perfect circle because it takes all the intrusiveness of the single barrel. It adds some characteristics that this influences, and it makes the easy drinking compatibility of this one all in a nice little package. So, folks, if you've got all three on hand, pour yourself an ounce of each because this is,
Oh, Lord.
this is really nice.
As much as I hate to say it, as much as I like to give him a hard time, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's really
Well,
nice.
So we've got the small batch moves on. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our bourbon tournament. We've got another contender as we find out who is the dominant bourbon. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. This has been our review, and I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony G.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a whiskey tournament appeal video. Tonight, we are going to look deeper into the Four Roses Distillery. If you go back to the Four Roses video, you will see that Tony G and I came to a very big disagreement on whether Four Roses single barrel or Four Roses small batch moves on in the tournament. So this evening, I have brought the one and only Mine Apocalypse, and he will be the tie-breaking vote to decide if single barrel or small batch moves on. So I am just gonna pour just a little tiny bit for the two of us.
I can smell them already.
Yes, Four Roses Distillery is they know what they're doing. They are a distillery that a lot of source whiskeys come from. I'm not going to name any names, but when some brands try to get started, they'll actually source their whiskey from Four Roses while they're actually aging their whiskeys. So we have here in the nosing glass, the Capitan nosing glass, we have small batch, and in the Glencairn glass, we have single barrel. So consider them both in their nose and consider them both in their palate, sir. Ooh.
I'm going to try the small batch first. Small batch.
Clangiva. Mellow, sweet front with a stronger back than a front.
It's actually that is
More
actually
vanilla
not
than
bad.
caramel. Yeah, it's just
There is a small sweet taste to it, but other than that, it's pretty strong overall.
yes.
It-
All right.
It's strong to the nose. It's strong to the palate.
Now let's try the single barrel.
Bottoms up.
I suppose, sir. That's a lot more spicy. That's a spicy meatball.
That is something different.
Yeah. It's got all the oak influence. I mean, it's all cask. It's all oak.
I say if you want to get drunk fast,
Yeah.
single barrel is the way to go.
If you're
If
looking
you
for
want
a
to,
connoisseur's drink,
yes.
small batch.
If you're a whiskey connoisseur and you like to just have a good time and you want to sit back and enjoy some drinks with your friends, family, whatever the case may be, small batch should be the way to go.
Well, Jeremiah, you have concurred with Tony's vote for small batch to move on in the bourbon tournament. So small batch, good luck to you folks. So, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very short whiskey tournament appeal. Small batch wins the day and will go forward. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my broadcast partner for this evening,
My Apocalypse.
Catch you later, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another premium spirits lineup and entry into the bourbon tournament. I am the elated, excited, devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
Eric Church. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Tony G. I'm just the humble Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. This is one we've been putting off a little bit for good reason, because we wanted to be in the right mind frame for this. This one has a bit of odd expectations, I feel, for the both of us, because there is a 15-year age statement, which is my true love of the whiskey world. And Knob Creek is one that you've not loved, not hated. Are you somewhere indifferent?
never tried it before.
There you
like
go.
I've just honestly,
You've had the rye. And that
yeah,
one
I've had
did
the
not
knob
score
rye.
high with us.
Well, yeah, but rye is always kind of its own animal, so
There
I
you
was
go.
willing to look at that separately. This, though, honestly, I don't know how I've made it this far in life and
Yeah.
have a podcast where I review spirits, and I've never had Knob Creek bourbon before.
I feel like I have, but if I have, it's been many
And
years.
I've heard nothing but good, so I decided, all right, let's get pretty much the complete collection. Really, it started off with you and me and Chicken found this bottle in
Yep.
South Dakota. So I was like, well, okay, I'll
Yep.
pick that up. Then a local store had this. And I considered getting it for a little while. I got it for retail price, $90. So I didn't pay any secondary. So, hey, 3 cheers for me. Then I thought, well, just as well get the 9-year and the basic non-age statement so we can get a complete line review. And folks, we are going to see which one of these four is going to move on and represent Knob Creek in the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament to decide spot number 14. We only got 2 left after this, folks. So I think without any further ado, I'm going to get started with the opening and the pourings.
Yeah. The thing about Knob Creek is
The wax is not impressive.
it's not aesthetically pleasing to me. I can understand why it's unique, but it's not the best looking. What kind of cork is that? Synthetic? Or is it
Yes.
actually- Okay. All right.
So there we go. There's,
Non-age statement Knob Creek.
and I'm just gonna go ahead and say, of all the waxes, Knob is just gonna go ahead and say it. George St. Pierre, I am not impressed by your performance.
This
But-
is a small batch, 100 proof.
A little piece of wax just flew across the room. And there's little bits. Yep, I can see the.
It kind of crumbles. That's the weird thing. About
Yeah,
it. I don't
yeah.
know.
But hey, what are you gonna do? I mean, if they're staying true to their old school sealant process, I can kind of respect that because, all right, this is the way we sealed this whiskey back in 1947. So no, we're sticking with it. I have no idea how
Old
long.
Evans
Knob,
die hard.
I have no idea how long Knob has been in the game. Actually, I know they are part of the Jim Beam distillery, so. Jim Beam knows what they're doing. So if this stuff can even say it's better than Jim Beam Black, it's going to be impressive. 'Cause that's shockingly good. So that's your 9-year age statement.
Yep. This is also 100 proof. Okay. This says since 1992. Is that good? Are they really that young of a distillery? Is that accurate?
Hmm.
Huh.
Well, I finally broke the seal on this 12-year. Boy, it's stuck in there
Well,
too.
it's been waiting for you a long time. It's going
It
to make
has.
you work for it.
Oh,
That
okay.
was nice.
Okay, there's a reason I had to work for that. That was
Okay.
a satisfying pop.
Well, we're basing it off of pop alone. I think this one's already in the lead. This is the 12-year. This is also 100 proof.
Yep, 100 proof. So
Okay.
that seems to be their.
Wow.
Crafted from.
I'm just getting a plethora of aroma. Like it jumped up intensely
Now-
after you poured that 12.
We get into the Knob Creek 15. This is one that I was considering.
Get in that box.
Do I get into this one or do I try and trade it for some other bottle? But you know what? Life is short and whiskeys are meant to be enjoyed in this life.
15-year, and yeah, I wasn't gonna let you.
Yep, there's
just
a little
trade
bit of
that
a-
off, sorry.
Yep. A little bit of this sticky stuff on the back. I can just get rid of that now. Don't need that no more. And the Knob Creek 15-year. I'll let you look over that box for a bit. And
It's actually kind of.
I know
It's
people that
very
like,
light.
they make like little shelves out
Yeah,
of these.
I keep seeing people use the Booker's boxes to make shelves. They would assume they do the same with this. This is another small batch. Again, this is 15 years. The presentation, it is very similar to Booker's, but, they're coming from the same place. So, big shocker there.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That one even had a deeper bass resonance for
Yeah.
just to represent how much older it is. I mean, I'm sure that's how that exactly works.
In Claremont, Kentucky. This does say 1992, so not a very old distillery, I guess, comparatively to some of the others.
All right, T. And your Glencairn there is,
The 15.
yep, this is the 15, the 12, the 9, and the no age statement.
And that is also 100 proof. Correct?
Yes, 100 proof.
100
and
proof
set
across the
that
board.
up there. So let's start off with non-age statements.
Here we go, 400 proof. Non-age statement.
Check that math again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, I like this nose.
Very subtle.
It is, but I like it. It's
Can I be
soft.
honest with you? It's gonna sound. I'm sorry to insult you, but first thing I thought when I smelled this, Jack Daniels.
Oh. Mm,
But without that dirty,
well, that's weird because,
cold.
gosh, could Jack Daniels be a bourbon?
Jack Daniels not a bourbon and never will be.
It
No,
is,
sorry.
it
That's a
is.
different dispute for another day. But
I'm not getting.
I'm getting a slight apple, and the nose is telling me there will be some caramel there. But
Yeah.
I'm not getting a lot on the nose.
No, but I get a slight floral. But yeah, you're right.
Now this is
Orchid
very, very inexpensive. Like you can, I think this little 375 cost me like under $20.
Okay.
So there's a reason this is
nose
a base
alone. I say
offering.
pick this one up. I like the nose.
excuse me.
All right. Well, I think it's time.
Hmm.
Soft but sharp. There's that caramel, a little bit. It stays the same, I think, through the whole process.
I was about to say there's an apple and a brown sugar, and kind of like the nose, you think there's going to be a slight hint of caramel.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really get there.
Yeah, it never really exploded into a caramel flavor, but honestly, that's not bad. Not bad at all.
I'm going to now we're just going to grade on 2 scales here. We'll get into full gradings later, but we're going to grade this as a bourbon and it's shelving.
Okay.
So, as a bourbon, what would you give this on a star scale?
I would give this 3 1/4.
You know, I was thinking the exact same thing, maybe 3 to 3 1/4,
Yeah.
because this is a good mixer.
No, this is a great
this
sip.
would go great with just about any standard bourbon cocktail. So
yeah, this is a lot more. I'm sorry for those of you who are fans of the Heaven Hill Distillery, but that's almost like flat bourbon to me. Like this still has enough spice to warrant me coming back to it.
all right, now in terms of shelving,
Middle.
this is a bottom shelf for me. Like I'll be honest.
I don't know.
I might be getting to be kind of a bourbon snob.
That's totally fair, but there's a lot, like I said, like a Heaven Hill, even some of the entry level Jim Beam, like just there's so many bottom shelf bourbons out there. First initial thought, I do like this, so I would almost put this in the middle.
Now let's see what the 9-year age statement when you kick that up.
Okay.
Very similar. Very similar.
It's similar, but there's just an extra
sweetness.
Yeah, maybe a honey.
I would want to say
butterscotch,
like more of the apple from this.
It's very similar. It might be a little.
I
softer.
wonder if this is like 4 to 5 years old.
Yeah.
And this is 9 years old, and it's just.
Yeah.
Boy, you'd think it'd be a bigger difference there.
No, there's not much difference there, but it's softer, I think, on the nose.
I'm just getting slightly more, like you said, a sweet, but
yeah,
I'm having a hard time placing it. So let's see where it places on the palate. That's the truest test. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh
There's that mint. There's that heat.
Yep. No, that's
completely different palates.
Yeah. Way different. Well, I think it's the base is here. The base is still there, but yeah, you're right. There's just a lot more going on here.
Oh yeah.
In terms of
the noses are almost identical.
Yeah.
The palates are very off. And
oh yeah.
In an interesting way, if you like a heated, spicy, minty bourbon, this one's right up your alley. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, no, this is I'm thinking. What does a bottle of 9 run typically?
I think about $35-$40.
Okay.
So, it's been some time since I bought this. Like I've been hanging on to these.
Oh well, then by now it's probably 100 because bourbon prices.
Stop it! Just stop it!
Ah, how did that get there?
Oh, magic, dude! So we move right along to the grading of this particular bourbon.
I'm gonna say this is a solid 3.5 for sure. This definitely. God, it didn't exceed my expectations because I really liked the non-age statement as a nice, affordable bargain sipping bourbon, and I was even generous enough to say, middle is shelf. This one surprised me. I think 3.5's definitely fair. I don't know that I could go any higher yet.
Hate to agree, but I'm gonna agree.
All right.
3.5, and this one I could lend it to the middle shelf maybe.
Well, now that I've had both, this is going down to the bottom, and this is taking the middle spot. Sorry.
There you go. Your King of Extreme is incredibly persuasive. So, now, T, this is the one I'm really looking forward to here. The award-winning Knob Creek 12-year.
Yes.
There's been a lot of awards that have said this is the whiskey of the year.
What year?
Unfortunately, the last year.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But we'll see.
There's nothing there.
It's the same nose.
I mean, that's.
There's more caramel here on the 12. There is. There just is.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
all that's there. I honestly, I can barely smell Knob Creek influencing this as a whole. I'm not even getting. That's it. It just smells like a caramel sweet.
If the non-aged to 9 is any indication as to how different their nose to palate can be, I'm looking forward to see what happens here, T.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good. Oh,
Delightful.
that's got a hard candy, not a butterscotch, but maybe like if you took like a butterscotch hard candy and a root beer hard candy and put them in your mouth at the same time and really sucked on those and got all of the sweetness out of that. That's what this sweetness is reminding me of.
All the heat's on the back of the tongue.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't
There's not
stick
a
on
lot.
this. Yeah, it's not nearly as spicy as the 9,
No.
which considering they're both 100 proof, interesting. But yeah, that one's mouth-watering.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
that's great.
we were both just like, yeah, that's an amazingly good bourbon. I'm gonna give that 3.75 in terms of its grading.
Same thing. Yeah, that's delicious, and these are just getting better. And
It
better.
would grade a lot higher as like a whiskey and such, but that'll be a
Yes.
different.
Yes.
But yeah, this is
No, that's delightful. I'm very impressed.
This one would probably be almost a middle to top shelf bourbon for me.
I'm gonna stick with the middle shelf. It's a damn good bourbon, but
Going in for a second take.
it's still a young brand, and I think that this is definitely the potential to become more respected, like you said, for winning awards even in a really bad year. That does say something, and I can see why. It's not run of the mill bourbon. It's just got a little something extra that sets it apart from other ones I've had.
A subtle sweetness, a subtle heatness. I can see why this one really impressed.
Yeah.
It doesn't have some of the over the top flavors that we're used to.
No, that's yeah, I agree.
Interesting
agree.
stuff. Well, yep, I think it's time to.
Are we there? We're there. Okay.
We are here, folks.
This one has a pretty big hill to climb. They've gotten better each bottle, and it's 15 years. So
Tony's favorite age statement,
Oh, boy.
folks.
This
We'll
is-
see what happens.
it's gonna be interesting. Cinnamon.
It's like a
Ooh.
metallic copper note. I'm
Yeah. Oh yeah. The way that it resonates in your nostrils. Yeah.
Like you're holding a handful of pennies.
Mhm.
Like, but yeah, you're right. There's a cinnamon, vanilla, really,
Yeah.
like really strong vanilla
Very
extract.
strong. Yeah.
God, there's a lot of
Almost-
There's a lot of cask influence here.
If I didn't know this was
Why
bourbon,
isn't there nearly as much on the 12?
I don't know. That's weird because if I didn't know that this was bourbon specifically, and you just held it up to my nose, that might not be where my mind went immediately.
Where would it go?
I could almost go Japanese. I don't know why that popped in my head, but like a couple of the recent ones we tried, similar nose I'm feeling. Like that was a Nika coffee whiskey.
Yep. The Nika coffee grain, which is a mostly corn-based whiskey and bourbons.
Yeah, that's what's reminding me of.
I'm guessing this is probably like 70% corn. But
That's probably fair.
Well,
Okay, let's
I'm-
do it. Chocolate cherry. Oh,
kind of a coffee-ish
Oh, yeah.
note on the end.
Yep. oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah, this one's all over the place. This is
Wow.
and it's not an oak bomb like I was
No.
afraid it was going to be.
No, it's not.
Like a lot of people were saying, "Wow, it's 15 years, so it's probably just going to be all oak." But no, not this one.
Oh yeah, that is actually pretty impressive that it's that old, but it's not overtaken by that. Wow, they found the secret formula.
Yeah,
Kudos.
I'm quite impressed.
Really nice.
Now, as a bourbon, how would you grade this?
Oh, I gotta go back in one more time.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give this a 4 stars as a bourbon. They've just kind of gone up the ladder, haven't they, folks?
Yeah, and I can't disagree. I want to give it 3.75, but I can't. I really like this. This has a lot to offer. It's aged perfectly, and this is craftsmanship. I'm very impressed. 4 stars.
Goodness
Yeah.
gracious. So, in terms of shelving,
that I could probably put that on my top shelf and not feel bad about it at
just
all.
because you're going to have such a hard time finding another one.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, that'll go on my top shelf, or we'll see. We'll see. But now we get to another interesting part of the show here, T. The eliminations to see who moves on to the bourbon tournament. So, T, as much as we found this one delectable, delightful, the non-age statement, it's a fine whiskey, isn't it?
It's not making it.
No, it is not.
I think the same can be said about the 9.
The 9 is a great whiskey. It's spicy and different, but it's got the same nose, and we've got some pretty stiff competition. I think Knob Creek would even appreciate us moving one of these two on. Now, T, the question is, the 12 has won multiple awards. The 15 has been very controversial. So I'm going to let you go first before I even say anything.
I could go either way with this, honestly. It just kind of depends how appealing one would be to the other on a grand scale for a tournament format of grading a champion. And that being said, I would give the slightest edge in a tournament format to the 12-year.
And why is that?
Because I think it appeals to a more broad range of people who would be interested in drinking a lot of different bourbons to see which one's the best of them all. Personally, I think the 15 is hands down better, but the 12 is so approachable as a bourbon. I think it really reminds you of what bourbon can be with an age statement, not over the top. But I really think that this one would do better in the tournament as a whole.
I'm kind of leaning towards 15.
And I could just as easily go that way because of the coffee notes, the chocolate cherry on the front that I was tasting, the smell throwing me off in terms of smelling like a bourbon. It's a toss-up for me. That's why I said I'd tip it to the 12. But you could easily convince me to go to the 15.
Take another sip of the 15.
Yep.
Let's see if that does it. And go back to the 12. All right, now take another sip of the 12. No, come on. Yeah, I don't make the rules. I just make them up and then have you do them. Now take another sip of the 15. Now take a sip of the 9-year.
What?
This is science. Okay. Now take another sip of the 15.
Where's this going?
Just trust me. I'm having way too much fun. Okay, now that my little fun is over. Now, T, out of all those tastes you just
What's
did,
the point of that?
I had a marvelous time.
Okay. Drink of water.
All right. Now that you got a drink of water, T. Now take a sip of the 15.
Okay, 15 wins.
Yeah! All right.
The 15 wins. Okay, you convinced me. Jesus.
All right.
Where's this going?
I was just going to
We're going to
say,
be halfway through the bottle by the time you go, okay, I'm just fucking with you.
I think the audience pretty much picked
All
that
right.
up, T.
When you
all
started
having a great
introducing the
time.
9-year, I'm like, okay. But speaking of that, I mean,
Oh, here it comes. Oh,
we're at that point. Sorry.
the blend
not
master
sorry.
must blend.
Yeah.
I'll take a nose of it, but my word. The blend master must blend.
They all kind of hide each other.
I'm sure they do.
Honestly, it's very subtle.
I was about to say, I smelled your hand more than I smelled the whiskey, which that's something.
Well, that doesn't suck. B plus.
All right.
B+.
The Blend Master gives the blend of the Knob Creek line a B plus. But folks, we have determined that Knob Creek 15 year is going to make it into the bourbon tournament to represent Knob Creek. Now, if for some reason Knob Creek is down from injury, or if some of my kinfolk come over and happen to drink this bottle empty, Knob 12 will step up in the bourbon tournament as the alternate because, you know, that could happen.
Okay.
There's, you know, I'm like, if my brothers come over, like, okay, you got to try this 15-year-old bourbon.
Next thing you know, you're down to a quarter of a bottle.
Oh, no. The 12 will step up.
Yeah.
We will see how that goes. I think that's a pretty
I
big
think
blend.
both would do fairly well in their own rights.
I think if you were to, like, blend them together as, like, a Knob Creek 13 and a half year.
Well, I got more like a 12 and a quarter here.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. So, folks, T, anything you'd like to say to the people?
No, you know, like I said, it's been years, if I can even remember, the last time I tried a Knob Creek. And, wow, I surely wouldn't have appreciated it at the time. And they've really done a nice job with this line. I'm very impressed. From the base offering to the higher end. Very impressive. Really like it.
Yep. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our line review and bourbon tournament selection of Knob Creek. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G, thanks for
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., here to give you the 5 bottles of whiskey that you need roundup. This has been something that's been going around on the internet as of late. Started off on Reddit, and it's just taken off like brush fire. And that brush fire has made its way here to the K.O.E. Nation. So in an attempt to put it out, I will give you, the K.O.E. Nation, my adoring fans, the 5 bourbons that you need. Now, I was not the person that started this. I'm sorry. To me, it's like, 5 bourbons? What backwards heathens? But if we have to limit ourselves to 5, this is how I would do it, folks. So, let's get started with this bourbon roundup of the 5 bourbons that you need. And the categories are the daily drinker, the impress your guests, the cheap mixer, or for guests that just wouldn't really appreciate good whiskey anyway, so this is what you pour them, the Friday night specialty pour, and then something that you save back for very special occasions. So without further ado, let's start off with the cheap mixer. Now, to me, this is not one that's cheap, but it is, well, I won't call it cheap. It's inexpensive relatively, but it is an excellent mixer. It just goes well in any cocktail, and that is Woodford Reserve. Just standard, good old Woodford Reserve. Excellent mixing whiskey. It's an excellent cocktail. I haven't found a cocktail that it doesn't work in yet. I haven't gone so far as to mix it with like multiple fruit juices and such, but any standard whiskey cocktail, you really can't go wrong with Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 45.2 rather, alcohol by volume. And I got this $3.75 for, gosh, I think around $17. So not bad for an excellent whiskey. But moving on from the mixer, it's what I would consider the peak daily drinker for bourbon. It's a fairly new release, but it's one that me and my family has endorsed thoroughly, and it's one that isn't going to break the bank, but you're going to feel like you're drinking high class here, and that is Maker's Mark 101. You can get this for around $35 a bottle, and it's just a great, I've had a rough Thursday, and I need me a dram. As you can see, this bottle is still sealed. It's because we've gone through quite a few bottles of this with the family of Extreme as of late. So this one is thoroughly endorsed by my brothers, my father, just very highly regarded bourbon. Maker's Mark 101, cannot recommend that enough. In fact, I would say that this is one of your better compromise bourbons. You don't have to break the bank, but you do have something very special there to definitely check out. Now we move on to my Friday pour, one that I really enjoy and one that is, as of right now, the bourbon of Extreme. Colonel E.H. Taylor. Amazing. And as you can see, I have been thoroughly enjoying this, but worry not. I have another bottle in stow just in case I don't have enough to get through the bourbon tournament, which keep your eyes on this space for that, folks. But yes, Colonel E.H. Taylor is when I have had a rough week and it's Friday and I just need a good dram. This is what I'm going to turn to. 100 proof, excellent stuff. If you can find it. If you can find it. That's the big problem with Colonel and anything from Buffalo Trace, really. But there's a reason that it's sought after, because it's good. And unfortunately, get used to hearing that for the rest of this video. So now we move on to when guests are over and you want to impress those guests. And these are guests that you know will actually appreciate the whiskey you're pouring, so you're not just pouring them something, cheaper. But when I want to really impress the guests, of course, the big horse comes out. Blanton's. It's one that whenever you want to impress, you pull that out. Even people who aren't all that familiar with bourbon whiskey will at least be interested, like, oh, wow, look at the bottle. And yeah, they'll want to see the cork. That's what I like about this particular barrel. They're single barrel, so they can be a touch. There's a bit variant. This one was barrel 450 from 3/10/2020 was when it was dumped. And this one is just caramel in a glass, caramel in a glass for our viewers across the pond. But yeah, excellent stuff. And this is the bourbon for when I want to impress my guests. And then one that I save back for a special occasion. Well, before I get to that, for the impress your guest whiskeys, this one, I picked this one up for $61 retail. I don't know what it's going for on the secondary market because I just happen to be lucky enough that there's a store that occasionally gets Blanton's. And so I stocked up. So I got 3 bottles and I don't, I'm not going to go crazy in the secondary market. So, and yes, don't worry, folks. I do actually leave a few bottles when I buy some. So, but yes, excellent stuff. This was the kind of start of the single barrel craze. And what got me into this was not the single barrel or the bourbon craze. Just my mother and I were going through some of my grandmother's stuff, and we found a couple of little sample bottles, the 50 milliliter sample bottles of Blanton's. And apparently, from what we gathered from some secondhand accounts, she rather enjoyed this stuff. So I had to find it after that. And it's good stuff. My grandmother also, she loved all of these because the only thing she would ever order to drink was a bourbon press. 3rd bourbon, 3rd water, 3rd 7-Up on ice. She was raised throughout World War II, so if you wanted to party and drink during World War II, you drank bourbon or you probably didn't drink a whole lot. Wasn't a lot. There wasn't as common of beer distribution as there is now, and bourbon could hold for a long time. It's not like there was a lot of Scotch whiskey coming across the Atlantic during the Second World War. So that all tracks. Now, last but certainly not least, special occasions. This is one that I have pulled out for just special occasions. And for those special occasions, it can be none other than Weller's Antique 107. Excellent, excellent bourbon. It actually lives up to its secondary reputation. The other Wellers, I'm not sure of. But this one definitely lives up to its reputation, and for very special occasions, somber occasions, happy occasions, this is one that I turn to. So I must say, yeah, I mean, I'll probably, if this is still around, I'll probably polish this bottle off Christmas of this year, just because that's the kind of special occasion bottle that I see this as. So, folks, these are, if you could only have 5 bourbons. I know, my goodness. These are the 5 that I would recommend, folks. I know it's a little Buffalo Trace heavy. I get it, but good is good, folks. I mean, we can't dispute or deny these bottles sell like they do for a reason. But I'm also trying to throw some attention over here to Maker's Mark 101, truly an ascendant whiskey that's being overlooked. And yes, it's comparable with any whiskey that's here on the table. So I would implore you to take a look at this. And just the best cocktail whiskey you could ever hope for. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this has been my picks for the 5 bourbons you need. Keep your eyes on this space, folks. Plenty more to come. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here so you can keep up with all your K.O.E. content. And thanks for joining me. I'll see you around, folks. Welcome, one and all, to another bourbon tournament entry. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partners.
Sure. Hey, like, share, and subscribe. Can I say that early?
Oh, yes, thank you. Definitely.
As long as it's said.
Tony,
I need more words.
the one, the only.
The Blend Master, Tony G. Again, like, share, subscribe. Hit that bell, that little notification bell.
You know it's the right thing to do. So we're here at the KOE Nation going to review another bourbon line so we can get another entrant decided in our Sweet 16 bourbon tournament. And today we are going over Bullet. This is one you've got a little experience with, don't you, sir?
Yes, sir. I do.
Oh.
But the one I like isn't in this lineup.
Which one's that?
Yeah, you're doing bourbon.
Oh, you like the rye?
Yeah,
Oh,
that is worth noting. The Bullet Rye did walk away with it when Phil, myself, and Chicken did the blind rye flight. Bullet Rye walked away with it. Wasn't even close. Will it do it again when we do a second tournament? We shall see.
We are here to review the varying whiskeys of this line.
The bourbon is a different animal. People are familiar
Always
with
cut
the
away from yourself.
orange label. The rye is the green label. The bourbon's the orange label. People are familiar with that. But Bullet also has a 10-year and a barrel strength, correct?
Yes, the 10-year is my personal favorite.
Okay.
To give you an idea, I had a whole bottle of this 10-year that I had and consumed before I could even get a review of it.
Okay, so
That's-
you really like the 10-year.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
That's probably good enough.
And you're a mixer, so I know you like the orange label.
I've only had orange label a handful of times, honestly.
Really?
You can go light on that. That's probably good.
I pour it up to the top.
I've had orange label. It's not my favorite, but it's been a while since I've tried it, so I'm giving it another shot. Let's be fair here at the KOE Nation and
But come on.
give
I
it another
always
go.
I love a bottle that embosses on the glass.
I was to say Bullet
the
does
the
have
sail. This looks not even pre-prohibition.
No,
this looks Western frontier.
exactly.
That's what I like about it.
Yeah, and that's what we said about the
It says
rye.
frontier whiskey.
Yeah, it looks just like you would expect it to look in an old spaghetti western saloon. You walk in, you see the embossed logo on the bottle that looks badass. I've got a little higher hopes than I probably should, but anything's better than the orange labels.
This is bullet barrel strength.
It's going to be hot. We expect that one to be
Yes,
hot.
sir.
So you got quite a bit of experience with this particular whiskey, then,
All
sir.
right, so the barrel strength will be number 2. Thank you.
Give you a touch more of that one.
The bullet is 45% ABV, 90 proof. The barrel strength is 61.7% ABV. That's going to be a little spicy.
Wowzer.
This is batch number 3.
And the 10-year is 45.6%,
Really?
91.2 proof,
Oh.
which is probably one of the reasons it was just so easy sipping.
No, the bottles are very aesthetically pleasing. I really like the look. I think it really appeals to a bourbon connoisseur. Like, okay, maybe it's not the highest of high shelving, but it looks good. It sounds good.
And they're affordable.
A lid with a cork.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pop,
It's got a
pop
cork.
it one more time.
That's true. There you go.
Yep.
That's a fine cork.
So
popper.
it's got the look. It's got the name. Does it have the taste to make it to the Sweet 16 of bourbon?
We shall find out, folks. So let's start out with Bullet
Here we go.
Orange Label Frontier Whiskey, distilled and aged in the Bullet family tradition, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. So, and it's just nothing but the basic facts of where you can find it, nutritional information. Yes. Well, ingredients, anyways.
Ethanol.
Hard and heavy.
It's not even an intrusive ethanol. It's honestly light on the nose. That's all I'm getting. I'm not getting any notes of sweetness or flavor. Not a mustiness, but just a lingering, not even a bourbon aroma. But if I had to pick a fruit, banana. Yeah.
I'm thinking more of
I didn't
sweet
think
grains, sweet oats, something like that.
Oatmeal.
Maybe. The nose, I'm getting a slight I can't believe it's not butter. This is I can't believe it's not caramel. Like that's what I'm getting on the nose. Like it almost wants to be. It's
bit of a leap.
striving, but it wishes it was there.
I get a hard alcohol. Not quite ethanol, but
Yeah.
it.
It's booze.
Yes.
It's booze. You know
What?
it's booze.
All right, let's see how it hits.
All right. Grape.
Great.
Yeah, grape.
I could understand the note, but it would hit me more about like a very dry red wine, not necessarily a grape.
I'm getting grape. I don't know why.
Nothing sweet hangs. It's pepper and bite at the end.
Yeah, it's very. It's a hot pepper, just table pepper, not sweet peppermint. This is just peppery. It's pretty standard. No real notes there, but for some reason I'm getting a hint of grape. I don't know why.
Interesting. Yeah, to me it was just grainy, a little bit of spice on the back, but not much. It's a very basic bourbon.
Yeah.
But it's
Honestly,
still
it's
offers
better
something.
than the last time I've had it. I'll be frank.
It's a mix. This is a mixer.
This is a great mixing bourbon.
Oh yes.
You
yes.
could cook with this one. This is a
You
diverse bourbon if you want to get
You could probably
intricate.
clean wounds with this.
You could probably do that.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I mean,
I would actually not recommend that at all.
okay, don't do.
No, doctors actually prefer you don't pour alcohol into open wounds. Because shockingly enough, it gets into your blood system.
Well, that sounds delightful.
And then
Cut me, Nick.
it's harder for them to perform procedures, and it's harder for their, Anyway, so
if you're wounded, drink it. Don't pour it into your open wound.
thank you. So we move on. Well, first, We're gonna give this a grade as a bourbon, and it's shelving. As a bourbon,
2.5.
2.5.
I'd say 3. Just yep.
2.25. It's
Split the middle. There you go.
okay.
That's
but
good. That's good.
Yeah,
Split the middle.
I'm sorry. It's
Average amongst the three of us, 2.25.
you are correct there, sir. But so we move to shelving.
That's a bottom. It's fine. Nothing offensive here. Decent.
Yeah, bottom. It's
All
you're
right.
gonna see it. It's within hands reach.
Yeah.
All righty. I'm gonna have to agree. It's a bottom shelf
There you go.
mixer. Not a bad one, but I know what's coming,
Fair
so
enough.
it's hard for me to get too excited about
That's
it.
fair.
So we move onward and upward to the barrel strength. I am really looking forward to this.
Yeah,
one.
I've
never
not
had
this one.
He has.
I am a newbie on this one. I'm looking forward.
Yeah, you smell the ethanol.
This one has more of an oat nose.
Weirdly
now.
enough, I am now getting the grape here on the barrel strength. But it's
It may be the only sweet you get.
once you get past the
Like, this is
amazing
it's perfect.
ethanol content.
It's almost perfect that this is regular and this is barrel strength because I get it's light here. This is like Luigi. This is like Fireball Mario.
Wow,
I like that.
that happened.
We doing a fireball?
You can
thing?
give me an applause for that
Please
one.
no.
You can give thank you.
All right, let's give
Eat
this a
the
shot,
barrel.
folks.
Yeah, let's try this. Oh wow.
Woo! That's a
You gotta chew that one on the way down. Holy crap.
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna catch my breath.
I use this with hickory wood and smoked meat.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that would.
that's got a purpose other than drinking, folks.
Oh,
Because
man,
it's
that.
it's a hard hit drinking.
Wow.
Okay,
It's a hard.
this is a phrase that they used to say way back in the day.
Wow.
That'll put some hair on your chest. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
This one has the bite.
That's some cold weather drink.
It reminds you what you're drinking. Look how dark it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
and bourbon, they by law cannot add coloring. This is all cask influence. So let's
Wow.
hold that up.
That's
for,
almost 125 proof.
like here, so you can see on either side of me. Like, yeah, that's
Oh yeah. Yeah.
it's not just a
that's
label.
considerable. Like, yeah, that's a considerable amount of.
I had
Color
flavors
there.
in my mind and then it just sucker punched me.
Now, when I do,
Yeah, there was an immediate spice the second it hit, and then it just kept going, and it's it was
Oh.
now when I do soak wood chips in that, I am sharing the bottle.
well, of course. But yeah, so this is
Wow.
another one that would shine as a kitchen whiskey.
Oh yeah, that's a cooking whiskey
Yeah,
through and
exactly.
through.
Yes, exactly.
Hell yeah.
And it's got
That-
the alcohol content, and it's going to burn out and leave you nothing but
I don't know if it'll all burn out. You might get drunk eating that food. Wow. That's a hot
Like
Bourbon.
like cayenne pepper.
yeah, damn. I was about to say, okay, the grapes, oh my god. Wow.
It was there for a second, wasn't it?
And then it got just
Like,
beat up in the back alley by the pepper.
all right, let me just say this now, because I have some friends that do like to drink Fireball. If you like Fireball, buy some Bullet Barrel Strength and drink like an adult.
There's no
Okay.
cinnamon in that. That's real.
Yeah,
you
that's
don't-
real.
You don't need added flavors. Just drink that.
You want it hot? Drink this.
Yeah,
Oh.
and you're gonna get there half as quick.
So, as a bourbon, gentlemen,
Oh boy, as a bourbon, honestly, I'm gonna give that a 3 1/4 on a bourbon because that is
on a 5-star scale.
I am because that's hot. But if you can get past that, it's got some flavor. It's got what this has, but it's not diluted yet, and it's got the flavor profile. But then the pepper and the hot and the heat just bitch slaps you.
Yeah, that's a warm one. What's
But
your take?
not terrible.
Diluted's perfect because look at the color.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Looking at them side by side here, you see the difference.
I'll be honest, the regular orange didn't impress me that much, but its cast barrel strength where you're not losing all the flavors is actually a lot more impressive.
Yeah.
That one, like I thought there's like first smell, I got nothing but ethanol, and I was thinking, oh no, this is gonna be gasoline. But then it actually opened up into some spice, and I can see why you use this in a cooking.
If you can keep it on your tongue, that grape flavor is there.
I've never.
Woo! You're an adventurous man.
And I was gonna say, you picked grape out of both.
Yeah, it's there. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Wow, that is hot.
Yeah, that's one of the higher ABVs I have here.
Have we done anything higher?
Come on. Yeah,
Yeah,
that ABV that.
Once you get over 120, that's not for the faint of
I
heart.
say, what have we done that's higher than that?
I think Booker's is just barely,
Barely?
like 126.
Actually, the bottle I picked up might be a little higher.
Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, yours is slightly higher than even mine, which
Yeah.
might be the highest one we've ever had. So, all right, what are you gonna give that as a bourbon?
As a bourbon, I'm gonna give that
4.
just. I mean,
Likes it hot.
I'm gonna give it 3.25.
Yeah,
I really
that's-
like it. It would be a 3-star, but like you said, like I might be using this as a cooking whiskey tonight.
Use this to cook. Use this to cocktail.
I like it.
you can cook and drink that.
You could.
All right, now we move
Depends
Recommend
on
it.
what kind of night you want to have.
I recommend it. Smoking takes a long time, so
There
as
you
you
go.
smoke, the bottle goes down.
So, all right, now Sheldon.
Oh, I could put it on my middle, but I'm probably going to put it on my bottom.
It's middle because it's black label, and I like black labels.
There you go.
This is a middle shelf whiskey for me.
All right.
I get where you're coming from, but nah, this is middle shelf for me. This is a significant improvement over the baseline.
Yeah, it is. It is. And this tastes like it appears. And it sounds like Bullet Bourbon. The look of the bottle. That tastes like the bottle looks.
Get past the nose, though. It does have
Yeah.
flavor.
So now,
Get past the pepper.
yeah, kind
Damn,
of.
it's hot.
So now we move on to the Bullet 10-year aged. I've had this before, as I've said, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm getting some caramel.
You know, yeah.
You already know I'm gonna like that.
Well,
When it comes to whiskeys, what can I say? I kind of have a sweet tooth.
You got sweet tooth. I like them smoky.
Well, between all three of us, we can give you a pretty good profile. I like them sweet. He likes them smoky. He likes them a little minty.
honey.
Yeah, honeyed and
That's
minty.
what I like. This has a.
The hidden flavors.
This has clay. You brought that up when we reviewed something else, and now
Evan Williams, or no. Is it the Jim Beam Standard? Yes, it was Jim Beam Standard.
Yeah, it has that clay.
Ceramic,
There's a bit of
ceramic
it-
glass.
there's
I
a-
got, I got that.
There's
Yeah.
a bit of it in there, but it's not like the Jim Beam.
No,
where
no,
that's
no.
all you
That was
smell.
all you smelled with the Jim Beam.
I'm getting some caramel too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But-
There's a sweetness
yeah,
there.
That's interesting. There's a earthy clayness to
Yeah.
it. Well,
There's enough sweetness that the alcohol doesn't burn.
Yes.
gentlemen, let's see how this one hits.
The sweetest of the three.
Mm.
Oh, marvelous.
Oh yeah. There's the pepper.
At the end, on the back of your tongue, not
Actually,
on the front.
You say cayenne pepper. I
No,
think
actually-
that's got the most cayenne pepper type feel for me so far. But it's not intense. It's just kind of a reward at the end. Yeah.
Now, see, I get pepper early and I get sweet at the end.
I'm gonna go back to banana
I-
on the front.
Yeah, there's a fruitiness. I don't know what, but there's a caramel on the front and middle of my tongue, and then on the back is a spice, and it's
Yeah.
very well divided on my tongue.
It is,
that way,
yeah, no,
which is what
it's-
I've always liked about it.
It's split up, and you get different portions of it at different times, which is nice because when you sample whiskey in this manner, you want a journey. You don't want just okay, it's that. Holy crap, it's hot. You get a few different sides of it. It's not just straightforward.
Imagine this mixed with Barks root beer.
Oh, yeah.
rocks.
Yeah.
That was one of my personal favorites. I
And
drink
that's a
lot.
spicy root beer.
Yes, and it just complements each other so well.
Actually, I kind of want to try Barks with that.
Oh, wow.
With the bite, with white,
Yeah. Oh boy.
because Barks is already a. You want to? Let's re. We should review.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a
We should
cocktail
review
review.
it.
That's a cocktail review. That's
I
coming.
think that's coming.
That's
Keep
coming.
your eyes on this space, folks. But all right, gentlemen, we're
Hey.
getting ahead of ourselves.
Boulevard makes root beer.
Oh, nice.
Boulevard
All right, all right.
makes beer.
We're getting.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm following you.
That's I smell what he's cooking.
This
I'm
is
feeling it.
spirits.
All right,
but
we're getting ahead of ourselves.
But
As
if we can think about the whiskey itself and see other angles to try it with, that's the point. Like that's the whole point. If you're making a whiskey that you can do diverse different things with, then you're doing something right, and you've done it here.
Stay
Well
lifted.
done. So, gentlemen, as a bourbon, a 5-star scale,
I'm gonna give that a 4.
4
Yep,
stars.
4. I like that.
425.
4.25. I'm going to agree with Germs here. It is a 4.25 bourbon. And let's be frank here, gentlemen. Bullet, it's a fine mixer, but it's not going to go on to the next round.
No.
I'm so sorry. So it comes down
Shooters, maybe. Shooters.
to the barrel strength or the 10-year that moves on to the Sweet 16 bourbon tournament to go up against some really heavy hitters. We're going up against a couple of Jim Beam offerings. We're going up against a couple of One Heaven Hill. We're going up against a couple of Buffalo Trace. It's going to be a pretty heavy tournament. Which one of these two is going to move on? Germs, we're going to go to you first.
If you said sweet 16, that's not sweet. This one's,
Okay.
we're going to go 10-year.
Okay.
Tony, you might have the deciding vote here.
We know Booker's is already in, and that's a super hot whiskey, super hot bourbon. Compares to that, I want to do a head-to-head versus video with Booker's against this, but this has got to move on.
Yeah.
The 10-year.
I am going to be in agreement, gentlemen, that the 10-year is in the contention for the bourbon of extreme. It's moving on in the Sweet 16, and we will see which bourbon will reign supreme. And it will happen right here with your king of extreme. And the blend master, Tony G.
And now it's time.
Let me know how that goes.
Let's see. I'm
You know what?
guessing it's mostly going to be this guy.
Oh, I've only got one.
Yep, it smells hot.
What? I was about to say, I bet that's.
It smells hot.
That black's heavy.
It smells very
That
hot.
black is heavy.
It's like all the heat from all three
Why not?
joined forces to
And,
make Megazord of fiery bourbon.
Woo!
Yeah, it's hot.
and this is all black.
Oh well.
Caramel and fire.
The characteristics of the 10, the approachability of the orange label, dilute the barrel just enough to make this actually not a terrible blend. I'm gonna give it a C+.
I was about to say, take the regular bullet out of it, and this would actually be a pretty good blend in and of
Mhm.
itself. I mean, they could call that a small batch.
Yeah,
You think the orange cuts it?
yeah. I think the orange cuts it just a little bit.
Yeah.
And then this adds a flavor profile.
But the orange with any, are we calling it whiskey or bourbon?
Bourbon.
With any bourbon mix.
Yes.
I mean,
These,
Bullet Orange is a hell of a mixer.
Yeah, I was saying,
Yeah.
that is a.
they're all good
Perfect
mixers.
mixer.
All of them would mix well. The question is, which
What are you
one
mixing?
on
Oh no!
just
in the
straight
16,
meat, which one do you think can stand up
Yeah.
against this very stacked?
It's the 10
Yeah, I agree. I really like the 10. So
Yeah,
Bullet.
that's good.
you have a rye that is in the contention for Rye of Extreme.
Yep.
You've got a 10-year bourbon that is now in contention for the Bourbon of Extreme, and it moves on to the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament.
You're doing something right, Bullet.
That you are. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here.
Hit it.
All that being said, thank you for joining us for this review of the Bullet Bourbon line. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners.
Germs, hey, like, share, subscribe.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, and the one, the only,
The Blend Master, Tony G. Thanks for joining us. Gonna do a little more blending over here. Don't mind me.
folks. Thanks for joining us, and keep your eyes on this space for the Bourbon Tournament. Later, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another premium spirits review. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the returning
Oh, hey, I'm Germs.
and the one and only.
The Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
And this
Woohoo!
this is one Tony's been looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm
Only one bottle.
only one bottle. There's no line here because technically there's only one bourbon that's affordable under this brand.
There is a 10-year of the Mitchers bourbon, but this is the Mitchers small batch, folks. We're going to give this one a try to see if it makes its way into the bourbon tournament. But this is,
I had to pick this bottle up because we did the Mitchers Rye. I'd heard so many good things. Everybody says, "Oh, it's so good." I'm like, all right, fine. I found a bottle for $39.99. I bought it. We reviewed it, and I instantly went, "Oh my, that's the best rye I have ever had." So instantly, when the idea of the bourbon tournament came up, I said, "Phil, I feel kind of inclined to at least give Mitchers Bourbon a fair shake at this." Now they have the Mitchers Rye, the Mitchers Bourbon, the Mitchers American Whiskey, which I believe is a blend, and then a Mitchers Sour Mash. The bourbon is the only one that would potentially make the bourbon tournament. I am excited for this. I have very high hopes. So
He's
as long
got
as it meets it,
high hopes.
I
He's
feel like
got
it will make it in.
high hopes. He's got high apple pie in the sky hopes. So we'll see how this one goes.
This has a
Yes,
chance
that
to
happened.
this has a chance to win a solo entry into the tournament. Let's see if Mitchers can go 2 for 2 on knocking me off my feet.
How does this work then? I'm a single bottle.
This is the only.
This is a wild card.
Yes, this is one of the
Essentially.
only bourbon offerings of this particular distillery that can be readily
Well,
found.
if I wanted to blow a bunch of money, I would have sought out the 10-year. We would have done a
But
fair
yeah,
review.
it's a unicorn
but
bottle now.
yeah.
But yes, with some of the other lines, we're going to go through their offerings to give a better impression.
Oh,
But
come on.
since this is pretty much
Signature.
their only bourbon, but Tony was so blown away by the rye,
Yeah.
it's like, we got to give this bourbon a shot.
It
So
is a must.
let's see how it hits the nose, folks. Sweeter.
Very
not-
sweet.
Not quite as powerful.
No, I don't smell any grain. There's no ethanol nose
I
there.
get a little grain, but
No, I'm not getting grain. I'm getting
Not burn. It's
no. There's no burn here. There's no burn on your nostrils. It's not a grain sweetness. It's more of a almost like a taffy sweetness.
I could see that actually.
Yeah. I don't know why that sprung to mind, but yeah, like a saltwater taffy. The way that smells sweet.
I love me some saltwater.
That is good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready. Cheers. That's smooth.
Yeah. There's a
Wow.
little bite on the back, but
On
not
the
much.
very back.
But
Then
it stays on the.
there's the pepper. It's on the tail end.
It's a little bit there, but it's not as heavy as some of the
No,
others we've had.
Very light, very crisp pepper. Kind of a
So-
blend of a peppermint and a hot pepper.
So this is a very
Wow.
simple but approachable bourbon.
Yeah, there's nothing super complex on the initial flavor. I love the nose on this. It's approachable on the nose. It's clean on the tongue. You let it set. It starts to open up your airway.
Need a cigar.
You know, God, that's sweet. Oh, wow.
This would be a good
Wow.
either mixing or cigar pairing or just having dinner whiskey. This isn't terribly complex or overbearing, so not too bad. So, folks, we are, because this is the only one we're reviewing on this video. We're
Go all the way with it.
Yep, gonna give it 4 different scales, and then the secret 5th question. So, as a bourbon on a 5-star scale, how would you rate this as a bourbon going against every bourbon you've ever had?
3 1/4.
3 1/4. Germs, how would you go with this?
Give me 4.
I thought he was gonna like this one. I'm gonna go 3. This is a good bourbon.
I figured you were going to go low.
You know, it's good. It's approachable. It's not terribly complex. I was thinking with the nose, maybe I'm going to get some caramel here, but it's a lot of spice instead. Let me go one more time. No, I'm going to stick with that. Yep, 3. Now, as a whiskey, this is putting it up against all the scotches, all the bourbons, Japanese whiskeys, Canadian whiskeys, what have you.
Easily a 4.
4-star whiskey.
Yep.
Germs?
Yep.
What's your take on this one?
Yeah, 4. 4. I'm still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna stick with 3.
No, you're wrong. Sorry. Not sorry.
Okay.
Where it doesn't stack up to some of your classics as a bourbon, when you consider like your Blantons, your Bookers, some of the makers that we've reviewed. It doesn't have those same qualities, so your immediate instinct on a bourbon scale is to punish it for that. And that's a little bit where I went. As far as a whiskey goes, this is sweet, it's approachable, it's clean, it's crisp, it finishes nicely, it's delightful on the palate, and I like to keep drinking it. So this is a great whiskey. I love it. 4 stars.
You know what? You sold me. You moved me to 3.25. Okay, because it's good, but I'll be honest. This is a good whiskey. I'm not blown away by this whiskey.
That's fine.
Okay, but all right. So we move on to cask aged spirit, and this is one Tony's infamously hard to please here. Germs. This is putting it up against every. Basically, brown rum, reposado tequilas, Armagnac, cognac, all the world of whiskeys, pretty much anything that they have to age in a cask. How would you rate this?
Stick with 4.
He likes it.
He likes
it.
He likes it, folks.
I'm gonna split the difference myself. It's a 3-star bourbon in my opinion. It's a 4-star whiskey easily. I could almost go higher with that, but I'm going to stick with 4. I'm going to go 3.5 as a cask aged spirit. Split the difference. I think the only thing that pushes me back from going higher is it's not unique enough. But the reason I'm going to go that high and try to push further is because it's so drinkable. This is very nice.
It is a drinkable one. That's why I'm going to stick with 3.25. It's a good one. But again, I wish I could get my hands on that 10-year.
Yeah, I think now we're looking for the 10-year.
You know, it would blow a lot of things.
If this is the entry level to this line,
yeah.
Wow.
I'm 2 for 2 on Mitchers now. I'm getting the whiskey, I'm getting the sour mash, and yeah, I'm a fan. You're winning me over.
We have the secret 5th question. So, Tony, what did you pay for this bottle?
That one I got at regular price, whereas the rye I got on probably about $10 less than normal. It was $40. This was $50. That's standard pricing, no matter whether you're looking at a liquor store or a Walmart. Pretty much $50.
Okay. When this bottle is empty, will you seek another?
Yep.
One? Okay, Germs. if you see this bottle for the said price, will you seek this out?
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay. Now, my answer is going to be a little different. Will I seek out this bottle at that price? No. And the reason is because now I have added Mitcher's 10-year to my hunt
Yeah.
for the unicorn bottles
Yeah.
because we have to contrast. And
Yeah, now that they've done 2 for 2, now I'm like the toasted barrel. I kind of want to try that really bad.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to get a little deeper into Mitchers, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my eye out for the 10-year. If you want to go deeper into the other offerings, please do, and we will have that review right here. So, guys, does this make it into the bourbon tournament?
I vote yes.
Yes, definitely.
Well, I've been outvoted regardless, so I will simply say, folks, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Bourbon Tournament entry and the Mitchers Bourbon Official Review. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to these two indomitable broadcast partners. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. Signing off to you first, my man.
Germs.
Tree.
Oh, leave the bottle.
Tony G, the blend master, loving me some Mitchers.
Catch you later, folks. Welcome, one and all, to another Bourbon Tournament entry video. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by a couple of indomitable broadcast partners. The returning
Germs, how you doing?
and the one and only
Blend master, Tony G, like, share, subscribe. Ooh, boy.
We are getting a little deeper, and we're going to have another entrant today, Heaven Hill Distillery. I was able to find this interesting little sample box, just a tasting experience, 5 100 milliliter bottles, and this has 3 bourbons in it. So I figured, why not? This is going to be your shot into the bourbon tournament. Actually, I will need that in a little bit. It's got all of the.
Oh, yep. Here,
Yeah,
let's set
actually,
it
hand it
back
to
over
Tony.
here.
He can start.
Yeah. What are we starting off with?
Let me just get these 3 out of the way here. 300 milliliter bottles. It also comes with a bottle of Pikesville Rye and a bottle of Brenheim Original Kentucky Straight Wheat Whiskey, which keep your eyes in this space for those reviews.
We got
Tony,
plans for
would you
that.
put those on the table, sir?
We will see you another time.
You think?
Yes. So, I'm going to start off with Elijah Craig, small batch. Will you please read what it says on the back there?
Elijah
sir?
Craig Small Batch Bourbon, 94 proof, 8 to 12 years old. Known as the father of bourbon, Elijah Craig is credited as the first distiller to age his whiskey in charred oak barrels to make bourbon. Today, we honor him by hand selecting and marrying small
Gotta keep some of
batches
this in case it wins.
of 8 to 12-year-old barrels for the perfect balance of flavor. That's pretty impressive.
All right, now Larceny. What can you tell us about Larceny? Tony's personal favorite whiskey of all
This
time.
is one of my least favorite bourbons ever. I've never liked it. I had a very bad experience the first time I've tried it, and I'm hoping that my palate has matured since then. You can go pretty light on mine. I'm not really looking forward to
Tony.
it. So hopefully
I
it's
couldn't
changed.
dream of that.
Larceny Kentucky Straight Bourbon, 92 proof, no age statement, with a pedigree that traces back to the historic Old Fitzgerald brand. Ooh, good God!
Partner.
I've got another bottle over there. If you'd like me to give you some more.
Partner.
Are you upset? Okay.
Where was I?
I might
With a
have you.
pedigree that traces back to the historic Old Fitzgerald brand, famously made with a whisper of wheat. Larceny uses wheat as the small grain instead of the traditional rye for a softer, rounder taste profile. That all sounds like bullshit to me because this is an offensive bourbon, in my opinion.
It sounds like
You're really not looking to have this make it onto the next round because there's not much left in that vial there, Phil.
Oh, I'll get another one if I have to, Take.
And
you've already offended me by replacing the rye.
Yeah. And we are moving on to the Evan Williams Single Barrel Vintage. This is 86.6 proof, 7 to 8 years old. A low age statement and a pretty low ABV, honestly. As the only vintage dated single barrel bourbon, the individual barrels that are hand selected for Evan Williams Single Barrel meet the stringent flavor profile of each year's unique vintage. So honestly, I'm pretty excited for that one as well.
And I'll just put that. Yeah. Alrighty. So we start off with the Elijah Craig.
Okay.
Not offensive.
No, it's a soury sweet.
Very light nose.
It is very light. You really got to get in there.
And I'm
get-
trying.
It just smells very.
It's not offensive, but it's not.
It's almost not there.
It smells like a mash whiskey.
I don't have a lot of experience in mash whiskey, so I can't really speak to that. But
It almost smells like it's got rye in it, but I don't know, it's very light. You're right.
well, let's see if it hits the palate because I'm trying to pull some aroma out of this.
Here we go. Much spicier on the palate.
Yep.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, spicy, but what?
Yeah, it's you're getting the spiciness and you're waiting for another flavor
Something.
profile, but that's just about it. It's so light on the nose, and then it's
Some spice and some wood.
yeah, that's really just wood spice. It's smooth.
Canadian?
God, as much as I hate to say, the nose reminded me of Canadian and just how it was light and
Yeah, it's like if you dumped pepper into a Canadian whiskey.
You tried to spice it up.
Alrighty, so all right, guys. As a bourbon, how are you gonna rate this? I'm gonna not be kind. I'm gonna get 2 stars.
Oh, I was
gonna go 2.5. Just, I mean, I won't give it under.
still
but-
gonna
I could drink this if I wanted a bourbon. I'll go 2.75. I'm not going
It's
3.
It's still gonna have a 2 in front of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in terms of shelving, this would be a bottom shelf for me. I'm sure that this is the kind of whiskey I know certain people this would be their favorite whiskey in the world, but
yeah,
not
if that's
for
your
moi.
if that's your forte, like this would excel. If this is the profile you like, it's just
It's nothing notable.
It's smooth and it's approachable, but
it is.
Hmm.
It's definitely.
It makes me wonder
It's
what
a
the
good
Elijah
intro.
makes me wonder what the Elijah Craig age statements are. I've seen an 18-year a couple of times, but they wanted like $150 for it. So.
And this is 8 to 12 years old.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Maybe that helps the smoothness.
I guess, but we will see. Now
Not complex.
we move onward and upward to Larceny,
Right.
Tony's favorite whiskey that he's ever had, I'm sure.
Don't expect.
Is there a story behind larceny?
There's some story on the back of the bottle about somebody that liked bourbon when he ran a
No, I mean
warehouse.
that Tony doesn't like.
He had a bottle of it and said, "Here, try this."
It was
And I had a
literally
gut ache.
the cheapest bottle I've ever had. It was on sale at Walmart for $11.
You overpaid by about $9.
So let's see if that was just a bad batch or if
Self
it's the same.
checkout. You just walk out.
They wouldn't look cross at you if it was larceny.
Yeah.
I
So
wouldn't pay.
There's nothing there. There's nothing.
Again.
There's nothing there. A grain, not sweet.
I'm getting some
Now-
wheat in there. I
Are
actually
ya?
took a taste after I tasted it, but
There's nothing on the nose. All right. No, the aftertaste. No.
It is a bitter aftertaste.
It's got. It's still hot on the end. It's sweet hot, but not like a frolicky sweetness, like a stagnant sweetness. Yeah, it's better than the last time I had it, but
Significantly.
yeah. Maybe
No,
you had a
I don't-
bad bottle.
yeah,
It's
that-
still not blowing me away.
Well, they're small batch.
It tried to be
So I
sweet.
think it was
Yeah.
just a bad batch.
Okay,
So this one is
we can
it's-
compare the two, but
reminds me a little bit of mellow corn and how it's so
Yeah.
mellow, which comes from this distillery. But yeah, mellow corn, like compared to the other corn whiskey that we had, there was just a lot more flavor there.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's kind of a signature of Heaven Hill that they've got a very muted flavor profile that
Yeah.
doesn't offend.
there's nothing that jumps out at you here that goes, oh, okay, I can see this, and oh, if I let it breathe, I can get notes of this. It's whiskey. It's bourbon. You're getting the heat.
Not even really though. I mean, it's not even.
There's no there. in it.
I'm not getting the heat.
It's like, huh? What?
brown water.
This isn't peppermint. This is just like you took a whiskey and you put pepper in your whiskey. It's like table pepper.
Now we'll get to a possible solution to this,
Huh.
but all right, folks. As a whiskey, or not actually as a bourbon, how would you rate this?
2.
2.
That sounds fair. Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
There's not a lot there.
No.
It's-
175.
Thank you.
You've sold me 175.
Hey! All right. As for shelving,
This is
well,
bottom.
well,
Here, let me just
giveaway.
here. We're just gonna.
Ouch. Yeah, that one's not going to.
Sorry, that's not gonna make the cut.
Okay,
It's
so
not.
boy, all right. So now it's down to Evan Williams single barrel
Single barrel.
as the last bastion of hope for the Heaven Hill Distillery.
I can't believe that it's coming down to Evan Williams because
The
I
smell-
thought Elijah Craig was going to knock it.
I
out
did
the
too.
park.
I really expected more out of Elijah Craig. I've heard good
It
things.
smells like alcohol.
Evan Williams. Evan Williams
This
to me
actually has some
is like the
get
bourbon.
corn in this.
Evan Williams is the bourbon answer to Jack Daniels. If you consider Jack Daniels not bourbon, it's look.
Jack Daniels not bourbon and never will be.
It is. The bottle looks exactly like
Get used to
Jack
hearing that line a lot.
Daniels.
Even with the squiggles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
It's,
All right, Tony,
it looks
give
just
this
like,
a nose. This actually you're getting corn.
Oh yeah,
Sweet,
the sweet
element,
corn.
buttery.
I was just gonna say butter. Yeah, like a buttered sweet corn cob that you're about to munch on. This is actually pretty pleasant on the nose.
it's good that one of the three does. Help.
Well, I was gonna say, like, it's not like it had a lot to live up to. Huh. All right.
I've seen bottles of this particular for like $25.
A little more oily on the palate.
Mm-hmm.
Not.
The oil, yeah, medium.
And it mutes what you think is going to be a pretty hot heat.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it starts to get hot, and then it kind of just
It
dissipates.
smells hotter than it is.
It is, yeah. That's actually fair. Yeah, no, that's definitely better than I expected.
Yeah, there's definitely corn forwardness. I'm going to guess this is at least 70% corn in the mash bill.
Yeah.
And a barley, maybe some rye, and probably not much else.
And single barrels usually their best offering, right?
It's usually either single
Debatable, but
barrel
yeah.
or small batch.
Small
Yeah.
batch.
Small batch, you can kind of round the edges, but single barrel is kind of the new thing now. And this is kind of Evan Williams' response to, like Tony said, the
The Jack
Jack
Daniels.
Daniels single barrel, which is not a bourbon and never will be.
It is.
Nope. Gonna try and see how fast I can say that. But so
It's definitely the most complex
As
of the three.
a bourbon, I'm gonna give this 275.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was headed with it.
Yeah,
Just,
Tell me why I'm wrong.
No, I can't go 3. I'm gonna agree. 2.75.
All right, sweet. Now, in terms of shelving, this one is bottom, but it could have some potential if I had a lot of room to make it on my middle shelf.
Like I said, people like to read single barrel.
Yeah. I
I wouldn't have Evan Williams, but I'd have Evan Williams single barrel.
Yep.
There you go.
That's
All right, that's fair. Maybe we should put this one up against the standard. Maybe we should try. I don't know.
we might give the Evan
Yeah.
Williams line a shot as an appeal,
Yeah,
but
that
that
might
is
be
coming.
fair.
That is coming in the future, and also if we have to, wait a week for chicken to get here. But yeah,
I'm gonna go with bottom. I can't put this on the middle. I'm gonna go bottom. It's still a well for me. I mean, it's drinkable. It's definitely more complex than the other two. There's notes in here that I really do like, but this is still it's an affordable mixer bourbon to me.
Yep, I've seen this for anywhere from $22 to $27.
Exactly.
So, out of the three, I think it's pretty easy to say that Evan Williams
Let me
knocked
just
this.
take care of
Yep,
that.
yep, knocked that out of the
So,
park.
I'm sorry. Did anybody have any?
Nope,
No.
not an objection.
Okay.
Evan Williams, single barrel, walked away with it, and it's so corn forward. Gotta support your local corn farmer. Now, Tony, I was about to say, it's time for your Blendmaster skills to see if there is a way
Okay, here we go.
to fix the problems here. Okay.
I'm gonna take the Elijah Craig.
May I join you?
Yep.
Yes, please do.
I'm gonna take the Elijah Craig.
Watch the Blendmaster as he goes.
I'm gonna take the Evan Williams. I'm gonna mix those together. I'm gonna swill that around,
You just skip.
and then I'm gonna take the Larson. No,
Oh, you could have done that.
all right.
My dog would have probably smelled it, be like, "What?" in the
We're
world?"
gonna just do enough for flavor, and then yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Tony's not a fan of the.
Sorry,
Larson.
Larceny. 0 for 2 on that one. Maybe this helps complement and bring in a new flavor profile. Let's find out.
Actually, the Evan Williams and Elijah Craig do go together quite well.
They complement each other.
It
in the
kind of
right way.
honeys it up.
Honestly, yeah, I probably should have just left the Larceny out because that's all I'm tasting.
Yeah.
That's it. Honestly,
Tony
God,
cannot drink whiskey
that
that's
little-
Larceny and not taste it.
that little bit that I put in took over the entire blend. D plus.
Ouch. Because of Larceny. Just the Evan
Yeah.
Williams and Elijah Craig, I'd give it a B.
Larceny, epic fail.
Nice.
I was really expecting more because I see
Were you?
so many people.
Were you
Yes,
really?
because I see so many people rave about Larceny. About
Yeah,
how
I
I
don't
have
get
to
it.
have a bottle of Larceny on hand at all times.
Why?
Why?
No.
There's so many better.
I've
There's
had so much better bourbon.
From this.
The
From the
same
same
people that-
distillery.
Yeah,
the same
from-
people that shit on Blanton's are the people that like Larceny.
yeah.
There, I said it.
Ouch. Well, those are people who can't find blends.
So we've got to find a bottle of Evan Williams.
I know exactly where to get this for like 20 some bucks. So
Perfect.
no problem at all. So Evan Williams single barrel vintage, you have advanced. And you know what? I like it or not, I actually did like that little sampler because it allowed us to try all these whiskeys without having to buy the full bottle. So
Thankfully.
yeah, thankfully. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this Heaven Hill Distillery review. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. Be sure to like, share, subscribe.
I was going to say that.
All right.
Germs.
And
The mostly, now I'll just say it. Larceny disappointed me. Tony G, like, share, subscribe, of course, all that. Stay right here for the Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. Again, Larceny never was going to make it.
all right, AJ, I got a big favor to ask you. Are you going to ask me to go out and do very good wrestling? Yep, you got it. Can you?
Have yet to not do it.
Yeah, unless you book me to not do. All right, AJ. Here's the one exception. When you wrestle Shinsuke Nakamura, we don't want you to go out and do very good
Yeah,
wrestling.
don't go out and have that
We want you to-
7-star match.
We want you to just
People,
kick each other in the balls 14 times.
Okay, fine.
We want you to literally just go out there and kick each other. In
As
the dick.
long as you don't fuck up the Kevin Owens rivalry that everybody's really hyped for.
We're gonna do.
Oh, we're
false
gonna non-finish that into fucking oblivion. We're gonna make that so convoluted people be glad it's over. Thanks.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another edition of the Bourbon Tournament. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
Blendmaster, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
We are going to see if Jim Beam can earn its spot in the tournament, folks. We are moving onward and upward. We already have 4 slots in the Sweet 16, and Jim Beam is going to have to earn its keep because Booker's has already made it. So if one of these whiskeys can't cut the mustard, that's just the way it is, folks, because hey, we're trying to be fair here. So what we have is, I'll just come around to you, explain to folks what we got here.
Right here is the standard in the Jim Beam line. Jim Beam White Label, aged for 4 years. This is the tried and true whiskey of Jim Beam.
Yes, the baseline offering, if you will.
Baseline Jim Beam. Jim Beam Black, extra age. Now, that is aged for 8 years, so double the aging. What is the ABV on that?
The ABV is 43%, so 86 proof.
Yep, and this is or 83 proof, I believe.
All right, nice. And then, so, just as well. And then the last bottle here, what can you tell us about this?
That is the Jim Beam Devil's Cut, and that is the whiskey that they extract out of the barrels, and then they reblend that with other whiskeys to offer this unique flavor. And I'm actually pretty excited to try this one. I've heard good and bad, and this has a good God. They do not make these little bottles easy to read. I am not kidding you one bit.
I was about to say, he's got a good set of eyes.
Yeah.
So if he's having a hard
Like
time.
the lettering is gold on black, folks. That's 48% or 45% ABV, 90 proof. And did I say this one correctly? This is 40% 80 proof. So it's pretty run of the mill as far as bourbon goes in terms of alcohol content. I have a feeling the black is going to be about the smoothest there is, but this Devil's Cut, I'm quite interested.
Okay, my Devil's Cut is closest to the mic, and so's yours. All right, so we're going to start off with Jim Beam's base offering.
I'm quite familiar
Never
with
had this before. How have I made it this far into the world of whiskey?
I've had a lot of
And
Jim Beam in my day.
Booker's is my introduction to Beam Suntory.
Yeah, I drank a lot of Jack Daniels and Jim Beam in my high school years. I was partial to Jack Daniels because other people drank Jack Daniels. That doesn't mean anything now. My palate's expanded. So let's see how this holds up.
Clay.
Wow.
I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're not. That is.
It smells of
Oh
clay.
my God.
It does. It smells of like traditional, like ceramic clay pottery.
It absolutely
And
does.
like also like when you're in art class and you're working with clay for the first time, you got that smell of the fresh clay
Oh my God.
and a hint of grain on the back.
You-
But that's it. It's like
There
the
is
clay
a hint of
is
sweet
like
grain.
I'm sorry, the clay is just punching me in the memory centers of my
Wow,
brain
that
right now.
is, you're right.
It's like Mrs. Kappelman's art class. All
It
over
is.
again.
The sweetness, though, is
It's in the clay.
It is, but it's like not an orchard fruit, but maybe like a berry. I mean, it's subtle.
God,
It's
we'll see if
subtle.
it matches the palate.
All right. Very smooth.
Subtle brown sugars and cinnamons.
Yeah, I was gonna say a sprinkled cinnamony sugar on top. I'm sticking with berry.
Nothing too heavy. Oh man,
I'm sticking with a berry fruit. It's not an orchard fruit. This is a
maybe
like
just a little bit squeezed into the
yeah,
cinnamon sugar.
just
It's
a-
not.
just a droplet.
There's not much there. I'm not getting. I'll be honest. I don't get any fruit.
I am. I'm getting a little bit of berry fruit. I don't know why.
Interesting. Interesting stuff. So, all
This,
right.
I'll be honest. I've not had Jim Beam in ages.
A minute or
And
two.
yeah, it's been a long time, and the last time
Well,
it
all
wasn't
right.
this good.
I'm gonna be honest in all of my reviews here, folks. So, Tony, we review everything on a 5-star scale.
Yep.
Just like they review MMA fights, just like they review some of the great main events of WrestleMania. So,
Absolutely.
5 stars. How would you rate this as a bourbon? 5-star scale.
It's very peanut.
Like a really chewed up one.
I'm gonna say 3.
I am gonna say 2.75.
Okay, you didn't want to break 3. I understand.
Yeah. It would be a good mixer
It's an excellent mix.
if you mixed it right,
Yeah.
because boy, that earthy clay smell is just like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get past that. I'm
No,
sorry.
the nose is very
Like from now on, when I
off-putting.
see a bottle of white Jim Beam, I'm gonna be thinking
Yeah.
of like red clay earth.
No, you're right. The nose does not match the palate. The palate's a little soft.
That's something you have to get used to when you're into whiskey. Is
Yeah.
There's times the nose is not going to match the palate, and you got to be ready.
You got to get past it, otherwise it's gonna haunt you.
So yeah, I'm going to give it 2.75 as bourbon.
Alright,
As
that's
a
fine.
whiskey, what would you give it?
As a whiskey, I'm gonna say 3.
I'm going to stick with 2.75
Alright.
as a whiskey. It's approachable. It's usable. Would not be my first, second, or third choice.
Okay.
As a cask aged spirit,
2.5.
I'm going to stick with 2.75, and that this is a 2.75 whiskey through and through. All right, it's just a little bit better than halfway there.
Okay.
Okay, like it's just a little over that halfway mark of good and not so good. It just gets over that. Shelving,
That's bottom.
yeah, it's a definitively bottom shelf.
Yep.
And I'll be honest, when that bottle goes in empty, no, I will not probably seek out another bottle. Yeah, I'm guessing. Will you? All right, now this is the one I'm looking forward to.
The black.
Jim Beam Black,
Yes.
aged 8 years. So this is a little bit more time, effort, and energy put into it.
Much crisper. I'm not getting the clay.
No, and I hate to say this, there is a Jack Daniels like solvent smell to it.
Almost like Jack Daniels is a bourbon.
I know, that's weird considering it's a Tennessee whiskey
Considering it's a bourbon.
with charcoal in it.
Doesn't make it not a bourbon.
Technically, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Let us know in the comments what you think. I think Tony and I are going to have to get ready for it, folks. We're going to have the Tennessee whiskey bourbon battle, and it's coming. But yeah, there's that slight, it's very small, it's a chemically solvent smell that goes with an oiliness.
Yeah. Yeah, like that Scotch oiliness.
Yep.
Hmm.
So it's like it's almost like Scotch is meeting Jack Daniels.
That's a good one.
It's been aged 8 years,
All
and
right.
that's a good age for bourbon.
Yeah.
10 has been one that I've personally liked a lot, but let's see how this hits.
Very clean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, there's some spice at the very end.
Mostly hot heat burn.
It is a heat, but oh, very smooth.
Doesn't cover the ethanol very well. Okay. I
No,
will say
no,
that.
you know you're drinking booze 100%, but flavor wise, very smooth.
One of the most overabused words in whiskey, but it actually is easy to go down.
A little extra on this is by giving our classic Jim Beam Black the important added ingredient of time in our charred white oak barrels, we discovered the smooth caramel and warm oak notes of this extra aged bourbon. A full bodied character that's definitely worth the wait. You know, and I'm trying to find caramel in there, but I don't necessarily. Subtle, but maybe.
If you tried really hard.
I get more of the nuttiness at the end with the
I was
heat.
about to say there's like a nutty coffee.
Yeah.
More than I get any kind of caramel or
Yeah,
chocolates.
yeah.
It's a nutty coffeeness.
Yeah, but I would say this is
not offensive at all.
No, this is not intrusive. This is very crisp, clean. That extra 4 years definitely cleans it up in a good way. It's so smooth. I like this a lot.
I like it better than the original. Jim
No,
Beam
that's
offering.
fair.
Definitely, it's
totally fair.
And this cost $17 plus tax, $19 all in all. 1988.
Yeah, for under a $20 bill, that's
actually
pretty good affordable.
You can do a lot worse.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a bourbon, again, same 5-star scale. Keeping in mind its price, the fact that it's a very good, tremendously good value. Whiskey.
Yeah. At a value price for the fact it's 8 years, it's that smooth. It's not offensive in any way. I'm going to give that a 3.25.
I'm going to be a little less generous and give it a 3.
That's what I figured.
And yeah, you can cocktail this.
Yeah,
It works as a bourbon, and it's a good general proof of type.
Yeah. No, this is very nice. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Like, if you were wanting to introduce somebody to this is what a bourbon is, and you didn't want to spend a lot of money, like you're talking to someone who's never had bourbon before, and they might only sip it a few times a year.
No,
this is what a bourbon is. Here you go.
If you're talking to somebody who's only drank Scotch or Irish or any kind of other alcohol,
or they're just getting introduced to whiskey as a
concept. They don't understand the complexities yet, and they don't want to spend a lot, and they want to find what they like. They want to try bourbon. That's a great introduction right there.
Yeah.
It's 8 years. It's smooth. It's going to make you familiar with what a bourbon does to your palate, but it's not going to turn you away.
I might actually give this as a Christmas present to a few folks. It's
there
that good.
As a whiskey?
As a whiskey, I'm going to stick with 3.
As a whiskey?
It's approachable, but it's very simple. But that's also its charm.
Yeah. You're right, 3.
Well,
I will go with 3. It's not weak, but that extra age
helps it.
It pulls it back and it makes it super approachable.
It gets rid of the offensiveness of the white label Jim Beam.
It definitely helps the nose for sure.
All right. As a cask-aged spirit.
It's 8 years. Again, that makes all the difference here. But with 8 years, you do want... I don't want to say I want a little more harshness, but this is very, very smooth. So I'm going to go 3 1/4.
That's the exact same thing I was going to give. Is 3 1/4 because, if this distillate is the exact same as this, and they were able to achieve this with 8 years, then yes, you have to give credit to the cask aging.
Yeah, exactly.
That's some amazingly good job at the folks at Beam Suntory. So,
absolutely.
Shelving. It costs so little that you don't want to put it on your middle shelf, don't you?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's,
Which means it's a tremendously good value.
yeah,
whiskey.
it's a very good value. So I could definitely put it on my middle, but
Wow.
it's probably going to be a bottom.
Easy reaching.
Nice.
Well, so when this bottle runs empty, Tony, are you going to seek another one?
At that price, like you need a good bargain bourbon, and that's about as good as it gets.
I was about to say, yeah, it's a good well whiskey for when
Well,
people are over
typically
and
you're
they're
gonna-
not going to feel underserved.
No, and you're gonna have like a 2 to 4 year whiskey for your well whiskey. This is double that. So really, you can't go wrong.
So, yeah, I will probably seek out a bottle of this, if nothing else, as a good Christmas present.
There you go.
So,
Speaking
we
of
move.
which, this bottle came with these lovely glasses.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's holiday season, folks.
yeah, very nice. Very nice.
Now, what I'm really looking forward to,
All right.
Jim Beam Devil's Cut.
So again, this is the whiskey they extract from the barrels, what seeps into the wood of the barrels. They take that, they remix this, and reblend it, and this is what they get. So
It's like an
Wow.
exaggerated version of bourbon. Say that 3 times fast.
an exaggerated version of bourbon.
Yes, because you're getting an exaggerated version of the caramel, an exaggerated version of the vanilla, an exaggerated version of the toffees. It's all
It's
there.
a heavy nose, but it's very light on the nose. Like I have to dive real deep to.
I was
get
about to
over-
say, this is a symphony of bourbon to me. Yeah.
I've got to get real deep into that to get offended by
You want
it.
to know how you got to get deeper?
Fair. Wow. I
Really, just some spice kick on it, and that's about it.
I
Then it kind of
really
disappears.
expected that to be a lot more offensive.
I expected that to just be a lot more.
Yeah,
It kind of like disappears in a cinnamony chocolate on the back. of your
almost.
tongue.
Yeah. It evaporates almost immediately. Like I got to go back in.
Hmm.
And breathe it through.
Interesting.
It's very light.
Yeah.
I
Wasn't
thought
what
that'd be
I
a
expected.
lot heavier.
Yeah, I thought that'd be like the Johnny Walker Double Black.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's very,
Light
very
and approachable.
very approachable.
You get a lot of wood influence. Like,
I got to
You get a
say,
lot
the
of
name
wood.
Devil's Cut does not necessarily match up to.
your expectation.
No, it doesn't, because anybody could drink that.
Yeah, it's very approachable. Very wood heavy and wood forward.
It is. If wood flavoring is not your thing, this is probably going to be a little less appealing. But honestly, like this is I would say this is more of a cocktailer.
I hate to agree. Now, Tony, as a bourbon, how would you grade this on a 5-star scale?
It's heavy on the wood, like you said, but it's so light and disappears. I'm going to be a little rough on it and say 2.5.
Ooh, wow. I was going to give it 3 stars as a bourbon because its nose is really there.
Yeah,
It's
the nose is fine, but the palate disappears.
quickly. Now,
Yeah.
again, it's it's the base Jim Beam offerings. So what do
Yeah.
you expect? This is them experimenting with something new, and I appreciate it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give it 3.
Fair.
As a whiskey,
I'm going to go 3 on whiskey because this is a very. I don't think it's easy to achieve this. Like, to have a bourbon like this that is this approachable and the intense bourbon flavor is there and then it's gone. That's not easy to do, and somehow they've managed to do it. 3.
you know, I'm gonna give it 2.75 because it's very specific.
Yeah.
in
Oh,
its
very,
taste.
very. Yeah.
And
If you like wood, you'll like this.
cocktailing would be limited as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what would.
This is a very basic cocktail, but it's going to work as a cocktail for a base.
Yeah, for very certain things.
Yeah.
Again, like we were talking about, coffee-based cocktails.
Yeah,
would work
this
well.
would work well.
Just with a soda, I don't think it would.
You're looking at probably like a root beer or a Coca-Cola, something with that spicy, like a Barks root beer.
Yeah, brown.
That's already got that spiciness because somehow this lacks in the bourbon spiciness area.
Now, here's an interesting one. As a cask-aged spirit,
It's
all
got
in
a
the
good
cask.
story as far as that goes. Like, it's extra steps to pull it back out of the wood and re-blend it. So I'm wondering, what are you re-blending it with? I'm guessing 1-year-old that.
Wah, wah.
Um,
Which, yeah, there's
that I thought that was going to be where
there's
this
some
one was going to
potential here.
excel.
Yeah. So, all right. Shelving for this particular
Do we even dare say our rating?
for cask aging.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
I wanted to give this like a 3.5, but it's going to be a 2.5.
Yeah, when Tony explained to me what Devil's Cut was,
Like the story's there.
it's like, oh yeah, but when he told me the story, what I heard, because we both have had to run mills before. What I heard is, so he took some interesting experimental whiskey.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Blended it with some so-so whiskey and bottled it and gave it to you. So here you go. And that was kind of what I heard. So I am going to, as a cask-aged spirit, because this is mostly a product of its blending, I'm going to have to give it 2.
That's fair.
So- Shelving?
I think if you reblend that with if you reblend that with this,
Yeah.
well, there
your
you go.
Your 8-year, you would have a premium product. You
Yeah.
could charge 25, maybe not quite 30, but you could charge $25.
I'll
for
put an
that.
age statement there. Devil's
Oh,
Cut
yeah.
8. There,
Oh.
perfect. You're welcome.
Now I know. I would definitely pick that one up.
There you go. Shelving.
Bottom.
Bottom. Yeah, sorry.
And
It's fine.
in terms of would I seek out another bottle of this versus this? No. I would go for the Jim
Yeah.
Beam Black.
Black.
Like, now, all right, in terms of what moves on, all right, Jim Beam, regular, okay, all right, that's gone.
There's still some in there.
Yeah, that's great. So,
Wow.
yeah, that's gone. I just
Okay.
eliminated that. That's,
All right, fine.
oh, and there goes Devil's Cut.
What do you know?
Now the question is, Jim Beam Black is good. Is it good enough to go in to the bourbon tournament against some of the real heavy hitters?
Yep. I think it is because it's sweet.
It opens up nicely.
It does. It's sweet. It's spicy. It's smooth. And I think, like, honestly, I think this could be a dark horse because that's light enough and crisp enough and smooth enough that once you get deep enough into sampling that many different bourbons, something that approachable could start running away with it. So I think this is an interesting offering.
Oh, for the dark horse pick, we got Jim Beam Black.
I think that's a good introduction.
Yep. So, Jim Beam, well done, Beam Suntory. You've got 2 entrants. So you are neck and neck with Buffalo Trace because we've got Colonel E.H. Taylor and obviously Blanton's. And we've got to put obviously Booker's and now Jim
Hello.
Beam Black. Howdy, y'all.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Wow. So Jim Beam Black is now part of it. We've got 5 slots filled in the Sweet 16, folks. So
And now the ultimate test.
that wasn't really necessary.
It's always necessary.
We know which one's the best. You didn't have to. Yes. It's a little bit not quite as good black.
You're going to want to go ahead and do that.
Oh, God.
I'm not kidding.
This is for science, folks. Okay?
Sorry.
These are the sacrifices that I make for you.
There's that spice.
It's all right.
It's no.
It makes the regular Jim Beam less offensive. So you did that.
It takes the devil's cut and it introduces it into a worthy.
Yeah, it would have been better if we didn't put the regular Jim Beam in it. It would have been way better. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm just going to be frank to thine own self be true.
Fair enough.
It will not be the bourbon of extreme.
That's fair.
So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this has been our review of the Jim Beam base offerings, and Jim Beam Black is the undisputed champion. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner in inebriation,
The Blend Master, Tony G. Thank you, Jim Beam.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another premium spirits review. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
The giddy Blend Master himself, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
You know it's the right thing to do, folks. So we're here to review a whiskey that has sat on my shelf for about 10 months now.
Yes.
We were waiting for a good opportunity to get into it, and it just never presented itself. So we're like, we're here. Let's do it.
We got to do this. This is TX Bourbon Whiskey. We are massive fans of the TX blended whiskey. And to get into that specifically, you need to jump on over real quick to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, where Phil and I, just this last January of 2020, went down to Houston, Texas, went to a couple of WWE events, the Royal Rumble specifically, and the first night we were there, got into TX blended whiskey when we did our review of the first night. And that was a whiskey that really just jumped out at us. It was
Changed the game for us.
It did. It was just a marvelous blended whiskey, and we actually have had my brother bring up several bottles from Texas because we like it that much. But also while we were there, Phil grabbed this little beauty.
TX Bourbon, and we were going to review this when we re-reviewed the Royal Rumble, but
Which could still happen.
we just never had the time, so I'm looking forward to this, folks.
Yeah,
this
gonna
is
be great.
also kind of like me and Tony remembering, hey, folks, remember places and when you could go do things at them? Yeah, so and
Yeah.
I just appreciate the fact that they add like this little leather to the top
Yeah,
of
every
the cap.
cork of every bottle has a different like chunk of leather embedded in the cork. So it's kind of a nice little uniqueness to every different bottle. I love that. And the TX whiskey itself is pretty affordable at like $20 to $30 depending on where you go. What was the bourbon, do you recall?
I think it was $49.
So about double what the blended is going to cost you. And this was at Specs.
From pure passion and patience, we are extremely proud to share our distinctly Texas straight bourbon with you, using locally farmed corn and wheat and one-of-a-kind yeast. We captured and skillfully cultivated. The provenance of this bourbon whiskey is its reward. Sorry. When I was using locally farmed. For a second, I almost said cum, and we locally farmed cum. Lovely source, handmade.
And I read you listen to the ingredients, you're like, I bet there's some white lightning that's smoother.
No, I was kind of like, oh boy, I almost fucking stumbled pretty bad there. We're pretty deep.
Couple ounces of cum in every bottle. Texas promise.
Oh my god! So
Straight
yes,
from Texas,
Please.
Canada.
please edit that.
God, I hope I don't remember.
So we have been looking forward to.
Yeah, been looking forward to coming all day.
Son of a bitch. All right.
I almost had a straight face when you uncut.
Couldn't keep it.
Almost could.
All right.
Didn't quite do it.
So, folks, now that all the clown around, horsed around's through, we been having a good time this evening. We are really looking forward to trying this. It's been 10 months in the making.
Yeah, we're looking at almost a year that this has been sitting on your shelf.
Oh, I like it. The synthetic cork is even black. That's nice.
That is unique. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Like this may be the best cork I've seen out of a bottle of TX yet. The synthetic cork being black, but the top also being black. That's just a perfect blend for a bourbon. I'm loving it already.
The aesthetic is
And
marvelous.
let me take a look.
There you go.
Like the band on the bottom is also black, so you get a bit of a different feel aesthetically with the bottle itself, but it does strike a very close resemblance to the blended.
Wow, a tremendously grain forward nose.
What grain specifically are you getting?
Wheat.
I wanted to say wheat, but
Like alfalfa, maybe? Milo?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Milo.
Sorghum for
Yeah,
folks who
yeah.
don't know.
And I don't know that there's any Milo or sorghum in this, but like
God,
that's
remember
where
when
my
I used
head
to
went.
talk about Milo days,
Mm.
where you could get Milo pancakes? The batter was
Yep.
made out of Milo.
The smell of Milo is actually pleasant.
Yeah,
The dust, on the other hand, not so much. So the smell's fine.
I was about to say, now this is very specific memory, but the reason I got wheat is when I was smelling this, first memory that came to mind was when I was about 10 years old. My grandmother took me and all of the grandchildren that she could gather. We went down to Kansas to her family wheat farm down in Kansas. And we're walking along a tree line with wheat right next to us. And the wind is blowing at us.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm getting here. Is you're getting the
The
full
sweet wheat. Yeah.
living wheat plant is what
Okay.
I'm getting. I'm not even getting the grain, just the full living plant.
Yeah. I can understand that.
So, and I'm having a hard time finding anything else. I'm maybe a little candied sweetness in the back if
no,
you look
I'm-
hard.
I'm not getting any spice on the nose for sure. It
Well,
smells very smooth.
let's see how it hits the palate. I'm looking forward to this. Wow.
Hmm. Oh.
That's a spicy candy cane.
Wow.
That's one spicy candy cane.
Oh man.
Oh, that lingered.
Oh wow. When that finally opens up, that sits there.
That lingered longer
Wow.
than the Four Roses single barreled,
Yeah.
but not in an overbearing way.
Mm-mm. Very dark. There's a fruit there.
Plum.
Yeah. I think you're right. Plum.
I just hit it when
Yeah.
you said there's a fruit. I was like,
Yeah.
plum. Yeah. So
That's it.
there's a bit of plum there, which
Wow.
is unique.
Yeah, but
Very
very
grain forward.
nice.
Grain forward with a bit of plum. Very spicy on the palate.
But it's almost a different spice that lingers. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I get a bit of a nuttiness. But there's not like a lingering texture on my palate.
I was about to say, like, to me, it's all the spices.
You're getting a cinnamon spice. You're getting a Christmas spice. You're getting a hot spice.
See, like almost like a curry hot
There is
spice.
a definite blend of spices here.
It's got that Texas heat.
It does, and
I'm a fan.
I like it.
Like as much as I'm not just liking it because I like their whiskey.
Yeah.
Which we really
no.
like
This
the TX
definitely
whiskey. This is
stands
completely
apart.
different.
Yep.
I would not believe these are from the same distillery.
No, I would. If you did this blind side by side, no, this is clearly
now
completely
one of the
different.
reasons is the Texas heat interacting with the casks. It really causes the whiskey to really interact with the wood, and that's why you're getting such a unique flavor. Now the nose is again just shockingly grain forward.
It is,
and that bit of plum, but
I think
that's really all I'm finding.
I think that plum on the palate is what really drives this home for me. I don't know. It's that one little bit of uniqueness that sets this aside from some of the other bourbons that we've had that are as spicy in different ways. But this kind of hits in all the different spicy tones. But that plum taste, it's so obvious. And like, if you don't like that specific type of flavor, I can see why this would be off-putting. But I'm really liking it.
Yeah, so we grade our whiskeys on a 5-star scale on a couple of different scales. We're going to grade this as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a cask-aged spirit, its shelving, and the secret 5th question. So, Tony? Oh yeah, it talks about being spicy on the sweet spice.
Remarkably smooth and exudes unique flavors of dark fruit, sweet spice, and caramel.
I didn't get no caramel, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't really get the caramel either.
So, as a bourbon on a 5-star scale, what would you grade this?
I am going to say 3.5.
3.5?
Yep.
I'm going to agree with you. I was thinking 3.7, but it's 3.5.
Yeah.
Just because its flavor profile is plum is not something you normally associate with bourbon.
No, it's a bit more niche, but
yeah,
it appeals to me.
It's a unique craft bourbon.
Yeah.
Like it's.
Yep.
If you're into the weeded bourbon, this is a good weeder.
I think 3.5 is a pretty good mark for a craft bourbon.
Yeah. Now, as a whiskey, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to give it 3.75. It makes for a better whiskey than it does a bourbon. Honestly.
I was trying not to give it 4, and I think you're right. 3.75 is a good way to do that.
Yes, it's because it does. Am I wrong with that analysis?
No,
It's
you're right.
It's a fine bourbon, but just in the world of whiskey, it stands on its own 2 feet. Much better.
Yeah, I would agree.
So hey guys, you could even do some finished bourbons. Oh wait, they have. Keep your eye on this space. So, all right, as a cask-aged spirit, how would you grade this?
Do we know the age statement?
We do not. It's
about to
probably
find out.
at least. All right. Well, Tony looks that up. If I had to guess, usually it's going to be about 2 to 4 years.
Bourbon.
I'm going to say 2 to 4. 6 is probably a little. 4 years.
Very nice.
Thank you. Again, as much as I could say, that is not based on the flavor profile. That is just based on my knowledge of the age of the distillery, because this drinks like about a 5 to 6 year. Like it seems like it's interacted with the wood more, but that's because of the Texas heat.
Yeah.
That causes the whiskey to move in and out of the pores of the wood a lot more so when there's a lot of heat, which is why Scotch can age for decades, and Texas bourbon, you want to pull it out before 10
I
years.
think you can get a barrel-proof offering of this, but
Cask strength.
I don't know if you can get a longer age state.
That would have a lot of nuttiness to the
Yeah.
nose. If
Yeah.
you had cask strength,
Yeah.
suddenly that grain would turn into nuttiness.
Yes.
I can almost see how you could get it, but to me, it's just so grain forward. But again, when you smell a whiskey and it hits you with an immediate memory, like the one I just described earlier,
That's
you're not gonna get past
no,
it. Like
that's
it's
where
just
you're gonna be hung up on.
yeah. So, but yeah, it was kind of one of those. I had the Ratatouille moment where, oh, this reminds me of my childhood. But so, all right, as a cask aged, what did you give it?
3.75.
Yes, okay. All right, now shelving.
I love their blended, and I put that on a middle all day. And I think this is a middle shelf whiskey.
I think it's going to sit right next to it.
Yep.
On the middle shelf.
Yeah.
The TX whiskey is almost top shelf. If you
Yeah.
can get your hands on a bottle of TX whiskey or bourbon, definitely do it. But the TX whiskey is a much better value, much less cost.
You're talking half the price for
We're gonna have
a
to do
master blend, but this is a very nice bourbon.
We're gonna have to do a side by side.
Oh yeah, this is a versus video all day.
Yeah, this will be an excellent versus. Keep your eye on the space. But all right, Tony, when this bottle goes empty for $49, if you can find it, will you try to get another one?
Brand specifically, it's hard to say because I love the blended so much and it's half the price. Plus, we've learned that they have a couple of offerings we might want to dive into before necessarily replacing this one.
Yes, like Tony, like I was actually going to say in my answer, no, because I am going to first get a bottle of TX sherry and port cask finished bottles before I go about replacing this. So that's first and foremost. The reason I'm not going to replace this bottle is because this distillery has so many other marvelous things that I need to try first. So that's a good reason. That's a pretty good reason.
I love sherry and I love port scotch, so I'm feeling like TX is going to have a pretty good offer.
Yeah, the Dalmore is one of my personal favorite whiskeys on the planet.
Hell, Glen Moray does a nice job with port and sherry.
Oh, they do. They do. Also Cabernet. But that's neither here nor there. So TX, you done it again.
Yep. Very nice.
Amazing.
Very
Nice. And yes, this is an excellent cap, and I think we'll do the versus video for the Royal Rumble review. That's perfect.
Okay.
So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, and actually, before we go there, are we entering this into the bourbon tournament, or is it too niche?
I think it's only fitting that a Texas bourbon makes its way into the tournament.
Okay.
What better?
Okay. So we have filled up slot number 6, if I believe. So we've got Blanton's, Colonel H. Taylor, Booker's, Jim Beam Black. We've got Four Roses, small batch, TX bourbon, and a secret dark horse to be announced. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our long coming review of TX bourbon. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Satisfied Blendmaster, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much.
K.O.E Nation for a very special Spirits review. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
Willet Bourbon. This is one I've seen around. What I like about this is that they make the bottle look like a pot still.
Yeah.
Which is
Unique.
Kind of neat.
It's what caught my eye. This was an impulse buy when I was checking out at the register. I'm like, God, I've heard a lot of things about this. I want to check it out myself. And it was right there. And it was this cool little bottle. And yeah, it's unique. Love
so,
it.
I don't know too much about this.
I don't either.
Other than the way that they've marketed it. Let's see. Small batch bourbon made in Kentucky. Batch number 19G15. Bottled by Willet Distilling. Bardstown, Kentucky.
All right.
All right. And then just got a basic health warning.
What's the ABV on that guy?
I'm sure it says on there somewhere.
47%.
47. So it's a good, honest bourbon. A lot of folks don't like their bourbon being at 40.
Let's see how much we like it, and then we'll drain the rest of it.
Exactly.
It's got a bit of a
clean sweetness.
It is clean. You definitely smell bourbon, but it is sweet. And there's no intrusive noses.
There's no intrusive like vanilla or anything like
that. It's
an
alcohol scent, but it's not
barely.
Yeah, very, very light. I mean, you really got to get in there to get
it's like
booze.
A candied apple sweet, which is
not an orchard
offensive
sweet
to me at all. I do enjoy.
No, I like that. Yeah, orchard sweetness. I like that. That's good.
Yes. So, well, let's give it a shot. Willet Bourbon. Whoa,
crisp.
That's hot honey.
Mm-hmm.
That's hot, spicy cinnamon.
Oh
honey.
yeah, a hot, Christmassy type cinnamon. There's the honey.
The nose and the palate don't match.
No, but I'm still honestly, I'm getting a little bit of that orchard sweetness you were talking about.
A little, but you got to get past a very heavy cinnamon spice.
Yeah, that immediate. It is. It's like Christmas.
It's cinnamon. It's honey. You're right. It's all of these different Christmas notes.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It is
now
spicy.
That you've had some on the palate, go back in and see if you don't smell the candy cane.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peppermint. Yeah.
Now, these are not the kinds of flavors I normally go for.
No.
But this hits them amazingly well.
Wow. I'm
like
pleasantly surprised by this.
Willet Bourbon, you do quite a good job with this, I must say.
Yeah, this is it almost tastes like it should be a seasonal bourbon.
God, I do see this generally during the holidays is when it's out, but
you know what? Almost a bit of licorice.
I can smell it more than I can taste it, but I do see it there.
Yeah, definitely not what I was expecting, but I think my expectation was low. This definitely took it in another direction. But
I thought the bottling was just going to be a gimmick.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought it was just going to be a gimmick bottle, and it is what it is. But this is a great wintertime drink.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. Cold weather, nighttime, by the fire, maybe. I think this is perfect for that if you're a bourbon fan.
Yeah, this is an exceptional nighttime bourbon. This ain't a day. This isn't a lazy Sunday afternoon drinker.
And I think it helps. I have this in my I had this on my shelf in my basement where it's a bit cooler. It keeps the liquids in the bottle a little bit lower in temperature, and I think that helps it. So I think this would go very nice on ice.
Yeah, this wouldn't be too bad on ice.
Yeah.
And you know how I always say add a little bit of like chili vodka or something spicy to cocktails involving bourbon? I don't think you really need it with this. I think this has all the spices that you're going to need. Boy, so now, Tony, we're going on to the very interesting part.
Okay.
Grading.
Let's do this.
We're going to grade as a bourbon.
Okay.
We're going to grade it as a whiskey.
Okay.
As a cask-aged spirit.
Okay.
And then it's shelving.
All right.
And then the secret question, folks.
All right.
So
here we go.
As a bourbon on a 5-star scale, what do you give it?
I'm going to give this actually I'm going to give this 3.75. It surprised me. I honestly expected it to be one I wasn't extremely impressed with, but yeah, as a specific scenario bourbon, this is perfect for that. Now, like you said, it's not a day drinker, I wouldn't think.
Yeah,
So,
this is like special occasions.
Yeah,
weekends.
I think it's perfect for that, and I'm really surprised at the direction it went.
Yeah,
3.75.
Honestly, as a bourbon, I'm gonna give it 3 stars.
Okay.
Because there's really no caramel, there's no vanilla to speak of. It doesn't have
Well, the spices kind of overtake those
standard
undertones.
bourbon.
Yeah.
The spice overtakes it,
Yeah,
but it is an excellent exploration.
you're
which
right.
is-
Okay, I'm gonna go 3.5.
all right. Well, I was going to say
You're right. You're right.
in my next metric,
Okay.
which is why I was giving it 3.25 as a whiskey, because it actually explores those
Okay.
flavors amazingly well. In probably this is the best cinnamon that I've come across in a bourbon.
Okay.
Okay, like I don't normally
That's
like
Pretty
cinnamon,
good.
but this because it's strong, but it's not overbearing.
Okay.
That like, am I wrong? Because you
No.
do get it, but like I'll be honest, the Macallan, the mintiness was a little too much. Like there was at one point
The
where
12
like,
double
"Mm,
cast. he's
does
talking
this
about.
stop? Like, okay, can I get off the roller coaster now? But no, you have no choice. You're on that minty roller coaster. This is just the right explosion, and it doesn't linger for too long, but it does.
No,
stick around.
it's for the spices that's in there. It's not as hot of a bourbon as you would expect.
No.
So I'm
no.
gonna go 3.75 on this one then.
Okay. Now, as a cask aged spirit,
I am gonna say I'm gonna go 3.
3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 3. I don't know. I can't. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Sell me on a better rating.
I was gonna go 3.25.
Okay.
Just because
I'm about there.
the casking on this, the cooperage that went into making this, the cask maker at Willett is probably just as, if not more, skilled than the distiller. If
That's
that makes
fair.
sense.
That's fair.
Like that is where this particular bourbon really shines. So I'm gonna give it 3.25. Now,
Made from the pure limestone spring water, carefully selected grains, and proprietary strains of yeast, aged in new white oak casks until fully mature. There you have it.
white oak. All right, there you go. That's maybe that's the reason that you get a different profile.
Okay.
Now, shelving, Tony.
This is going to be probably a middle shelf for me because it's specific in when you want to drink it. It's not a well whiskey.
No.
And it presents really nice.
Yeah, it does
Middle
present
shelf.
handsomely. I'm going to agree with you on middle shelf. Now, curious, will you pursue a bottle of this when this bottle is empty?
Which could be soon.
Yes, might be very soon.
I was prepared to say no, but for the right price, I think I would. But I don't know what this retails at for a normal size bottle.
I think I see
and
it
I think
around 45 to 50 bucks.
Okay, I was gonna say if it's around 40, I think grab a bottle for sure. If it's around 60, maybe try to find it on sale somewhere.
Yeah, to me, I was gonna say about the same thing. If I can find it below 40,
Yeah.
I might consider it.
There
I
we
might
go.
consider it. But otherwise, as much as I hate to say, the world of bourbon is so wide. Now,
Indeed.
again, if I find it for a great price, I'll definitely pick it up. But I've also heard that there's some other interesting releases from this distillery that I
Exactly.
might even look into. So,
That's what I was thinking.
Willett Bourbon, we raise our glass to you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of that distillery.
Very nice.
That is a marvelous bourbon you put together. Thank you, all of you. Yes.
I do like it.
So, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our review of Willett Bourbon. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony G. Thanks for stopping.
Later, folks. another premium spirits review here at the KOE Nation. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner in inebriation, the one, the only.
Tony fucking G, like, share, subscribe.
We are getting into a Breckenridge versus, if you will. We are going to try their. There we go. We'll just do a little presto change.
Swaparoo.
And what we are comparing here this evening, folks, is Breckenridge bourbon versus Breckenridge whiskey port cask finished. I suspect the mash bill for their whiskey is very close to their bourbon. But if you want to age something in a cask for an extended amount of time, you can't call it bourbon because bourbon has to be aged in a fresh oak cask. So you can finish it for a short amount of time, but you can't extend it age it. So
Manipulating the taste comes at a consequence.
yes. So in our Glencairn glass here, we have the classic Breckenridge bourbon. It was our introduction to Breckenridge, if you will, and they've got just a great tagline. It's a great sales pitch. The water comes from snowmelt from the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah,
So-
it's a selling point. It's a good one.
Yeah, and years ago, I went with my family to Breckenridge. I was 14. We wanted to see if skiing was a thing we even liked. Turns out skiing is not a thing we liked. Anybody?
Only one way to know.
Yeah, it turns out those ski boots are like torture devices. But
They make
lovely place. It was a
good
great,
whiskey.
Yeah, they make good whiskey though. But so we're going to do a versus to see which one is the Grand Slam champion of the Breckenridge line from the two we've got here.
This
So-
being the port, obviously.
Yep. So let's nose the bourbon first because it's their base. That great familiar bourbon smell, but
It
with
is.
a crispness.
It doesn't have
I think
the
that the water actually, water source helps.
it doesn't have the sweetness of a standard bourbon smell, but you do smell a familiar bourbon.
Yeah, there's the woody
Mhm.
vanilla.
Yeah,
But yeah, there's not a lot of sweet.
it's
here.
not a lot of sweet on the nose, no. But yes,
Yeah,
very.
I'm trying to find a sweet, and it's just not
It's
there.
no, it's not there on the nose.
Well, let's see how it hits the palate, sir.
Very clean,
Yeah.
but you get that woodness, you get that pine on the back end.
Almost. Yeah.
It's very nice. It's very smooth, and it finishes very clean.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a lot of sweetness on the palate either. It's very it's a very nice bourbon, but you're not going to get that burnt sugar you might with some lower end bourbons. This is a higher end. I mean, not upper echelon higher end, but comparatively, this is a much higher end style of bourbon.
Yeah, this is one you could cocktail with on the
Mhm.
rocks. I feel like it would take all the bite out of it,
Oh yeah,
and
I don't know that
Yeah.
you'd want to.
also, again, I don't think it's just because of the tagline. It comes from snow melt from the Rockies, but just when you nose it, and also when you taste it, the water is just a lot cleaner than
Okay.
some because there are. I'm not going to name any names, but there is a vodka company where it's vodka. The water actually comes from New York municipal tap water, and they pride themselves on this. And so I'm not going to name any names though. But
Okay.
so this is snow melt, and you can just there's a crispness, and water is the backbone of any whiskey. So if your water source is clean, your whiskey is going to be clean. So
Yeah, and it is very clean. You can tell this is distilled nicely. It's very clean. The process is
Heck,
very pure.
the word whiskey actually comes from the Gaelic Uskabea Iski, and the Iski over enough time got transmogrified into whiskey. That was kind of the Anglicanizing of the Iski word, it became whiskey over enough time. But Uskabea Iski was actually the Gaelic word for the water of life.
You talk like a guy that hasn't had enough whiskey. On that note,
Hey, he's got a point there. So let's try.
compare to the port.
I was able to pronounce that way too clearly.
Clearly. This nose is
There's
very
whiny sweetness.
oh, it's yes, it's just a burgundy colored wine is what you think of when you nose this.
Yes, like you imagine just a very classic.
Yeah, you
European
imagine a dessert wine or a dinner wine being presented at a high scale restaurant when you nose this.
So it's got all that vanilla. It's got all of that woodiness.
This
and
reminds
it's got the cleanness of the water, and then it adds the sweetness.
this reminds you of sitting down at a fancy restaurant about to eat a nice big steak, and this having a wine poured to pair with it. That's what that smells like.
This would be,
And it does. It tastes like. I hate to make the comparison, but yeah, right, raw meat with a nice dinner wine.
Like this one would just as
Very
is
nice.
without the wine comparison, because yes, this does remind you of a wine that you would be drinking with a nice fatty steak.
Yeah.
This as is would be an excellent after dinner drink.
I think
Like
it is.
I think after a big barbecue,
Yeah.
or after you had a big steak dinner, or
It wouldn't
whatever.
offend your palate in any way.
Or even if
It
like you went crazy and like made some kind of fish dish. I know you're not really too into that, but so long as it was prepared properly to the point where you take the fishiness out of it.
I just think this would go well with any kind of meat in general.
Yep.
It's got that.
Would you cook with this?
I think you absolutely could cook with this. I think this has many qualities that would be ideal for cooking.
Now this is
I would
me if I'm
definitely
wrong
use
here.
this. Maybe even like an injection into some chicken.
Meat. I would use this with meat. I would use this with vegetables. If I were gonna be pan sauteing vegetables, I'd put just a little bit of this in there.
Okay.
I would save this back for the meat. Breckenridge, not only do you make some great sipping whiskeys, some great on the rocks whiskeys, you make some excellent cooking whiskeys. Like Gaelic Steaks is a great recipe that I like.
Yeah.
And I expanded that to other whiskeys because Gaelic Steaks, you have to use Irish whiskeys to make it Gaelic Steaks. But I expanded it to all these different whiskeys, and I think these two would really shine in that particular. Oh, man. So this is a really tough question because this is a great clean bourbon. Compare this to some Tennessee whiskeys, which are basically bourbon.
Our bourbon.
Plus charcoal. This is incredibly clean compared to those. Then the Portwood, batch 5. I'm sure batch 1 through 4 were amazing.
It's a tough one. I mean, you're not comparing apples to apples here. You're comparing like apples to pears. They're in the same family, but you're getting two different consistencies, and they're both very nice on their own.
I'll
but
put it to you this way.
Here's
Here's the easiest way to determine which one will be the Grand Slam champion. So,
Okay.
Tony, let's say you and I have ourselves one hell of an evening. We discuss life and truth and all there is, and we solve all the world's problems tonight. But in doing so, we empty both of these bottles down to its very last drop.
that would
Like,
happen.
now, come out. If those in the audience, many of us have solved all the world's problems over a bottle or two of fine liquor.
On a
So,
consistent basis.
yeah, easily. So, both these bottles are empty at the same time. You are without Breckenridge bourbon or Breckenridge port. And you go to the store where we pick these both up,
Which, I mean,
and you
Yeah.
find them both. And you only have money enough for one. Which one do you buy? Do you go with the Breckenridge bourbon or do you go with the port? Tough decision. I know this is not easy.
I'll answer it this way. There are a few other bottles of bourbon I want to get into before I would commit to purchasing another bottle of this. But I really like this bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a bit more specific for the occasion. It's a good sipper for pretty much any night, but you're not going to be able to share that bottle with just anybody. Not everybody is going to appreciate it. So this would be a good one to sit on the shelf. This is going to be one you're going to be able to invite anybody to drink comparatively. Man, it's tough, but I think I would probably go, and I think they're both about the same price range. I think I would probably go with this one.
The bourbon.
I think I would.
Now, how many bottles of this? Because we've gone through one bottle of this at my house. Is this the first bottle from Texas?
Yes.
Okay, so we've gone through a bottle and a half of this. It was Just go ahead and close that. I already snapped my fingers.
It's still going.
I know. Just close that. So I want to be able to see what I'm doing. All right. What was the last word I said?
Texas.
So this amazing bourbon, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's a great bourbon. This one is, damn it, I can't remember what the fuck I was saying. You got some editing to do, sorry. Okay, so you just selected this one.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll just cut from there.
Okay.
So Tony, you select this one.
I think I would go with this one.
That, and like I said, we've gone through a bottle of it at my house. You've gone through a half bottle here. So we've gone through a bottle and a half of this. It's been tremendously popular with everybody that I've had try it. They really like it. It's clean. It's smooth. God, I hate using that word. It's one of the most abused
But it
words in
is.
whiskey, smooth.
When it's smooth, it's smooth.
But again, for me, I'm such a specific taste guy. You know that. I would probably opt to keep a bottle of Breckenridge port.
I mean, I understand that with your love of wines and the uniqueness of it, and you've got plenty of other solo bourbons without a gimmick. I can understand why you would want one.
Yeah, I've got plenty of bourbons that are just good bourbons as is, and this is a good one. And I know my indomitable broadcast partner in inebriation is probably going to have a bottle on hand in the future, so I'll probably be looking for more of the Breckenridge finished expressions. I'm wondering if they're gonna venture.
There are.
Oh,
I want to say I think they have is it a Madeira?
Whether Madeira or Cabernet. Maybe.
Yeah,
one of those other.
They have
it's
another.
been a while since I've looked. So
they have another.
Well, keep your eyes on this space, and we will decide if we can find a bottle. We will add it to the Versus series, but. As of this moment, Tony and I are locked in a tie over which whiskey is the king of Breckenridge. Yep, that was inevitable. The blend master over here. I mean, like Richard Patterson's got nothing on you, T.
I mean, he's all right. He'll get there.
He'll get there. He reminds you of a younger version of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Oh, man. Yeah, so how's the blend?
Very spicy.
I bet.
Very spicy. You lose a lot of that port, but it opens up some, just very not sweet spices, but very just fiery spices.
Yeah, after enjoying this port for a little while, the spiciness in the bourbon does come out a little more.
And together, it's really opened up. It's actually pretty good though, honestly. That's not a bad blend. If you like a spicy finish, that's very
I do
nice.
suspect a lot
It's
of their
smooth.
stuff from the same distillery would blend well.
Yeah, I absolutely. It's still very smooth, just a little extra spicy. Not bad at all.
So we are at an impasse here, Tony G.
Fair enough.
So, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this has been our face-off of Breckenridge Bourbon and Breckenridge Port Finished Whiskey. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner in inebriation, the one, the only,
The blend master Tony fucking G.
Catch you later, folks. Welcome, one and all, to yet another premium spirits review, social distancing edition. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only.
Socially distanced Tony fucking G.
Like, share, subscribe, folks. And we are joined by the one, the only, the master of Big Bucket Entertainment and the co-star of the Dog and Chicken Show, Chicken. Welcome.
Big buck and chicken. Check us out. Like, share, subscribe, all that good shit. And social distancing a whole state away.
Hey, we're doing it proper.
Hey, before you get into it, let's what are we doing here?
This evening,
Easy.
He's
we are
excited.
reviewing the excellent Booker's Bourbon. This is the kitchen table batch. They put kind of unique names to all of their batches. Like there's the backyard barbecue batch. There's the batches for each individual, like different employees that work there. This one is the kitchen table batch because it basically the guy that blends this and the guy that makes this, the master distiller, the kitchen table was where his dad would pick out all the best whiskeys, and so this whiskey made him think of that. So I thought that was kind of an interesting backstory.
I do want to inject a little bit here that I wish we would have gotten the batch that we tried, because the first time that you and I got to sample Booker's was in the Omaha airport on our way to Houston for the Royal Rumble. We didn't get to do a review, although in hindsight, we should have just handed a phone to the bartender and said, hey, record us for like 3 minutes. That's all we need. But I wish we would have paid a little bit closer attention to which batch we tried there, and I'm eager to see how it stacks up to that. Now, Chicken, are you at all familiar with this brand, this anything? Have you had Booker's?
I had a little taste the last time I was down there with you guys. We didn't do an official review, but Phil did share some with me. So I am familiar with what we're drinking tonight.
Okay.
And also, so we could, in anticipation of being able to do this review, I sent a little bit up with Chicken in a little 50 milliliter bottle, so he could join us in this review when I did eventually get around to it.
Okay.
I had other plans for it, didn't quite get around to it. Life got a little hectic, and
So he does have the same batch.
Yes, he's got.
that we have tonight.
He has 50 milliliters of this bottle in his cup right now with us. So
now, is there anything we need to know about the brand before we dive into this?
Booker's is a very rare bourbon to get your hands on. They come in very small batches. This is associated with the Jim Beam Corporation, I believe.
Okay.
Let me see. Yes, yeah. But Booker's is basically a relative of the main Beam family.
Okay.
And this
It's
is
like Booker
that
Beam.
family's kind of not, I wouldn't say experimental, but like very traditional mash builds and very high proofs. This one is 64% alcohol by volume, 128 proof. It was aged 6 years, 8 months, 7 days. And usually for bourbon, unless you have a really, really good master distiller and a really good coopers and somebody that watches the warehouse, you really can't age bourbon over 10 years. Otherwise, it's just all going to taste like wood. If you get bourbon that's aged over that, that's why the Pappies and such hold such a high premium.
Sure.
This,
64% ABV.
yeah, it's
Wow.
it's fiery if I remember. So, gentlemen,
Yep.
let's all get a nose for the marvelous Bookers.
Woo!
Yep, there's some alcohol there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely super strong. But I do like have a smell of caramel in there, and even that wood barrel that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you definitely get the wood. Don't. For those of you wanting to nose
This is like science class. You need to do that.
Yes, follow along with us. For those at home that happen to have some Bookers, follow along.
don't do what I just did and shove your nose in this and leave it there.
But we're also doing this. I mean, how rude of me. We're doing this for an occasion.
Yes.
Happy birthday,
Yes.
Tony G.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Chicken, would you like to extend some birthday wishes, Tony G's way?
Oh, absolutely. Forever 29 together. The summer birthdays are always the best birthdays and never growing old in each other's hearts. Okay, happy birthday, big guy.
Thank you. And recently right back at you. 29 forever indeed.
Damn right.
Yeah, I can't disagree.
Oh my God, that's too funny. But
that wood scent is really all I'm getting. I'm not getting the caramel like you did, but
I'm getting a spice.
I was gonna say if I got any spice,
Definitely spice.
it would be a cinnamon, and it's subtle.
The problem is there's a lot of ethanol you got to work
Yeah.
to get there because it's very high proof.
Yeah.
So now, gentlemen, when we sample this, we're going to grade it on 4 different scales: as a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a brown spirit, and it's shelving.
So
5-star scales.
Yep. Keep that in mind when we do it.
All right.
I'm
so
eager to give this another shot. So
let's, gentlemen.
Cheers,
down the
fellas.
hatch. Woo! Ah.
there it is.
Yep. Takes a second.
Man.
No.
Oh, wow. That is
So as strong as the smell is, going down, the burn isn't as bad as you think it's going to be.
Yep.
You have it in your mouth. You get that mouthwash kind of burn a little bit.
Yep.
But going down, it's actually pretty smooth. Like my belly's not warm. I don't feel like you get those queasies when you have some bad whiskeys or bad bourbons that are just too strong and overproofed. I didn't get that with this. I love how it kind of sits, but now I'm getting that aftertaste. And now I'm starting to taste everything that I thought I was smelling. I kind of get the spice you were talking about, a little bit of that cinnamon and a little bit of that caramel and that wood. Like now it's coming out after the burn's gone in my
Almost
mouth.
toasted marshmallows.
Yeah, I was thinking toasted as well. But like you said, it leaves the nose is so intense and an alcohol smell. The taste, you get it's a hot, but yeah, like you said, when it goes down your throat, it's very smooth. For as strong as this is, it goes down very smooth, but it does finish with a moist palate.
The burn is all in your mouth.
Yes.
Which you're right. When you would expect it to go, but boy, this would be just about the best cold winter drink you could ever imagine. I mean, this would warm you right up.
Yeah, this is one I'm reaching for if there's snow on the ground and I'm outside by choice.
Yeah.
Or you live where I do.
Or yes.
Yeah,
I would say you're in the middle of we're in beginning of July.
I'm in fucking Canada. This would be
beginning of July. You're probably due for snow anytime. So
but yeah, this is powerful stuff. Not the easiest to get your hands on, Yeah, now that I've had a palate of it, it's gone down. Now you can smell it a lot easier.
Yeah, I get that caramel on the front a lot more now. And that toasted, like you said.
It's not like a full toasted marshmallow, but if you just
No.
were to like overburn a marshmallow
Yep.
and you peel just that part
Yep.
off.
Yep.
Yeah, just
Like
that little carbon burn on the outside. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting from the cask, I imagine.
And that's really about the best endorsement you can give to a bourbon. You're getting sweetness, but you're getting a burn, which a good bourbon kind of hits on both of those fronts.
Interesting. So, gentlemen, we are about to rank.
Okay.
5-star scale as a bourbon. Tony G? This is a toughie.
I'm not a large connoisseur of bourbon because I feel like a lot of them fall into that economy category. Your Jack Daniels, your Jim Beam. And this is definitely not in that wheelhouse. As far as bourbon goes, I want something. I know I'm drinking alcohol. You get that smell, you get that taste with it, and you definitely have that on this front. Bourbon needs to stand out from other types of whiskey for me, from Canadian, from Irish, from Scotch. And this does that. So in that regard, I'm going to give this a 4-star on a bourbon scale.
Chicken.
So I like literally, I'm just kind of playing with it right now. I just lit up a cigarette. I put 2 ice cubes in here because I like my bourbon on ice. To give it a true bourbon scale, like as just doing it neat like that. It was pretty goddamn good. I'm not going to lie. Let me try this real quick.
Okay.
Beautiful. 4.25.
Really?
4.25. What?
Drop 2 cubes of ice in there.
With the ice. What are you getting any different expressions?
Well, it kills the burn. The burn in your mouth and then lighten the smoke with it. I'm like, what would I do if I was going to drink a bourbon, either straight or neat? Usually I would be sitting on a patio chair, having a cigarette and throw an ice cube in it. And I don't know. Neat, I'd give it a 4. Drop an ice cube or 2 in there. I'm going 4.25. It really smooths it out, kills some of that burn in your mouth that might be displeasing to some people, and makes it like, honestly, it opens it up quite a bit.
Okay.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind. Me, personally, as a bourbon, I'm going to stay pretty strict to 4. Now, maybe it's because I haven't opened it up, but I will get to that a little later. So 4 stars as a bourbon.
Okay.
Excellent. As a whiskey, this is going up against the whole world of whiskey, all the scotches, all the bourbons, all the Canadian whiskeys, what have you. Tony G.
The
birthday boy.
I think that this has an impressive of enough ABV and proof. Its color is beautiful. Its nose, yes, I love the color of this. Love the color of this. Man, for being as strong as it is, for the color, for the nose, for the taste, I think this hits in all the right places. Just because it's such a good bourbon and putting it up against all the Irishes and Scotches that I hold so near and dear, I think this kind of holds its own, and I'm going to give this I'm going to give it a 4 on a whiskey, honestly. I think that if I'm going for a bourbon, there's only a couple brands, and I'm going to drop some cash on it. If I'm going for a bourbon, I know what I want, and this is in that wheelhouse. I will give this a 4 on a whiskey.
Chicken.
I don't stray too far from that thought. When I think of rating something on a whiskey scale, it's I have somebody over, hey, let's have a drink, and you get a wide variety at that point. Now, is this something that I would grab right away and recommend to somebody visiting my house? Possibly, depending on their taste. But this is something you can cocktail. Like you could make a really good old fashioned out of this. Like an old fashioned made out of this would be fantastic. So you can cocktail a little bit with this, doing it neat. This is a good entertainer for a guest. I'm not sure, you compare it to everything that, especially what you guys have done and have, broadcasted on here and things that I've tried with you. I don't know if I'd give it a 4 or 4.25. I'd say a 3.75. It's high on my rating. I think there's other ones that people would reach out and want to try. When you put it on that scale, that's a wide variety of things. I think it's high in the middle of the pack.
Okay, that's fair.
I have to agree with Chicken on this one. This is a 3.75 whiskey.
Okay.
Excellent whiskey, but when you're going up against such a wide range in this world, the fact that it scores 3.75 and 4 with you really is a testament to how good this is as a bourbon, as a whiskey. Now we move on to the world of brown spirits.
Yeah.
And now this includes all the whiskeys, and now we're even throwing in rums, brandies, cognacs, armagnacs, all of the world of brown spirits, and even a couple of reposado tequilas, depending on how well they're aged. So, how would you stack this up? And also keeping in mind, would you mix it? Sounds like Chicken's already well down that road.
Yeah, he
I
kind
may
of
jump the gun there a little bit, but
No, he touched on something I think is important. This would be, what does this retail at?
$70.
Okay, $70. Pretty spendy for a bourbon, comparatively speaking. You can get a liter 7.5 of bourbon for $40.
You can get I mean, you can even just get basic Jim Beam for like $29.
It's not
it's not going to be this good.
No, it's not going to be anywhere close to this good. I think that's what plays into factor here. If you want to mix something and you just want to have drink after drink after drink, you can do a lot better in terms of quantity. In terms of a quality drink on a brown spirit scale, this is one you're going to want to reach for. This is one you would actually want to cocktail with if your budget allows you to do that with a $70 bottle of bourbon. I can understand if it doesn't, and I can understand if you want it on ice or neat, because it goes well both ways, as we've learned here tonight. But I think this would make an excellent cocktail, and because of that, I'm going to give this a 3.75 on a brown scale.
Chicken, what would you give this on a brown spirit scale?
So Tony made really good points there, because when you think of brown spirits, the wide variety that we mentioned there, Tony's absolutely right. Like most people, when you think of mixing and just regular brown spirits, you can get some bullet bourbon for $25 and make some really good cocktails with it.
Yep.
This is great for a high-end cocktail. So it really depends on your audience. Now, for me, most of the time, I'm not going to be using something like this for, say, you two come to visit. Sure, I'll bust out something like this. But for just everyday regular Joes that don't have appreciation for it, probably not. So
sure.
Just for, I don't know, maybe snobbery, maybe I'll give it the 3.75, because I think it's worthy of a higher rating, because it is more for somebody who's going to appreciate it. So I agree. It deserves a higher rating. It's not going to be used as often, though.
Sure.
Yeah. I know how I've said in certain bourbon reviews that if you were to add just a small spritz of chili vodka to this and add that extra little kick and spice to it, and then mix it with, like, say, a root beer or a cola or whatever kind of mix, this already has it. This already has that kick.
Yep.
It already has that kind of spice, that extra whatever. So I'm going to disagree with you guys a little bit. And I'm going to give this 4 stars as a brown spirit, the infamously hard to please, Phil K.O.E. I really like this Booker's bourbon, and I've mixed it before. As you can see, I have enjoyed it. It's very rare. And Chicken's he's emptying off his bottle. It's rare that I actually polish off a bottle. It takes me quite a bit of time, but that one I'm chomping right through. Now, shelving, gentlemen, the top middle, or bottom shelf.
Go
would
ahead, chicken.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I want to hear this.
I don't have, other than I got that one single barrel gold edition of Jack Daniels that I do a top shelf with.
Okay.
That's the only thing close to this. And that one's super smooth. That's one of my favorite. This is top shelf for me. Like in bourbons, it's hard to get a bourbon on top shelf. I really think it is. I think this deserves, if not top, at least you got to be considering it. But to me, for what I have, yeah, top shelf.
Go ahead, Phil.
I pulled this down off my top shelf to do another review, and that's where it's going back when I'm done with this review. So if that tells you anything.
That's simple.
And that's basically the only bourbon that's currently on my top shelf that isn't made by Buffalo Trace. So
Fair.
that's quite an endorsement because I'm kind of a fanboy of brands. If you haven't been able to tell, too.
Shelving. I really like Breckenridge bourbon. That was one that I picked up in Houston, and I was pretty happy with it. Really like that. Really like that Blanton's. Really like that a lot. That Breckenridge is on my middle shelf. If I had a bottle of Blanton's, it would be on my top shelf. If I'm going to seek out a bottle of bourbon that isn't Blanton's or isn't that Breckenridge, it's going to be this. And it's no question for me. Yeah, one or two bourbons that would go on the top shelf, this and Blanton's. This is a top shelf bourbon for me.
So we're all pretty universal in our interpretations here, folks. Top shelf bourbon, and this one does, like, the longer I've left it in the glass, just opens up more.
Yes.
And you're getting more sense. This is one that you do just leave in the glass, and if you're just like, say you're typing on the computer throughout the night, you come back to it throughout the evening, that's perfect for this.
Let it breathe.
This is a thinking man's whiskey, if you
Yep.
will. Or a thinking woman's whiskey.
Writer's bourbon.
Yeah.
Unless you're me, then you just drink.
Well, there's that option
Hey,
too.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is an excellent bourbon. I'm definitely gonna seek out another bottle of Booker's when this one, sadly, eventually is gone. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely keep a bottle of Booker's handy in the future. With this exploration, I'm finding bottles that I think when that one's gone, I'll probably just let it go. This one, I'm gonna definitely get another one. And Booker's is permanent part of my rotation now. So, well, Chicken, any other notes you'd like to tell the great and vast KOE Nation?
No, I would say happy birthday, Tony. Hope you enjoy it. Good luck with the new children on the way.
Thank you.
Yes.
Check us out at Big Bucket Entertainment, of course, and we are switching. COVID Chronicles has come to an end, so now we're going to Thirsty Thursdays. So every Thursday night, tune in, live show.
All right. So, regardless whether it's COVID Chronicles or Thirsty Thursday, it's where you go to get all of your KOE content. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's where you go to get all of the varying happenings of the life of Tony G and the ever-growing G family, where you can get all of the KOE Nation's varying happenings. And then, of course, head on over to Big Buckin' Entertainment, Big Buckin' or Dog and Chicken Show on YouTube. I mean, come on, folks. Like, that's all you have to do to keep up with these gorgeous mugs. I mean, we are literally the three stooges of intelligence over here.
That's fair.
And that's all
fair.
you got
That's
to do.
fair.
Like, of intelligent discourse, you got the three stooges here of that. That's all you got to do. It's basically the best deal ever.
It doesn't hurt that it's an election year. You want to see me and Phil argue? God, it's going to get
Oh.
heated soon.
Oh, chicken.
Plenty of that to come.
This is going to be fun. So, the election cometh. So, Tony, anything you'd like to say, birthday boy?
No, I'm good. This is a great one. Pick it up if you can.
Damn right. Good stuff.
As I'm known to say around here, All that being said, this has been our birthday review of Booker's Bourbon. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners. Chicken.
Hey, appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
And the birthday boy, Tony fucking G.
Like, share, subscribe. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Cheers, folks.